Jazz recap on DJ and PK.
There's the best of the post-game show. When we come back, what is trending? The headlines are next.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, Brian, you are way too sedentary. So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a lying around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep, deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Did you know GoodRx can help you save on medication, manage prescriptions, and get trusted health information? If you're one of the millions living with a heart condition, check GoodRx for an easier, more affordable way to manage your health. GoodRx offers common heart medications for under $30. Just search for your prescription, find the best price, then show your pharmacist the GoodRx coupon. And it works whether you have insurance or not. To start saving and better manage your heart health, download the free app or visit GoodRx.com today. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know. News update. This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
He's a very efficient offensive player. He can do it both inside and out. You know, I told Jaron that I think the thing that I've appreciated the most about him offensively is how he uses the three-point line. I think he has a good ratio right now. He's not just launching threes. I think he's a capable shooter, but, you know, his physicality and his touch around the basket's really good for us. Defensively, size, length, and elite communication. You know, he's helping us in a variety of ways. He's taking the pressure off of the other guys in some ways, and I also think that they're taking the pressure off of him. Like, I think that's where, you know, he and Lowry are going to get talked about a lot, and rightfully so, but I think that Nurk playing with those guys, the size of all three of them, they help each other in a bunch of different ways, so I think he's fitting into the group really well.
Will Hardy on how Jaren Jackson Jr. fits with the Jazz. You know, he fits when they're playing the Sacramento Kings, especially the Kings that have 6 of their top 7 scores. Very, very well. 121-93. PK, they jumped on him early, and it was over in the first quarter. It was over when you found out how many guys were sitting.
Well, I think it was over even if they played. I think the Jazz are a better team. But these other dudes, them just jacking up threes, and it was just, what a gross game, man. I was bored early on.
That's funny. I was sitting there, and my wife's looking at me in the middle of the second quarter. She comes walking back through the room. What's wrong with you? I'm like, this is boring.
Yeah.
The Jazz are 20 points better. And we just heard Lowry Mark in the last segment say, we kind of lost the focus in the second half. I'm like, I can't even complain. I lost focus in the second quarter.
Oh, I know. I was flicking around.
Yeah.
Trying to find some level of competition. I was watching my alma mater.
Which one?
Grand Canyon.
I thought so. Yeah, FS1 had that game.
Right. I mean, that's literally what I was on and then would flick back. His second half was garbage time, if not the last 3 quarters. And Jaren Jackson, he's doing nothing that I knew he couldn't do. This is the way he is. You know, it reminded me of when Taysom Hill got to the NFL. Oh, Taysom Hill, he caught a pass. Oh, he ran 20 yards. Oh, he threw the ball. Yeah, I saw him do it here. Of course you can.
He had a 5-yard touchdown run.
Yeah.
He hurdled a dude at Texas. I bet he can run 5.
There.
I bet he can run 5 yards without tripping over the 3.
Most stunning athletic plays you'll ever see.
Yeah, and now he's not tripping over the 3-yard line, so people are excited.
And this is Jaren Jackson. He's just doing exactly what I anticipated him doing. He's a very good player. No surprise.
Jazz right back at it tonight. Here come the Portland Trail Blazers.
Who are traveling. They're in Minnesota.
7 o'clock tip time.
Boys better watch themselves.
Might accidentally win another game.
Well,
let's find out later today who suddenly can't play, shall we?
Yeah, even still. I just feel bad for Severino Malahaluk. All of a sudden, he's odd man out.
C is odd man out, yes.
I miss him.
You miss him.
But I still love me some John Conchar. Tatted up dude. He's here to play.
Yeah.
0 for 2 from 3. So what? Doesn't faze him. All the struggles he's been through in life.
A competitor.
Johnny Conchar.
Hard nose. Get in there.
Didn't know him until last week, and now I love him.
What about Vince Williams Jr.?
Yeah.
Could be a good role guy for him.
I
mean, you pretty much know the
discover way more.
You pretty much know the starting lineup, right?
Where does Vince Williams fit in?
As one of the 5 backups.
Where?
I don't know. Positionless basketball. Is he just good enough to get out there? I mean, they want to switch. They're all talking about Hayward. Who was it just said it? I think it was Cody. Just said, hey, Jaren Jackson Jr. makes us better in switching because he can go out and guard the guards. And Vince Williams.
Where does he fit in, though? I mean, I'm not looking for a specific position. I don't know.
I'm just looking at 5 bench guys and thinking that he fits that if when Keontae George is back, right, Collier probably goes to the bench. So Collier, Vince Williams, Bryce Sensabaugh, Cody Williams, Kyle Filipowski, 5 guys who can come off the bench and play.
Yeah, but what about if they keep the draft pick?
Oh, maybe he gets squeezed out then.
That's what I'm talking about.
But that's good enough because if he's good enough.
I don't know if he is.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't watched him play except for 3 games.
Right. The 3 games I look at him, I think he could be good enough.
Well, he's got a body.
And you're right. And it's small sample size and it looks like he plays hard and hits a few shots. So the shot looks, and when he misses it, the shot looks okay. So, in Conchar and Williams, did they steal 2 more role guys? Or are they going to drop the guy 12 or 13 and they're going to get flipped in whatever the next deal is? Which is useful in its own right if the next deal is good.
I got to have Conchar stay.
Okay. You're emotionally attached to him.
I am, man.
Okay.
29 years old. Yeah. All tatted up like that. Who's he got a big lion on his side? That's what I was trying to figure out. The guy's a lion. I'm going to call him Lion from now on.
Well, why don't you call him the Big Cat? The Big Cat.
No, he's a lion. He ain't no cat. He's a lion.
The Big Cat, John Conchar.
He's got a sleeve of tats. He is a lion.
A lion is a cat.
He roars when he comes in.
Now you're talking. DJ and PK.
#NBA.
You should ask the Europeans if the world team if they're gonna compete. I mean, because we look at Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic now. Let's go back and look at what they do in the All-Star game. Is that competition? So we haven't questioned what they've been doing, but we're gonna question the old heads and the Americans. But these 2 dudes out there, Luka and Jokic, they don't care about the game at all. These dudes be laying on the floor, they shoot from half court, but you got to worry about the old heads playing hard. I can read between the lines, bro. And I just think a lot of times, I'm just saying that I can read between the lines. And it's not just about you. It's just a overall topic that everybody has just been talking about. You just happen to ask me that question.
That's Kevin Durant. Asked about are they going to play hard at the All-Star game? The answer is clearly no, absolutely not. Are you kidding me? Please.
So what's he trying to get at, read between the lines?
I think he's probably saying you're not asking the white European guys, you're asking the black American guys.
And who
that was what I read. That's what I read in between his lines when he was reading in between that dude's lines.
He's a victim.
Yeah. And I would say, why did you ask me that? It's like, well, because you're the generation who started it and they're playing follow the leader. Now, honestly, I don't even know, is Luka going to go? I mean, he's been out and the Joker's been out. No, I know. It's not. No. And the answer is they're not going to go.
Who started the joke?
I think generally people look at LeBron.
Oh, no.
I think generally people look at LeBron. He was the best player with the most cachet, and even if it wasn't his idea in the locker room, hey, guys, why don't we dial it back about 35% here? It's easy, does it?
It's about
even if
95.
Even if it wasn't his idea, it doesn't happen without his okay.
Pickup games have more intensity.
Yeah. I think it's the same thing with the freeze-outs. Lots of people freeze out whoever, Shaq or whoever the new star is.
Well, yeah,
and a lot of people
I just
agree
freeze out 10th Avenue.
A lot of Billy Joel, thank you.
Actually,
a lot of people agree.
Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, my bad. A lot of people
across the river
across the Jersey, New York. Yeah, that's the Hudson, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the east is on the other side. It'd be on the east side. Thank you very much. A lot of people say, a lot of people just freeze somebody out. It takes everybody to do it. Okay, but it doesn't happen without Isaiah going, yeah, we're doing it. And it takes a lot of people to not play hard, but there's still, everybody's going to look at the guy and follow him, you'd think.
If 8 guys played hard, would Jokic and Doncic jog up and down? They were on the court, and the other 8 guys are busting it.
Doncic would and Jokic wouldn't, because Jokic doesn't look like he's playing hard for Denver, and he's dominating.
Okay, would he be playing hard? I don't care what he
would
looks
be playing harder. It wouldn't look great, but yeah, he would. He'd be more focused. I mean, when they had the All-Star game here and they picked the teams, They forgot to pick him, or I don't know, they didn't want to pick him. He's not friends with, I don't know what it was. And he just comes off the stage like, oh, shucks, what do I care? It's a stupid All-Star game. I don't want to play anyway. His body language looked like he was going to take a nap.
Even in the All-Star game, it comes down to race.
None of it matters.
Remember that.
They don't care. Right. Yeah. And Durant can read between the lines.
And he's allowed to say it.
Yeah.
And
I can read between the lines.
And you'll turn on ESPN today, and there'll be zero blowback. Most of the folks will agree with him.
Maverick star Cooper Flagg is out against the Lakers with a foot strain. He's going to miss the Rising Star Challenge. It's not just the All-Star game. All the other events guys are dropping out of too. Who did you just tell us? Alex Sarr's out?
Yeah.
Wizards, Alex Sarr, yep.
There's Alex Sarr. But,
might open a spot for Ace Bailey.
Is Cooper Flagg really deserving? Because if he were drafted this year, he'd go like 6th or 7th.
He's still a rising star. It's supposed to have 10 stars.
Isn't that what Jamal Mashburn said?
I don't know. I didn't hear that.
Yes, he did. Go look it up.
Okay. What would he go this year, you think?
6th or 7th, according to
No, what do
Jamal.
you think? I know what Mashburn thinks now. I got that.
Number 1.
Yeah, he'd still go in front of all these guys.
Yeah. What do you think?
Probably 1 for all the hype he got, but I wondered about 2.
Whoever got that second pick then.
But it does seem like people, and maybe we're just sitting here too close and got the blue glasses on. DeBonsa looks pretty awesome.
He does.
But on the other hand, you know, Cooper Flagg's already gone out there for 49 points. If I had to guess, does DeBonsa go for 49 in his rookie season? I'd probably take no.
Well, it depends on what team he goes to.
It does, and that's part of it is that Flagg's going.
I think DeBonsa, man, any franchise that gets him, count your blessings. That'd be he to me. Maybe he's not the best pro, but he's the best college player. And I got a Wooden Board vote, and he right now, and it could change. He's going to get it.
Jazz didn't play the only blowout game. I was flipping around like you yesterday and saw the Knicks just absolutely hammering the Sixers up by 40 points. They end up winning 138-89, so a 49-point win on national TV. Nice. All right, DJ and PK.
#NFL.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked a lot this last week about belief. A lot of people, didn't believe in me, but it didn't matter because the ones that are close believed in me, including y'all. I appreciate y'all so much.
To Ken Walker being the MVP, let's go! Woo! He tried negotiating with me 5 minutes ago. It was really weird. Anyway, hey, MVP! MVP! MVP!
Seattle Seahawks have their Super Bowl parade, estimating like 1 million people rolling around celebrating that. You heard Sam Darnold there. Appreciating the appreciation he has received in Seattle after not really being liked in New York or Carolina. And now he's loved. He's a Super Bowl champion. And the MVP, Kenneth Walker, trying to negotiate during the parade. I don't blame him. What the heck? Sounded like 3 or 4 people thought that was hilarious. Nobody else knew what to make of it. DJ and PK.
#BYU.
BYU's leading receiver, Parker Kingston, was charged with first-degree felony rape after a year-long investigation by St. George Police. Kingston is being held without bail in Washington County. He is scheduled to appear in court tomorrow. BYU's athletic department issuing a statement. BYU became aware today of the arrest of Parker Kingston. The university takes any allegation very seriously and will cooperate with law enforcement. Due to federal and university privacy laws and practices for students, the university will not be able to provide additional comment. They investigated for a year. This is supposed to have happened apparently before spring ball last year. So what's going to happen going forward? I guess maybe we'll know more after the court appearance. But PK, this is in addition to whatever happens on the law with the law and in court, and that'll go wherever it goes. I'm curious what the reaction is to BYU being in the headlines in this way for a second straight year. And I know a year ago it was dismissed without prejudice. Nonetheless, there was going to be a long suspension if he stayed, and obviously, Jake Retzlaff left and went to Tulane and played. And you covered the team, and it was a different era, and the situations don't match up exactly, but there are similarities. What's the reaction going to be if leadership, whether it's at the administration level or at the church leadership level, if they're embarrassed by this happening in multiple years, in consecutive years? And what's the message going to be to the team going forward? Like, guys, there better not be a third incident like this. We don't like these headlines. And this isn't what we stand for. This isn't who we want to be. This bothers us big time. I'm just curious if you have any insight into that or if that's kind of unknowable. Other than we know it's got to be some issue, but it's hard to know to what level.
Yeah, that's meaty right there.
I know. And I figured we'd spend a whole segment on it, but we don't always want to just blow through scores here.
Right,
just,
you're right.
And it is. It's we could talk for 20 minutes and not cover all the angles, because when I read this yesterday as the news was breaking, I thought, wow, there's a lot to this. Because there are probably a lot of people in leadership positions who were not in those positions 25 years ago. So how the reaction from those people, may be different. At the same time, there probably are some people who were around for that 25 years ago, and their perspective is informed by that.
Well, appearance is very, very important.
Yeah, and the appearance is
BYU. It's why you've got guys that leadership guys wear suits to sporting events.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have to be ready at all times. So this is awful, and I'm going to allow the legal process. I'm not going to face judgment on the young man. It will play out as it plays out, right?
Yeah.
But I get your point. That's over there, and the legal system will, and he deserves the right to represent himself with his legal representation and everything else, and we'll see what happens there. But this is something that no school would want. Right? There's not a school in the country
that wants this headline.
Yeah.
They don't want their school name and this on a ticker during a game.
And we know that with Bronco Mendenhall, I was a beat writer at the time, and people were furious, and that's why he interjected religion as much as he did, because he was told to. We got to get back to what we're about. And that, at that time, 2003, 4, 2002, somewhere in there, it was just a huge negative mark on the institution, which is connected to the church, because they tell you so many times BYU football has brought exposure. Val Hale showed me letters that he had received of people that was their connection, and they end up joining the faith and all that stuff. So yes, it's what's the word? Inextricably linked, and because of the fact that no school would want this, that's why I would tell him there's a person in particular. He needs to back off, stop with the BYU is different. You want to be different, but are you really different? You're paying big money to have athletes on your campus, just like Alabama and Ohio State and so forth, and you've got two ugly circumstances that have gone public. Are you trying to be different? I get that, but are you really different? Your fans want them to win as much as any other fan base wants them to win. So maybe just tone down, because I think it's off-putting when we keep hearing we're different, because what we're saying is we're better.
Yes.
And that doesn't resonate with anybody. And anytime these things happen, you're going to have all sorts of stones chucked at you, because you keep telling us you're different, which is your way of saying we're better.
I just think it's got to be, the language has to be tweaked to, we aspire to a standard, or aspire to.
Let it speak for itself. We had Rondo Feldberg on, and he said, we don't talk about it, we let others talk about it. And there's been a few people there who have been running their mouths about how different you are, going on social media, telling us you're different, telling us Kalani stayed because it's different. Kalani said, but I'm a competitor. We were sitting right in the first row, but I'm a competitor, which means if they didn't pony up, I was going to Penn State. Sure, all the other stuff is super important, and I'm not denying it, but in the end, I'm a competitor, which means when they ponied up, that was the tipping point, and that's why I stayed.
And I don't think this
because he wants to win, as he should. He's the football coach.
And he also knows that he is surrounded by competitors.
Yes.
You know Brian Santiago better than I do. I feel pretty confident saying Santiago's a competitor.
Oh, he'll eat your heart out if that's what it takes.
Well, when you're surrounded by competitors, like, if you're going to put me in a massive disadvantage, then I'm going to lose, and you're going to hold me accountable and fire me. So it's not just he wants to win. He also wants to keep his job and keep doing what he loves, which is coaching football. And that'll get taken away from you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, there is much more to this, and we will get to that coming up. Stay with us. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Injuries right out of the gate, PK. Francisco Lindor, broken bone in his hand, going to miss about 6 weeks. He'd played through the pain, but the team grew concerned, so they are shutting him down and letting him get healthy. And we got the news broke late in yesterday's show. Arizona Diamondback star outfielder Corbin Carroll, I believe you called him yesterday, the best player on the team. Is he the guy most likely to sell a ticket? If somebody buys a ticket to see a player, it's probably
him and Ketel Marte.
Yeah. He has a broken bone in his hand. So he's expected to play left field for Team USA in the World Baseball Championships, but now someone else is expected to play left field because he's going to miss the tournament.
He is, yeah.
And then opening day is in question, too. We'll see.
And then if you come back,
see how they heal. And
how are you?
Do they need a spring training? And is there
do.
residual soreness, even though the X-ray is good? And right.
Everybody needs a spring training. That's just a fact.
DJ and PK. More medals for Utah residents. More residents for Utah medals.
Freaking California people moving in. I thought that's where you were going again.
Jalen Koff secures silver in the freestyle skiing women's mogul. Second straight Olympic silver medal in the freestyle event. Jalen also took home silver in Beijing 4 years ago. George Stoltz taking home gold in the men's 1,000-meter speed skating, clocking the fastest time in 24 years. First of 4 events for the rising superstar. We'll see if it ends up being a multiple gold medalist. 500-meter, 1,500-meter, and the mass start event still to come. Mass start, that's what we want. Multiple people on the track. Trading paint in turn 3 like NASCAR. That's what I'm looking forward to. All right, let's see.
How about Finland's ski jumping coach, Igor Medved?
What'd he do?
Sent home over an alcohol-related issue.
That's not good. Missing out on the Olympics.
You wait every 4 years, and then you get loaded.
Yeah, letting down athletes along the way. What are you doing? Well, going home is what he's doing. Elaine Elliott, University of Utah, longtime women's basketball coach, now retired, is going to be honored at the Huntsman Center this weekend. They're going to raise a banner with her name on it into the rafters. We're going to talk with her at 8 o'clock. Dave Rose is here because Jimmer Fredette's getting honored at the Marriott Center this weekend. And we're going to talk with Dave Rose about the good old days with Jimmer and about how his head spins when he hears what's happening in college basketball now. That's all coming up. We're joined right now by John from J. Brooks Jewelers because Valentine's Day is Saturday. It is almost time to start thinking about a gift.
Give me love.
There are some guys. And so just to make you guys look good,
Yeah.
I brought you this morning a little something for your brides. There's yours, Patrick. There's yours right there.
Thank you.
And so you'll be looking good.
All right.
And that's our job. We want to make all the guys look good. And when you come into the store, you'll be able to find lots of great items and lots of great values. Our girls have created a wonderful collection from wide different price ranges from a few $100s to anywhere you want to go. And just a wonderful selection. The girls, they really like having collections. So they like having a stack of bracelets or a stack of necklaces, or they want to create a little group of colors. So when you come in and we get acquainted with you a little bit, we're going to be able to help you, kind of direct you, point you, and then when your wife comes, or your sweetheart, we'll get a little wish list going. And from the wish list, then we can create and help you anywhere along the way. So it makes it really simple. So when you come in, that part is easy. The second part of the thing that's easy is that just for Valentine's, we also have for you Mrs. Kavanaugh's mint truffles. We also have a dozen roses for you, and of course we gift wrap. So when you go home, you have one-stop shop. Everything's done. It's an easy in, easy out with our locations in Murray and Lehigh, just off the freeways. And of course, you can shop a little bit online at jbrooksjewelers.com and kind of see what we're doing.
Well, thank you for the gift. And Jay Brooks, you and I are tight, but all I'm going to say is don't be calling me at 9 o'clock Saturday night.
Exactly.
This is what PK brings to the team, John.
What can you do, you know?
You sit over there and giggle and then remind people J. Brooks Jewelers at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Well, it's Valentine's. We're going to go out,
yeah.
come back, and I'm going to give her the gift.
That's right.
All right.
That's right. So
What are you thinking?
You just text me on Monday and tell me how it went.
Murray and Lehigh, and ask about the flowers and the chocolates while you're there. One-stop shopping. No reason to run 3 errands when you've waited this long to think about it.
Just easy for you. One place, one stop, and really a great selection. You'll be really pleased.
He's John from J. Brooks Jewelers. More in a moment. The question of the day is coming up. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
All crashes have been cleared, and at this point, there are no major slowdowns on I-15, although the roads are now fairly wet as you approach downtown. 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing are starting to get heavier, heading eastbound over to I-15. Whipple Service Champions is Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, and they are our #1 choice for offering honest second opinions. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at KSLrestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course not.
That doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at SLCfatloss.com. That's SLCfatloss.com. Results may vary.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com. Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really. Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really, free. It's part of A to Z savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz rout the Sacramento Kings 121-93. Jaren Jackson Jr.'s home debut. He had 23 points in just 22 minutes. Lowry Markkanen on what Jaren Jackson Jr. brings to the club.
He's sized, like he can protect the paint, he can guard the perimeter, and then obviously on the offensive end, he's a tough matchup with anybody, but they kind of, with all 3 of us out there, we have a big lineup, and someone's going to have a small a lot of times, and he's one of the best ones to punish the mismatch for sure.
Jazz are back at it tonight against the Portland Trailblazers. Home game tip-off, 7 o'clock at the Delta Center. Jazz at 30 updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK reminding you to join Scotty G Thursday from noon to 3 at Minky Couture in Layton. The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever. DJ PK, time for the question of the morning. The Jazz have won 2 in a row. Are you starting to worry about them losing their first round pick? No.
I am.
Because I think they considered it when they traded for Jaren Jackson Jr., and they've got to hide 2 All-Stars now and lose to a bunch of teams who don't have 2 All-Stars. And I think they'll do it by sitting guys for long stretches of games.
Yeah, but what about when George comes back? He's capable of going for 30 in a blink of an eye.
I think they're going to shut down a lot of guys because I have been told repeatedly they are not losing their draft pick.
Yeah,
if they play these guys, you said yesterday, they could go 500 down the stretch easily, and I do not doubt that. I believe that 100%. And if they go 500 down the stretch, I believe they will lose the draft pick.
All of a sudden, they got a good team.
I know. I totally agree. And I think also a lot of guys who it was a stretch to see them as a starter in the NBA, I really do believe that there's enough of a talent gap that when you're the starter and you're asked to play 30 minutes against other starters, you just can't do it. But when you're asked to play 20 minutes against the backup, you can do that. You are that good. And I think some of these guys they've drafted have come along and made progress.
Oh, man.
And so if they're playing everybody, do I think they can go 500 at this time of year against this schedule? Yeah, they got 7 teams left on their schedule who are flat out terrible. Maybe it's 1 less now because when I counted up yesterday, I was counting Sacramento. So maybe it's 6.
Okay, but you take Portland tonight. Portland's coming in from Minnesota.
You're right,
Jazz,
100%. And
Jazz are sleeping in their own beds.
Nice. Did you hear that when you were covering the Lakers for the Daily Breeze, or is that a thing you heard when you came to Utah?
It was mostly an NCAA tournament thing. Sleeping in their own beds. And I thought, Then bring the beds with them if it's that important. They got those big trucks for football.
See? Load them up. Let's go. Throw some mattresses in there, some pillows. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, the Lakers didn't need any.
Don't worry about that.
They could have slept standing up. They were horses. Those guys, the way they ran and the way they played. So they always had a talent advantage back in the '80s when I was down there. But you look at George and Bailey. They can give you 50, and no one's going to bat an eye.
That's true.
And you're playing 6 teams, and I haven't doped it out.
Right.
That suck.
Yep.
And they're going to suck even more.
And then to just
they
win.
said a couple of their guys.
Right.
Man, I'm nervous.
Yes. They've got, when they come back from the break, they actually start on the road with a couple games. But they're at Memphis right away. And I'm not even counting Memphis as one of the terrible teams. But that's that's a winnable game. Well, I've got a separate group over here that's got Washington and Indiana and New Orleans. They play New Orleans twice at the end of February. At home.
They suck.
I know. When I'm talking about these 6-7 games.
And you're going to have Jaren Jackson going back there. We saw what Rob Wright did when he went back to Texas.
They haven't played the Wizards yet. They still have to play the Wizards twice.
Twice?
Yes.
Wizards sitting everybody.
I know. The Wizards, actually, I was watching more. All the talking heads all day were feeding off that whole conversation that we had yesterday morning about the comments. We weren't the only ones who commented on the comments, right?
Right.
And I wonder what PTI would say, and it was totally predictable. Kornheiser went right to Utah sent him in the fourth quarter. He said, the Wizards traded for 2 guys. I actually know who they are. And they immediately said, they're injured. They're not playing.
Right, and that's the hometown team.
And that's his hometown team. And he's like, there's lots of teams in the NBA that aren't even lifting a finger to win.
Right.
Yep.
So that's right there. That's 4 wins off the top of my head. Tonight, Memphis, New Orleans twice, and I don't even know any of the other teams.
Right. Well, they have New Orleans again in April.
Right, I said New Orleans twice.
No, 3 times. They have them twice at home, February 26th and 28th, and in New Orleans, April 7th.
Right, but maybe just dumb luck, you don't sweep them. But you're still going to get 2.
If the Jazz are playing everybody and playing hard, I think they sweep them.
I know, but they're not going to.
No, I think they're going to sit guys.
I'm going to make sure I'm clear here. So they sit guys.
Uh-huh.
They could have sat guys last night and still won that game.
Yes.
So
true.
they sit guys against New Orleans.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
But they still can win 2 out of 3.
I see where you're going. Yes. Yeah, you're not off. You're
I mean, obviously, if they played all their guys, they had an excellent chance to win 3 out of 3.
Right.
But I'm assuming, as you said, they sit guys. But I still see them getting a couple of wins, even with sitting guys, because you have guys like George and Bailey. And I'm telling you, hey, Chicho, pay attention here. This is an old movie, but it's a Christmas classic. If they have George and Bailey, which means they have George Bailey, what does that equal? It's A Wonderful Life. Because the movie The Wonderful Life, who is the lead character? George Bailey. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and use that on your family up there. Well, you're from the north end of this area, right? When you get back up there over the weekend, go ahead and use that with your family. And they'll say, wow.
Use it on the Saturday show too.
Oh,
It'll be a new audience. Credit PK. Don't be a thief.
You don't have to credit me.
Yes, you do.
No, you
PK
don't.
likes you right now. He's not into plagiarism. So you can credit PK.
I'm allowing him. I am taking this young man under my wing because a couple years back I got in a traffic accident and I didn't have any wheels. And he volunteered to take me home after a Utah football game. But I told him, just take me to the park and ride just over off the freeway there by 33rd, and my wife would come. But he was willing to take me all the way.
That a kid, Chicho.
All the way. That's why this kid's going to go places.
Haven't washed my car since.
When I'm pushing up daisies, he very well could be in his chair.
There you go.
Right. So go ahead. You can say, with the Jazz, George Bailey, It's a Wonderful Life. Yeah. Those guys can go for 50, and no one's going to bat an eyelash.
No, it's true.
I'm nervous about this team blowing it.
And that's why I was talking to you a couple days ago and putting it up on social media. They're going to need to sit 8 guys. I get it. Because these other teams, how low was the bar with Sacramento? Number one, they're not any good. And number 2, they sat 6 of their 7 leading scorers. And you count the fact they traded one of them away in midseason. They were without 7 of their 8 leaders this year because they traded Dennis Schroeder away. They didn't run. Well, DeMar DeRozan, I don't know who he pissed off, but he had to play. But other than that, they didn't run anybody out there average 10 points a game. That's not a high bar.
I know. So
that's
the Jazz got more talent.
I know. And they're going to have to sit guys.
Yeah,
but I
and
think
they
they're going
become
to.
the lightning rod for tanking. All of a sudden, you look up tanking, and you got the Jazz logo on there. When it's been done for 20, 30 years. It's a joke.
I know.
And so what are they going to do? They're going to fine him? Is Adam Silver going to be sitting courtside with a stern look on his face?
I've been led to believe that they are determined to keep the draft pick.
Of course
and that
they
will
are.
sit people, and if they get fined, so be it.
But now it becomes obvious, off the top of my head, in all the deals that were made, they got the best player of the entire league.
Yeah, right. Now that it's all said and done, when you look at all the guys who moved in any deal across the league, if you rank them, there's only one guy who's Defensive Player of the Year and a two-time All-Star and
Anthony
7
Davis,
feet
but he's
tall.
not playing.
He's not playing, yes.
But you can argue that he's a better player.
I don't think he'll ever be that again. I mean, the injuries are just
I'm
torn him apart.
I'm going with Jaren Jackson.
Right. Maybe.
And in 3 games, in limited time, he's doing exactly what he's done. And if he received 10 minutes more playing time,
assume he'd score
obviously,
30. Yeah,
yes.
he'd score 30. The only person who can keep him under 25 right now is Will Hardy by subbing him out.
And you got Locke talking while I'm on tomorrow, talking about how much better he's made the defense and all that stuff, and in just 3 games.
Yes.
Are they going to sit him in the first game against Memphis? And you won't be gassed. You will have had a week off.
Rest. Well, I got to tell you, he's exhausted from Cancun.
I would send him to Mexico and say, Jaren, drink as much tap water as you can.
Ooh. Montezuma's revenge, people.
2-3 weeks.
Jared's just lying on the floor of the hotel. Oh, my stomach feels terrible. Look out, I got to go again.
We were down there, and we went to some excursion. We're on some remote place, and I think we bought some pie or something. And in the night, I wake up, and I am just all over
devastated.
The place. Oh, I am making noises left and right. My wife gets up to help me. I go back, and I did it all in the tub, so you just flush it and clean it, right? Obviously, I vomited. And then a couple hours later, she did it, and I slept through the whole thing.
No.
I didn't hear a thing. She got all mad.
So you got sick to your stomach, and she's up. PK, can I help you? Can I? Are you okay?
Right.
I mean, well, she gets sick.
But I didn't hear it. I didn't hear anything. I slept through the whole thing. I felt worse than worse. I was already bad. And that day, we barely. I mean, we're paying for this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was her 40th birthday or something. And we sat by the pool, just lying there like 2 corpses. And then it was that night, we couldn't go out on the town or anything, but it was Game 7 between the Celtics and the Lakers. So I just sat, I was out horizontal watching the game. And then the next day, it was our last day, so we forced ourselves to do some stuff. And I think it might have been the World Cup was playing that day. So the streets, we went to like street fair, and of course everyone was all
everybody's
excited.
watching.
Yeah. But so they got to do something because this guy's come in seamlessly and put up the numbers that he's been putting up without a ball-dominant guard in terms of shooting because George has been out for most of the time, and he's putting up the same numbers that he puts up in limited time. If he got all the carries, the numbers would be astounding.
Thank you, Damian. Thank you, Gordon. The gift that keeps on giving.
I talked with you during the season.
If they play their top 8 guys, then you're right. They are going to win games, and they will be at risk. Even if they still end up with one of the 8 worst records, there's always a risk someone's going to hop you, and you're going to slide back a spot or 2, and they could lose the pick.
Right, because there's so many teams that are tanking.
I have tried in a conversation with someone I assume is connected and knows what's going on. Say, well, if, and it's just like, they will have one of the top 5 worst records. Talk about something else.
Yeah, but that was before the trade.
It was that. So I'm not going to hold them to the top 5 anymore, but I'm still holding them to the not going to lose the pick.
And when was that?
I mean, it was the first third of the season.
Okay, had George blossomed to the level he had?
Not to this lesson, but he was playing very well. I think that was the thing that brought it up. Okay. Now, I don't know that he, done his 35 at that
Ace
point.
Bailey's now playing consistent.
Ace Bailey has absolutely improved since that. But I'm counting those. When I say they have to
Cody
sit 8
Williams
guys.
is better.
They could probably play Cody. When I count 8 guys.
If he's your number one guy, you're going to lose.
Right. When I count 8 guys, I don't have him in the top 8. I do think sitting Collier is going to have to happen because against teams late in the year that don't want to defend, a guy who's as good at getting in the lane as him.
Right down.
Yes. He last night. I mean, he missed the shot last night, but he blew past 2 guys in the open court because the Kings weren't running. And he's fast with the ball.
With the ball, he's very fast.
Yeah.
They didn't have the Roaring Lion either. John Conchar.
Conchar's a guy we may see play. Elijah Harkless is going to have to start playing 25 minutes. That's what's going to have to happen. Blake Hinson, the legendary Blake Hinson.
I don't know who he is.
He's bounced around Lakers, Warriors, Blazers, and I know that because I looked it up because I didn't know who he was.
Is he related
either.
to Roy Hinson?
But he's on the bench now with the. I don't know any of that about him. We'll go to Wikipedia during the break and educate ourselves. But he's bounced around. He's on at least his 4th team. He played at Pitt. He's on the bench last night. DNP coach's decision. Well, he's going to need to get played a lot of minutes. Coach's decision here. If they're going to keep the draft pick, because their top 7-8 guys are going to beat some of these bad teams that are then watered down.
Okay, man, I'm nervous.
I get that, but I think they're going to sit 8 guys. And if they don't, they're going to win games. It's a jeopardy, and your nervousness will be justified. I don't think they're going to do that, but time will tell. And everything I have, I don't have it from Austin. I don't have it from Will Hardy. So the people who are actually going to make this decision, they haven't told me anything, but the only thing are connected have. So we'll see how this goes. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound I-15 is seeing less than regular speeds in Midvale and in South Salt Lake. Also, southbound I-15 in North Salt Lake. Otherwise, it's just congestion on Mountain View Corridor, Bangor to Highway 2100 North, Pioneer Crossing that's causing any problems. This Valentine's Day, take love to new heights at the Roof. Open for lunch and dinner. Enjoy city views, new decor, and viral favorites, flatbread scones, funeral potato bites, steak, pork, or salmon entrees. Visit theroofslc.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
David James here for Soda Weight Loss. If you're looking to lose weight, look at Soda. Go to their website, sodaweightloss.com. Read the Google reviews. They've got more than 9,000 of them. And you pick up the phone and talk to a nutritionist and get a plan for you. 866-800-SODA, 866-800-SOTA. I did it, and some of you can lose the weight on your own. And that's great. But a lot of us didn't lose the weight because we can't lose it on our own. We had our chances. In some cases, in my case, years. They'll give you the plan, apply the plan, 3 meals a day, 2 snacks. They talk about exercise, but it's mostly about diet, but they'll give you some exercise tips that will help as well. Soda Weight Loss. You can drop the weight. I'm 3/4 of the way to my goal now. You can make progress right away. First off, to get the sodium out of your diet, the first week's great. The first week, I dropped 8 pounds the first week. That was awesome. But then it gets to a slow, steady 3, 4, maybe 5 pounds a week. So, Soda Weight Loss. Right now, if you join with a partner, you get 2 transformations for the price of 1. And you drop that weight, you can eat together, you can do the plan. 866-800-SOTA. 866-800-SOTA. Join Soda for a short time. Get results that last a lifetime.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight you can listen to David Locke, Ron Boone as the Utah Jazz host the Portland Trail Blazers at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Saturday, BYU hosts Colorado at 2 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And Utah State plays a rare February non-league game with the Memphis Tigers at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to reach thousands of potential customers, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com. Hear your company's name right here and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years. Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All you need is love. All you need is love. All you need is
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Jazz hammer the Kings 121-93. Any of these young guys changing your opinion of them right now, or do you think at this point we know who they are and the competition is going to get really, really soft here down the stretch with teams just not putting guys out there?
Yes.
I mean, the Kings didn't put guys out there that the Jazz would want on their team.
You're talking to me about have guys changed my mind, or have I have
But
different views? Yes.
Yeah, we have a different view of Isaiah Collier than we did at the start of the season, to be sure. I just don't know how much he's going to be able to change my view now the rest of the season. Even when he hits threes, they're practice quality threes, a lot of these.
Most of them will be for him. He's not going to take a contested three.
Right.
So those will always be the shots. He can run an offense. The assist numbers, they're not flukes. And I don't care what the competition is. And Cody Williams, it's been a slower developmental process, obviously, but he is getting more confident. And with that confidence, makes me think not necessarily next year, but in a year or two,
he might be onto something, and it might be what DA saw in him to draft him. What was it, an 8 or 9, somewhere in there? That's something that you have to watch for. So that's 2 guys. Ace has been pleasant to watch him develop. We'll continue to watch him develop. I enjoy watching guys grind and get better because I like to think that's what I did. Just grind. Put your head down and grind. And Keontae George, he's already doing that, and be able to see him and the way he's embraced the team concept and to see him get better after maybe some earlier struggles, that's fun. And it's fun to see Kevin Love over there because it seems like he's having the time of his life.
How about now? And the Kings were shooting literally 20%, but he had 5 rebounds so fast. He finished with 9 in just 16 minutes.
Right.
But it's like, I'm not here to get shots, but I do want to be in the league and I do want to represent. I don't want people looking at box score and, seeing the 16 million joke, right? 16 minutes and zeros all the way across. So he goes and gets 9 rebounds in 16 minutes. Made himself useful.
And I am in mourning that Sevi Malahukak has been benched after all he gave and meant to this franchise, and have him discarded like he's yesterday's news. It bothers me.
That's championship level sarcasm right there. Svea, Elijah, and Blake Hinson, Oscar Schwebe. Expect to see more of those guys after the All-Star break.
Big O, absolutely.
The Big O. DJ PK, John is here from J. Brooks Jewelers because Valentine's Day is Saturday, and guys, you got to get this right.
It is Saturday, so it's a wake-up call in case you have forgotten. You have 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Jay Brooks is open 10 to 6 all 3 days. And to make your life really easy, every year for Valentine's, we include chocolate, and, of course, we include a free dozen roses for you. And, of course, whatever gift you pick, we also gift wrap in a beautiful presentation for you to make you look like the hero. That's our job as a guy, as a jeweler, is to make you look good. We want her to be happy as well, so we want to make sure that at some stage we get a chance to meet her so we can help you collect a little wish list for her, so when you come in, we can get things just the way that she wants them to do. And the girls have curated a wonderful collection of price gifts and wonderful collections. One of the funnest things that we do, and with over 350 bands in stock, are the diamond stacking wedding bands. You can do them with diamonds. You can do also bands without. This is easy way for you to add on to something that she already has, and it gets you in price ranges starting at $300 or $400 in the plain bands, and then up to wherever you want to go with the diamond bands. So there's lots of great options. Make it easy for you. You can surprise her, see what she has. The girls love to be surprised, and of course they also love to be able to fix it in case you get it wrong, and we make that easy for you also. So it's a really painless process. Jay Brooks is located right off the freeway, both in Lehigh and Murray, so it's easy in and easy out. We had a customer, his wife, yesterday, and they were doing a little exchange from Christmas because she needed a little bit longer and wanted it in platinum instead of white gold. So all things that were easy for him. And he said, the best thing about your store, in addition to having all the great selection, is I can get off the freeway, I can come in, I can take care of my business, and I can get right back on the freeway and get out and make it easy. So no pain, no hassle. It was our motto for the guys. We make it easy. So remember, our collections are all picked by women for women. And so really it's a place where women know what women want.
Bridal collection's pretty popular this time of year?
It is. Victoria is going to join us next hour. She's going to go into a little depth of that. But the bridal collection is a wonderful thing. If you want to get engaged, there is plenty of time. I know it sounds kind of crazy, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. If you pick a ring from stock, easy to set the diamond of your choice and to size it and have it ready for you for Saturday. So if that's something you were thinking, I don't have time, the answer is you do have time. And the Jay Brooks Bridal Collection, which is all made in Utah, is done and ready. Center stone's ready. It's ready to go. And again, you can surprise. And if she doesn't love, we don't size it. It's easy to exchange.
He's John from J. Brooks Jewelers, online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And the store opens at 10 a.m. this morning. So you got a couple hours to browse online. And then you can go in between 10 and 6 today. John, thanks so much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
If you've been disappointed by underachieving savings, a high-yield certificate from America First can be a fantastic way to help your money start doing more. Whether you're planning for an upcoming expense or just want to save smarter and earn bigger, America First's flexible certificates are an outstanding way to grow your cash. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to americafirst.com and open a high-yield certificate today. Membership eligibility terms, conditions, and change apply. Fees could reduce account earnings. Federally insured by NCUA.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track to the end of February, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, and we are joined now by Elaine Elliott, former women's basketball coach at the University of Utah. Will be honored at the Huntsman Center this weekend with a banner going up in the rafters. Elaine, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Does it seem just totally bizarre? I mean, you still remember, 25-year-old Elaine. It's like, how is this happening? You're getting a banner recognizing 582 career wins, obviously NCAA tournaments and deep tournament runs, Sweet 16, Elite Eights, all that kind of stuff. It's all coming together. I assume you're going to have a lot of people there.
Well, you said it all in terms of, is this really happening? Yeah, does this happen to people? You never once consider this. You go to practice every day and you love everything about what you're doing, and you get to have these lasting relationships with kids who now are about for the total of about 47 years as we count from when I started. And I just, I'm so lucky and thankful because there's exactly one way anything this ever happens for a coach, and that is the players who won all those games.
I've known you for a long time, and you always were a good interview. You'd speak your mind. And I'm just wondering what you think of the advancements in women's sports. You're one of the OGs. I believe you played at Boise, and I'm guessing for when you did that to what it is now, the progression that has been made maybe blows your mind, but assess the overall state of women's college basketball compared to when you started to where it is now.
Well, the game itself is amazingly, watched and followed and adored. I mean, those are the two. That's the biggest difference, right? We didn't play in front of a lot of people till later on in my career, and then we had some pretty big crowds at times, especially with the rivalry game. We all know what that does to people.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest, greatest, coolest thing that's happened. I mean, the entire process of women getting scholarships and, getting money to, make their way through school. I mean, that is all thank goodness, right? Was long due. And, women just, they didn't play for that reason. And yet they deserved all of that alongside their male counterparts, and now, of course, you're right. The game is just crazy now, in this new model of college athletics. For me, I coached at the right time. I have certainly, I have no ill feelings towards the people in the game now and what is out there for them, although it's still a small minority of them. You still have the majority of athletes at the college level are amateurs. But the way it's changed now with basically the pro levels up in football and obviously men's basketball and other sports like women's basketball, who some of those gals are making good money. It's still, the model is professional, and, I wasn't a part of that. And I'm kind of glad not to have been, just because, I would have had a lot bigger job to do. Although I would have had a much bigger staff to get it done.
Yeah, there you go.
So maybe I wouldn't have minded that. Just the idea of, they've got to come to terms with what this model really needs to be to service the idea that it's even on college campuses. It is a pro model in ways that yet don't really fairly address the pro part of a pro sport. I mean, pro sports has it figured out. Obviously, they've done a lot of things to try to keep the product competitive, because that's still the best thing for the game. And the colleges and the NCAA don't yet have those answers in writing. So we'll see.
PK mentioned you played before Title IX was fully implemented. And now there's scholarships, there's planes. Depending on the school, there might even be charter planes. What was it like when you were playing basketball in high school and college? What was it like? How different was it? Can you give people some tangible examples of how it's just completely changed?
Well, even though Title IX came in 1973, it took some years to actually get money. I received $500 in my senior year. That's a change. The experience was, we just had the things that create the stories for us are a lot different. Ours were van rides, right? I don't remember flying anywhere except back to the national tournament. So we're in 13, 14-hour van rides to go up into the Seattle area, and our coaches are the drivers. But we tell the stories of what happened in the vans and the cars. We couldn't wait to get to practices after winter breaks, and we end up coming back like 2 hours before practice is going to start, and it has just snowed. And so we're out in our cars in the parking lot doing cookies, just waiting for the doors to open, because all we wanted to do was get in and get back to playing basketball. The memories are different, no better, just different. And it was, I was in the old guard, but not the ones who created the situation for women. Those were the Fern Gardners and the Norma Carrs. So I was a recipient of it, for sure. Had great college and high school coaching opportunities, really because I had played college basketball. That is what made women qualified enough in people's eyes to be a college coach, was having played in college. So you can see the differential there for men and women as we started out, even back then.
This quote you gave me is coming up on 30 years when I used to work for the Tribune and covered men's and women's basketball for the U of U, and it has stuck with me all this time, and I loved it, and I'm going to repeat it. You said, women's basketball jobs are good when men start wanting them. And I thought that was just brilliant. And you put it out there, and there was a bit of sarcasm, but a whole lot of truth. And we see that today. I mean, the fact is, these are great jobs now, and that's an advancement. So I guess you got to take it, right?
Right. I mean, the advancement in it is just, what is valued, obviously, in our culture, and sport is no different, as you see the changes in the monetary systems of athletics. As soon as there was money in it, guys wanted it. Right. And that's pretty simple. It's not, it's just the truth, and, no anger. You can't change things until they're ready to change. And the thing that was great was, as women played college basketball and became very good at the game and understanding it and turning it over and coaching women in the game, well then, even the men who controlled women's athletics understood the value in women coaching women. So we sort of went through that time frame where, men started to take jobs that women always had. And then you started to see it, again, even up over time. And there became qualified women who just said, and were successful. And it just opened the door for women to be in what has always been a male world. And there's just great jobs out there. And there are great women and men coaches.
582 career wins. I guess you're going to put that number up on your banner. I was surprised when you said it'll be great to have a lot of your former players back for this, because you continue to apologize to some of the players from the early years.
Yeah,
back to PK about the truth and the sarcasm. So explain why that is.
Look, I was 27 when I started, and I didn't want Fern to retire any more than the players wanted Fern to retire. I wasn't ready, but she was. So thankfully, she pushed hard enough that I had that opportunity. But, I got better every year that I've coached. I mean, the best coach I was the last year I coached. And I don't know how it could have gone any other way. I look at things in life the same way. I've never thought I knew it all, or thought I, had it all, or thought I deserved it all. I just kept doubting myself. That's how I got better. I kept trying to get better at the things I didn't do well. And so, of course, the recipients of the worst of that were my first players.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can say that across the board. I listened to a podcast with Morgan Scally, and he was talking about how Kyle Whittingham has told him, you're going to go through a learning curve. You've been trained, and he was trained to be the head coach of U football longer than you were trained to be the head women's basketball coach, obviously, because he'd been an assistant for 20 years, and you just said you were 27, and he's 20 years older than that right now. But he understands that there's going to be a learning curve. So I think that most people would understand that you would get better. And I'm wondering, with the knowledge that you have, and you decided to retire, I think right around the time they were switching conferences, if I remember correctly, that with all the stuff that's available today, combined with your knowledge, like you used to have to stand up the tunnel, and I'll pull back the curtain a little bit here, and have to bounce the balls a lot, because that meant, guys, somebody over there, you're going over your time, and it's our time to get on the gym. Because you told me that, and I remember those days. We had conversations, right? Well, now you got adjacent to the Huntsman Center, essentially. You got this beautiful facility,
And the number of women's basketball players that are available, the recruiting pool, you used to have to go to Canada and look under rocks to get players. I mean, the way you recruited and you found players everywhere to get them to come to the U of U and were extremely successful. I was wondering, how do you think you would do today with all the far more advantages that are available to everyone?
Well, it's beautiful to see those facilities and all the things that are available to coaches and coaching staff. The thing that doesn't change is the stress and the winning and the losing. I think as far as how I feel about the game or my own understanding and knowledge and how that would transfer, I'm really confident that it wouldn't have changed anything, that I would be successful. The resources would grow with the competition. The thing that's always important is that you should always want to be and expect to be around the best all the time, comparative to, certainly, teams that share the same resources. We were never in a power league, but we were always the best at the leagues that we were in. I look at the game now and I watch the game, and I've had the opportunity to do some analysis actually for the first time on TV, which, now here I am starting over again, right? Just the rookie, the newbie. But I just feel like that's just the part of it is still, what do you do on the floor? What do you do to coach? What do you do with the players? How do you get them to be their best, and how do you perform well enough to help them be their best? So that hasn't changed. I mean, if I just went to practice for 2 hours a day, I'd still be in college athletics. I love it. I just want to sleep at night. The stress is real. The need to win and lose is real.
Right.
And even though it seemed like I maybe was retired earlier than some, I started earlier than most.
Yeah, there you go. That's true.
This media job, how did this happen? Because for people who watch the games on ESPN Plus, you're the analyst. How does this happen? Are you going to be calling this Cincinnati game and just take the headset and then walk out there at halftime as they reveal the banner? How does that work?
Yeah, I actually am. When I first started this, of course, I had known about the banner for a while, so it didn't strike me as unusual that I would just do the job I had that night, and then we'd have the banner revealed. Now, this week has been a little more stressful. Just kind of all the things that happen around it, and but yeah, that's fine. What would I do otherwise, right? I'd be chit-chatting with other people. Instead, I'll just chit-chat, with Tony. So it's just been fun. They wanted to have a coach. They thought it might be an interesting perspective to use somebody at Utah with my background, just so that I kind of had the stories that nobody else had, and kind of had the experiences that nobody else had within the program itself. And they wanted to present that to the TV audience, and I thought that might really be cool to do, and I really enjoyed it. You guys don't believe that, do you?
Well, you've evolved. Let's just leave it there. You've evolved, Elaine.
See?
You continue to grow and evolve.
I had a long ways to go, and hey, even the dumb ones can make it at some point.
I think one of the fun things for coaches is to bring in an 18-year-old kid and then watch that person, man, woman, whatever it might be, grow up, so to speak. And by the time they're done, especially in that age, that age group is a massive difference in just life and maturity from the time they're 18 to the time they're 22, 23, and they're ready to go on and they're done with their athletic eligibility, right? And that's the fun part, to see players develop as human beings and, of course, on the floor or on the field, whatever it might be. With that in mind, it's not as prevalent in the women's game, but it's still there, this immediate eligibility and the rampant transferring and all that. And then, you wonder what is lost in the translation of doing all that in the process. I'm just wondering what you think of the rules that are available that kids can hopscotch if it's not working. Or even if it is working, for that matter, they still want to go.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of goes back to my earlier comment about, basically the colleges everybody's a free agent every year of their eligibility. I mean, who could manage that? And what's good about that for the game, the university game? I mean, there's just nothing good about that. So again, rules somehow they have to change. They have to try to, manage that in ways that can keep this competitive. And as far as the personal experiences and those parts, there's nothing that equals what happens in programs and with the people in programs who have a 4-year to 5-year experience with teammates that are, theirs and always theirs, and coaches who are there and share that with them and help grow them. I mean, I still, I watch kids go through the pains of those college years, and you can't speed up their path. They're going to get where they're going to get to. You're there for them like a parent would be for them, but you're also understanding that, they're going to come out the other side. And I see now the kids that, have those kinds of personal things occur in college years that we were there for, we knew of, but we couldn't change for them. And now they're out there, with lives and careers and professionals that they're the ones doing that kind of work with kids in that formative age. You can't do that in a year, and you can't experience that as a player and as an athlete. As I talked on Friday night a little bit at our legacy dinner that before Saturday, it's going to include the idea that the experiences that they talk about and the stories that we have are things that these kids went through because they shared a period of time and a period of experiences, and not just a season of basketball.
Right,
so
exactly.
I feel badly for that. That's the part. I don't like that part of this model. I think it's bad. I'm glad I'm not part of that. I'm glad that I'm part of the experience as it was when I was coaching.
Elaine Elliott, longtime Utah women's basketball coach, joining us Saturday. They will put a banner up in the rafters with her name on it, her 582 career wins. 15 conference titles, 15 NCAA tournament appearances, including the Sweet 16 in 2001 and the Elite 8 in 2006. So many memories in the Huntsman Center. And I know this is above your pay grade now, but when you heard they were probably pivoting from building a brand new arena to remodeling the Huntsman Center, is there a part of you that likes that, given all the memories you have in the Huntsman Center?
Well, yeah, no, you think, I still have people I could bring back, right? I have nieces and nephews and say, hey, look where I, coached for all those years. So there's a nostalgia to it. At the same time, this is how it works, right? There's going to be you just move forward. And part of that is going to be moving to new physical facilities. So, my heart isn't broken. It's just, not a bad question to ask and something to reflect on, but nothing to worry about.
Well, Elaine, I call you Coach. I'm not comfortable calling you Elaine, so I'm gonna stick with what I knew, calling you Coach. It was a pleasure to cover your program all those years. You guys were as fundamentally sound as anybody, and I think this is an honor that's well deserved. So congratulations.
Listen to both of you. I just can't thank you enough. And Pat, yeah, those were the good days. You were always good. You were always good, and you were always fair, and nobody could ask for more.
Thank you.
Elaine, thanks for joining us, and enjoy Saturday. It should be fun.
Thank you so much. See y'all at 5 o'clock.
Okay. Elaine Elliott, Utah hosting Cincinnati women's basketball game, 5 o'clock. She'll be on the broadcast on ESPN+, and then they will honor her with the banner, and then she'll finish calling the game. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You can head on up to the Huntsman Center if you want to enjoy that on Saturday. Also, Saturday is Valentine's Day, and John and Victoria are here from J. Brooks Jewelers to make sure that you get it right on Saturday and you're the hero when it's all said and done. Right, John?
Exactly. As I've said several times, if there's any holiday you want to get right for your sweetheart, this is the holiday, because this is the sweetheart holiday. This says, I love you. I don't love anybody else. This is, you're the love of my life, the light. And so I think it's a great time to think about what you want to do for them. I shared last time I was here that my wife went through the other day and recounted all these gifts I had given her for Valentine's. I had kind of forgotten about it, And she said, "Oh yeah, I remember our first Valentine's. You did this." And I'm like, "Wow, I was stepping up pretty good." So it reminds me that this is something that our sweethearts will never forget. And so Victoria's here today to tell us a little bit about why the things that our collections and how we do that and why it works out the way it does is at Jay Brooks and how we do things.
So I guess it's been a couple of years now. It's almost 2.5 years. We introduced the JBJ Bridal Collection, which is our original bridal collection, all ready to shop. They're in the store. We have our really classic traditional settings. We also have really unique and really fun, cool bridal rings that we're very, very proud of. Our bench jewelers are incredibly talented. They could all work at the top diamond houses in the world. The craftsmanship is so beautiful. And the great thing about it is that we have this top tier creme de la creme kind of craftsmanship. We can also do a lab grown center. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. We keep everybody in the budget that they want to be in, and it's quite a special collection.
Well, Victoria, is the old man, is he a romantic devil?
Oh, sure, he is. He is. He definitely is.
Because he doesn't look it. Oh, gosh. I knew he was. He talks about beneath my exterior. I want to talk about beneath his exterior.
I have a tendency to. I'm very. You're emotionally driven. You can't help it. It's just who you are. And so luckily for Valentine's, maybe the romantic side of me does come out.
Nice. I feel the love in this room right now.
See, we just see it's all business all the time here in the hallways at the KSL Sports Zone.
He's a softie. He's a softie.
Oh, the old softie.
I knew it. I knew it. I absolutely knew it.
All right, well, you can visit the old softie from 10 to 6. Their stores in Murray and the Lehigh, and then when he's struggling on the floor, just elbow him out of the way and just tell him.
That's when I step in. We got this.
Yeah, you got this. We know who's doing the heavy lifting behind the scenes. All right, online, jbrooksjewelers.com. Valentine's Day is Saturday. Thanks for coming in, both of you.
Thank you so much.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's still accident-free, but we do see some heavier congestion northbound on the West Belt approaching the 201 and on Bangor Highway and Mountain View Corridor. Traffic is also getting thick on Wasatch Boulevard as people are lining up to head into the canyons for some fresh powder skiing. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose. We move you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. I want you to go off a little bit more about how the rebuild is over. A trade like this hits harder when your team has come as far as the Jazz have come, and especially Canton George.
What the Jazz did today was take a huge leap forward to the point of not only is the rebuild over, this is who we are. We have potentially 3 All-Stars in our starting lineup with young players who have the potential to also become All-Stars, Ace Bailey and whoever they're going to take in this upcoming draft.
Right.
We're not only going to compete and try to make the playoffs next year, we're going to be a force. Take us seriously now. We have a lineup that you must take seriously. We're going to compete at a high level moving forward, and you don't have to worry about all this stuff and all this pain. The pain is gone. Now you're going to enjoy the fruits of your labor. This team's going to be really, really good next year as long as they stay healthy.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When you think about what's ahead for retirement, you probably just dream of the good times that are there, right? Yeah, I know I do. And obviously I'm closer than a lot of other people, but still, there's all sorts of uncertainties that go into it. And the big one is, will you have enough money to last as long as you live, right? Well, yeah, that is so crucial to the enjoyment that you're going to have. That's why you don't want to go it alone. You want to get help from people who do this every single day. And those folks reside at Trajan Wealth. You're going to trust the fiduciary advisors immediately, like I did. I sat down with Steve, and as I listened to him, I knew that this man knew exactly what he's talking about. Plus, you're just not getting him. You're getting the whole company. and they can help you get to where you want to go financially. It's ridiculous not to give them an opportunity to help you because the initial consultation is for free. And I met with them face-to-face. I also met with them over Zoom. I also have texted, email, all sorts of stuff. Whatever you want, they're available to help you along the way. Give them a call to set something up. That local phone number for your local trusted financial fiduciary is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. I met with them, as I said, face-to-face. Great, convenient location in Draper for me. If you live up north, they'll come up there and meet you in Farmington. Got you covered north and south. Website also has you covered, and that website is TrajanWealth.com. Easy to remember, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
For years I've said this, when it comes to the person you love, there are 3 dates you never, ever want to forget or overlook. 1, birthday. 2, anniversary. 3, it's Valentine's Day. And the perfect place to celebrate Valentine's Day with the one you love, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. First of all, of course, the best food you have ever had. But the ambiance, the wait service is absolutely incredible. And we have 2 locations. 1, Hotel Park City, up in the mountains after a day of skiing. That would be perfect. And of course also in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 South West Temple. The steaks are divine. You're going to love the seafood dishes, poultry, whatever it is, cooked to perfection at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Be sure to make your reservations now for Valentine's Day.
Hey, Utah. Tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a 3rd-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz beat the Sacramento Kings 121-93. Lowry Markkanen has high expectations for the team with the addition of Jaren Jackson Jr.
I think it's a high ceiling. Like tonight, we didn't have our full group out there, obviously, and just getting Keontae and Walker back, and really excited what we can do with this group. So I think we can do a lot of different coverage on defense and then run the offense differently depending on who's got it going and what the matchups be. And I think having this group of guys and Will leading us, so I'm really excited.
Jazz and the Portland Trailblazers play at the Delta Center tonight. Tip-off at 7. Jazz at 30 Updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. For you, for life.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Scotty G, Friday from noon to 3 at Tim Dolly Mazda Southtown 107. 85 South Auto Mall Drive in Sandy. The BYU basketball team. The BYU basketball team. We'll talk with Dave Rose about the BYU basketball team. Jimmer Fredette will be honored this weekend. Dave Rose is going to join us at 9 o'clock. Right now, the BYU football team.
It says 9:30 on here.
And we'll talk to him in the 9 o'clock hour, he says, trying to save that. The BYU football team, the leading receiver, has been charged and is going to be in court tomorrow on rape charges down in St. George, held without bail in Washington County.
That's bad.
The incident in question here reportedly happened a year ago. The woman went to the hospital. There's been a long investigation. It's not clear to me. I don't think it's clear to you either why it took so long, why charges now. All of that will be, I guess, resolved in court starting tomorrow, and then we'll just see where it goes from there. So we're going to set that aside right now and just talk about the sports implications, which we get are not the most important implications, but they are the ones that we are qualified to talk about at least a little bit. And a lot of this, PK, is really hard to, for me anyway, to predict. You know, there's an image issue. When we talked about this in the 7 o'clock hour, you pointed out no school wants this, right? Nope. No school, no president wants to look up at a TV and see name of my school followed by these allegations and the court details. So then on top of it, it's a private religious school, which at times has not had these issues, but there was an issue similar to this a year ago, and there were issues similar to this when you were on the beat 25 years ago. And obviously some of the people have turned over, and there's new people in new jobs, and it's 25 years later, and so I don't know exactly how they're going to react. But I wonder what the fallout is on the sports side of this, which I know is not the most important side of this. Let's be clear on that. But the most important side of it, we're not qualified to talk about. It's not really what we do, so we're going to set that aside for now. But I'm just curious how administrators are going to look at this, what the repercussions will be for the football program. There are a lot of people who can have a say on campus and how a sports program is run. And I just wonder what this is going to mean. And I don't know that you can answer it, but I suspect you're wondering the same thing.
Well, we know that it's a bad look, obviously. It's a bad look at ASU. It's a bad look at Santa Barbara. It's a bad look anywhere on the planet, right? So we understand that. But obviously with the BYU situation, and by their own acknowledgement being closely aligned with the Latter-day Saint Church, plus it is a missionary tool by their own acknowledgments. Nothing that I'm saying. Right. I'm charged to watch the football team. I'm not charged to watch the missionary efforts.
But nonetheless, when we're talking to people at practice or at games or in the community, it has been acknowledged by multiple people multiple times.
Right. And so it's a fact. I believe it. And when I was the beat writer back 20 years ago or so, a little longer, 25 as you say, so many people were furious because they were losing too. They sucked. Not that, well, you're going to look the other way if they're winning. That's not the point. But I had people tell me, high-ups tell me, if we're going to have a football program, I would rather lose than have this off-the-field incidents. And that I still remember that one day
start of practice, there were so many news people there, and Mike Hendrick was there.
Mike Hedrick, who's we're reporting from my old station at that point, but at this point,
and my old one too.
Yes, and now anchoring here at Channel 5.
Yeah. And he interviewed me on the sidelines there at that time, and now he's the lead anchor there at Channel 5. Dude is buff too, man. He's buff, and it was such a big deal, and it was a stain, and they can't afford to have stains. They want to put their best foot forward, obviously, for their university, for their football program, for their institution of the Latter-day Saint Church, all understood. And this is a bad look to have it 2 years in a row. I'm not going to sit here and say that, oh, wow, they got an epidemic. Guys are going crazy, and they're looking the other way for the sake of winning. I am not under any circumstances willing to go there. Maybe if I had more information, but I don't have that right now. I do not believe that. I want to make that abundantly clear. I do not believe that for sure.
But you and I both know how it works, and I've heard this specifically about Arizona State. I've heard specifically about UC Santa Barbara, getting kids admitted to school. And there's so much NIL and transfer stuff now. But working with the admissions office, like this isn't they're going forward, there are multiple people on a campus who can have a say on who gets into school and who doesn't. Mm-hmm. And I just wonder what they're thinking now.
Well, as I understand it, I don't know this for sure. I believe Parker Kingston is a member of the Latter-day Saint Church. And so that would be viewed a little differently than somebody who isn't. What are their standards? And the standards, are they being taught? Are they being enforced? Clearly, they've loosened standards with the grooming. That's a fact.
Haircuts look different than they used to look.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about stuff that I really don't want to get into because I don't want to get into personal lives. But I can tell you, not all the coaches are going to church. And that used to matter. I had a prominent coach in town tell me that Bronco wanted to hire him, and he was an inactive member of the faith, and so he couldn't get the job. And they pivoted and went in another direction. And he told me, he said, I would have been in, you criticize me or take shots at me, I don't care. This is what he told me. He said, I would have been better off if I was not a member of the faith and on the rolls than being a member of the faith but not participating. And I said, well, why didn't you take your... He told me, he said, I would have stood a better chance to have the job if I was excommunicated. And I said, well, why didn't you do that? He said, because then my mother would have been furious. And so he didn't get the job, and he continued to coach. He was a high school coach, and so be it. So now I'm not sure that's the standard anymore, and that's fine. They can do whatever. I'm just pointing these things out. I'm offering no value judgment. I couldn't care less whether a kid wears an earring or has a beard or has longer hair. It absolutely does not matter. It got to the point. I will tell you, a prominent player. A coach told me this, and I will not say the coach. I will not say the name of the player, but you would know him. And that some BYU leadership person, 20 minutes before the game was to begin, came and told the coach that player needs to shave. He cannot go out there like that. And the coach was furious, and the player, and that stuff has seemed to have been relaxed. I don't think certain tenets have been relaxed by any stretch, but they're going to have to roll with this and continue to try to be better. The thing that I would say, in particular, there's some new people who have had some leadership positions, and I think that they really revel in that. And so they've been vocal in saying that BYU is different. And the problem with that is that you can say that all you want, but you can't control how it's perceived. And the way it's perceived is BYU is better. And that's where the Lord steps in and magic happens. Got everybody upset. And even though now, my gosh, every interview seems we stop, I want to thank my Lord and Savior, blah, blah, blah.
It is routine at this point.
And in those days, it was perceived as, well, God favors BYU over Utah. That's the way the Utah people took it, right? I don't think that's not the way Austin Collie meant it. I'll go to my grave saying that. And he only told it to one person, and that person was me. I was standing right there. It was a one-on-one interview. And so with that in mind, you got to be careful, and pushing the BYU is different. We strive to be different. We want to be the best version of ourselves that we can be. We have what would be known as different standards, but just let the standards speak for themselves. Don't tell me that you're different, because what you're saying is you're better. And I can tell you that that's not received well. And that was a lot of the friction between the coaches back when
it was Kyle and Bronco in that era.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
it spilled over into recruiting and who said what to which recruit and what did you really say and what
your
did you
son
really
goes
mean.
there and in a year, here's what he'll be doing.
Yeah.
And that got under their skin. You know, you can and take shots at me all you want. I'm totally fine with it. I'm telling you what was told for me. People trust me. You just had Elaine Elliott. One of the greatest things that people can say to me is you were fair, and that's all we can ask for. I covered her program many, many years ago, and I saw her at Dirk Facer's memorial when he passed, and we chatted a little bit, and now we chatted again. And to have somebody say that to me, that's a compliment to me.
It should be.
And so I'm reporting, and I'm saying, and not really reporting, but talking about what people have told me. And we had Ronald Feldberg on and said, we need to tone back the idea that we're different. Sure, we have standards that are different, but just let it speak for itself, because you're going to fall short. We're all human beings. This may be a gross example. You have to let the legal system play out. You know, in this country, you're innocent until proven guilty. So I think that's what you have to do. And the Retzlaff thing, I think, was dismissed and all that stuff, I remember. But there was still an impending suspension because of the honor code. I don't know what's going to happen here. I hope for the best for all involved, obviously. But that would be my caution, is just let the standards speak for itself and be a little more humble about the standards and just go about doing what you do.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Dave Rose coming up at 9:30. Jimmer Fredette getting a banner raised this weekend. We will get to that coming up. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Now we have an accident eastbound I-80 on the ramp to the west belt up against the left barrier with just minor slowdowns in that area. Still a bit of slowing northbound I-15 from the I-80 interchange up to 1300 south. Attention, Wasatch Front business and property managers, don't wait for bad weather to schedule professional snow service with GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts with GoPave Utah. That's GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined once again by Andy Bailey.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now?
I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games. Playing your guys for 3 quarters and then sitting them for the entire fourth is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. We just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. It's ridiculous. Frankly, I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing. The other thing that I haven't mentioned too is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for team building. Like, this is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service Service Pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
DevSimplify are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, DevSimplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it. But without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
John Watson, Northern Utah High School Player of the Week Award honors the top boys and girls prep basketball players each week during the high school basketball season. Our winners this week, Brian Bernards of Clearfield and Carter Robinson of Syracuse High. Bernards tallied 19 points and 5 assists in a 73-32 rout of Roy and followed up with 11 more points and a win over Westfield. Robinson tallied a double-double, 24 points, 10 assists, and the Titans win at Weber. See why new and used car buyers give John Watson Chevrolet more 5-star reviews than any other Chevy dealer in Utah. John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. PK, as long as we're talking about guys from Northern Utah, how about Sam Merrill? You see his game last night? Former Utah State Aggie.
Career high 32.
Career high 32 points. He went out and hit 9 straight shots in the first half. 7 of 7 from 3 in the first half. Of course, now they're playing the Wizards, who are terrible. And
well, I think the bigger
run.
story is how he fit in and be able to benefit from James Harden. Because I think James Harden has scored a bunch of points. He's made millions beyond he could ever spend. So I don't think that he's the ball dominant guy that he once was. And I think he's looking to win. He said that. I'm 36 years old and I haven't won. And so if he can get Sam Merrill open shots with feet set, and it's all about the postseason. It's great that Sam had a beautiful shooting night. But Cleveland has NBA Finals aspirations. As they should, because you've got the Celtics. We'll see if Jason Tatum comes back. On what level of talent he can possess. He's very talented, but how much time does he need? And then you got Detroit, and really who else? And Detroit's unproven. And so this is a golden opportunity, and the Cavs are playing a lot better now than they were earlier in the season. And this is a great opportunity for them to get to the finals. We'll see what happens. And if Merrill can hit some big shots along the way, that helps their cause.
Cleveland is up to 4th in the East. They were, as you pointed out, really struggling. They were down there in play-in territory for a while. They didn't look good at all.
In January, I think they had as many losses as they had all last season.
But now they've got a 5-game winning streak, and they're a game and a half out of second place. They're sitting in 4th. They got to pass the Knicks and Celtics here. So to your point, it's wide open in the East.
And when you bring in a player, and we've seen it here locally, of the caliber of a Harden, it revitalizes the team. It brings them a little pep in their
changes
step.
the dynamics and the energy and can change the mood.
We will see that, and we've already seen it in brief 3 games, but we most especially will see it next October when the Jazz gather for training camp. You'll just see the optimism and the excitement level will be much higher than it has been because they're going to be playing to win.
DJ PK, and we are joined with easy for me to say.
You get a woman in the room, and he just gets all tongue-tied.
I lock up.
Beautiful women do that to everybody.
He's just not. He doesn't have the experience that I have.
It's a true story. I don't know if you know, but he was pre-med at Arizona State on Friday and Saturday night. On Friday and Saturday nights.
Yeah,
not the rest of the week.
It worked.
Whatever works, right?
Yeah. Now we got Doctor of Love here.
Yeah, as we found out, Victoria just giving you up, softy.
Yeah.
Softy.
It happens a little bit. It happens. I am an emotional guy. What do you do?
Yes.
So,
John and Victoria from J. Brooks Jewelers. I'm fascinated by many parts of the business, and you were talking, Victoria, last time you were in here about everything you do for anybody who needs an engagement ring. But John's told us a little bit about the heirloom rings and growing up around extended family. Both my grandfathers, big families. And I knew a lot of great aunts and uncles. So that story, when he was telling us, really resonates that some things get passed down inside the family, but sometimes it just, for whatever reason, doesn't work. There's too much. Nobody wants a piece. And over time, I guess you've built up quite the collection there. So for people who are looking for something different, unique, special, sometimes the character really only comes with age.
It does. And honestly, I mean, we have a beautiful group of vintage and pre-owned pieces. So when people aren't wanting to keep those in the family, we have a really cool selection of vintage. But the other great thing is that, when you don't want those pieces, you can melt them down. We can make something out of the stones, the original stones that you have, create something that you will wear today. So there's a lot of really cool ways to keep heirloom pieces in the family that works for you and is wearable, so you can, keep those little nods to the heritage.
Yeah, and if somebody doesn't, if they don't want to repurpose it, because sometimes that happens too. I don't want this anymore. Nobody wants it in the family. This happened the other day. We had a gentleman here at the store yesterday, and he just texted while we were sitting here. He said, nobody wants this, so I want to go ahead and we want to liquidate it. So we also do that on the other side of that, where we liquidate estates and help people move things. So if they don't want to repurpose it and you just want to eliminate it, we can help you do that process. And we've done some pieces. The biggest piece we ever sold for someone was a ring that was a little too big for us. It was a 10-carat emerald cut, and it was a relatively newer ring. But for me, it was a little big for us. But a friend of mine who's in the Midwest, he was perfect for him. And so we sold it to them for the family and handled it. They were very pleased with the outcome. So everybody wins. So whatever you want to do, whether you want to repurpose it, come and look at our collection that we have to add to your collection, or whether you want to liquidate that. At Jay Brooks, our experts in the vintage will help you do that. And Victoria, she handles all of the collections, and that collection of all the vintage, she does all that. So it's a beautiful group of things that are fun. Some of them, we were just talking about out there with Clay, our rep, that's when your wife says, I want this, he mentioned that my wife wants a big...
Chunky jewelry.
Chunky jewelry. And he's like, what is that?
What does that even mean?
And so we're good at that. We're good at helping you identify that. And Victoria has a collection that they had a big chunky, a bunch of things from the 80s and 90s that we have right now that were from an estate where the mom passed away and the family had taken everything they wanted. And so we understand when the women say something, just want you to understand, we understand what they're saying. And Victoria and her team do a great job of interpreting that and being up to date on that.
Help us break the code. We don't know what you're saying. We can't figure it out.
We've got
no
you.
idea.
Don't you worry.
Thank goodness. And how long have you guys been in business now?
Well, this is our 28th year. 28 years, yeah. And you can look at us easy who we are, jbrooksjewelers.com. And Victoria does a great job of keeping the Instagram up. So if you want to see what's current, what's new, keep you fashion. As a guy, when you come in, my wife says she wants this. We know exactly what that means. So don't worry. We'll look after you.
Local ownership, long-term business members here in the community.
Yeah, and second generation now in place, and there's 5 of them that are going to take over Jay Brooks over the next whenever, and so we want to make a nice seamless thing so people don't have to worry about their warranties and the continuity is something that's very important to us.
Excellent. Jay Brooks Jewelers online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Open from 10 to 6 today in Murray and Lehigh, and Valentine's Day is Saturday. So, Victoria, it's almost time for guys to start thinking about what they might need to do. Right?
You know, we are right on target.
Okay. All right, more in a moment right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates,
analysis,
and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
David James here for Soda Weight Loss, state of the art. If you need to lose weight and if you're finding a little problem, the motivation and sticking to a plan, Soda's got a good plan for you. They got a nutritionist who will talk to you every week, text you whenever you need. I was traveling. I needed some tips. I texted. I got really good answers back. It helped me. I'm on my way to my goal, about 75% of the way there now. I've been working at it about a month now, as you've been hearing here on the radio here. And it's everything they said they were going to do, they've done. And I don't know what more you can say. They'll give you a good plan. They'll help you with whatever challenges you have. They're a phone call away. You can reach out right now. Go to sodaweightloss.com. SOTA weightloss.com. You can find out more. Go to Google. They've got 9,000 Google reviews. You can call 866-800-SOTA. Talk to a nutritionist. Start to get a plan for you. And 2 for the price of 1. Join now. Your partner joins for free. Get 2 transformations for the price of 1. Call 866-800-SOTA. I'm making progress. You can make progress too. Call 866-800-SOTA. Soda. Join for a short time and get results that last a lifetime.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I was asked to coach a senior leader who was described by his colleagues as being aloof and difficult. As I observed, I noted that he rarely listened. Without fully understanding, he would then offer thick, layered advice. This is what I did. I put a timer on his desk and said, for the first 10 minutes of any meeting, you cannot do anything but ask questions. But they cannot be questions disguised as advice. They must be non-prescriptive questions like, say more about that. How do you feel about that? What did you think about that? The turnaround was amazing. I can't believe what I've been missing, he told me. My colleagues are much smarter than I understood. My job is to give them confidence, not answers. Learn more about non-prescriptive questions with an MBA from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 60 months on brand new 2025 Mazda CX-5s. That's right, 0% on new Mazda CX-5s.
Yes!
Get yours in Soul Red or Jet Black Mica, or in any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. APR OAC. 60 months at $1,705 per month for $1,000 financed. Some restrictions apply. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What if I'm far from home? Oh, brother, I will hear you call. What if I lose it all? Oh, sister, I will help you out. Oh, if the sky comes falling down for you, there's nothing in this world I wouldn't do.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. PK is reacting with emotion. I am reacting with logic. What will happen? Well, we just have to sit around for 27 games, 1/3 of the NBA season, and find out.
I know, but now it's the most torturous 27 games.
I get that.
Because they have a chance to add a big-time player, and they've already added a big-time player.
Yes, and slotting. When I was in Sacramento forever ago, not 40 years ago, but we're getting there, 35 years ago, Jerry Reynolds, who did everything in that. He was the Frank Layden of that organization. Did all the PR in town. At one point, he was a coach. At one point, he was the GM. At one point, he scouted for him. At one point, he did broadcasting. And they actually knew each other and got along really well. There's of the same era. And he used to say, yeah, people think these guys suck. He says they don't. Our problem is we don't have the guy at the top. So we're asking a guy who could be, if he's the third best guy on a team, you're really good and everybody loves him. But we're asking to be the best guy and he can't do it. And we're asking a guy who should be the first guy off the bench to start. And we're asking a guy who should play 10 minutes a night to play 25. And so everybody gets down on all the players. And then they're like, oh, they go to another team and they shine. They're like, well, yeah, now they're playing with 3 All-Stars. Of course they do. And not just getting Jaren Jackson Jr., but getting somebody that accomplished, such a great fit for a team that's struggling defensively. Now you got a shot blocker behind you. Everybody's a better defender all of a sudden. And another scoring option. Everybody's got more room to do their thing. It was really a good acquisition. The only downside I can find to it is, financially they're going to be able to fit all the pieces in. But, hey, if it were easy, everybody would do it. So there's going to be something difficult here.
Well,
so
those types of players, that's the money they get.
Yeah, it is, 100%. And that is why you are justifiably worried. And I do believe that if the Jazz played all their guys and went after it, they would be at least 500 down the stretch, and probably better than that. But I don't think they're going to play all their guys. The only question is, how many guys are they going to sit, and how often are they going to sit them? And sitting here right now, I don't have an answer to that. I could sit here and guess and say they're going to sit 3, 4, 5 guys.
Well, if they want the pick, they're going to have to.
They may have to sit more than that. And you can say, how they've already taken a lot of heat. Are they going to sit 6 guys?
More heat.
Sacramento literally sat 6 guys last night. That one of their top 7 scorers played. And I don't know why they made DeMar DeRozan play. Maybe they're mad at him. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he's got statistical bonuses he'll hit if he plays and are actually doing him a favor. I don't know what the deal is. I found it a little surprising. But one guy out of the top 7 isn't enough to help Sacramento win anything. And the Jazz ended that game in the first quarter. It was over.
Right.
And then there was 36 minutes of garbage time.
I think if they played all their guys,
yep,
they would be as good as Minnesota, the Lakers, and the Suns.
Well, that is why we had the conversation that we had earlier this week.
So smack in the middle of the Western Conference.
We had on Andy Bailey, who we've had on the show forever. He's covered the NBA forever, going back to the 90s when he was covering specifically the Jazz. And that is why next year when people say, hey, they can finish 6th, they can finish 7th, they can finish 8th, I totally get why people are saying that. I don't think that they can catch Oklahoma City or San Antonio or
a healthy Denver.
Or a healthy Denver
maybe
next
Houston.
year. Those 3 for sure. Houston, right. Let's see what the Lakers do in the offseason. I expect they're going to lose LeBron.
Which would probably help.
If Reeves resigns and Luka, who else do they add? And then how many out of 82 games do those guys play? If there's an injury and one of them plays 40, the Jazz could catch the Lakers for sure. Maybe they'll catch them anyway. I don't know. There's too many unknowns about what teams are going to do with their rosters this summer. But I'm with you. Minnesota, Phoenix. How different are the Jazz than those teams right now? I agree.
And so that's what's got me worried that they won't get this pick. You've come too far to only go this far, as they say.
Totally agree with that. They're too invested in 3.5 years of this. Yeah. It's like tank the next 27. I get it's distasteful. I get it's a bad look. If people want to scream, let them scream. Whatever. If there's a fine, this is one of the coolest things about Ryan Smith. He's just going to pay it. You got a Jazz fan. You don't have an out-of-town owner. You got someone who's emotionally invested in this since he was a teenager. He's going to pay the fine if he gets fined. So what?
I mean,
so there's
you can only
no
ask
reason
him
not
to pay so much.
I get it.
And, with luxury tax and all.
But
I'm hesitant to ask people to spend your money unless it's on me.
And I get that. But nonetheless, I think he's going to do it. So while I'm not
but there's a
demanding
limit.
it, I'm expecting it. And the 2 guys that really have to watch, they can sit a bunch of guys. Once you're an all-star, there's different standards about you playing. So Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr. are going to have to play, but they can sit a bunch of these other guys who can win games. I wasn't kidding earlier this week when I said, hey, if they start thinking about benching Isaiah Collier, I get it. I'm not going to complain.
Well, he needs rest. He played 48 minutes, man.
I don't think he does.
He does. He played 48 minutes.
Yeah.
Cramps?
But if he has to sit down,
muscles,
if he has
soreness?
to sit down for a couple weeks, yeah.
Just
hamstring tightness, rest,
passing
whatever.
elbow.
I don't care.
You heard a tennis elbow? Passes the ball.
Yeah. Those 14 assists, man. They'll wear you out.
Move over, anti-vaxxer.
And
14 assists?
They've got 3 games with New Orleans left. I mean, these are just gimmies. They've got another game with Sacramento. They've got 2 games with the Wizards left. I mean, they have some truly terrible teams on the schedule here.
I wouldn't show up if I were them.
And on top of that, Milwaukee, they got to play Portland a couple times. These are very winnable games.
I think every game on their schedule is winnable.
Yeah, I get it.
If they play their guys. I don't care who they play.
I just don't think they're going to. Man, Austin Ainge hasn't told me anything. Danny Ainge hasn't told me anything. Will Hardy hasn't told me anything. But there's been too much around from people who are wired in the franchise saying they're going to have one of the 5 worst records. And you called it out earlier this morning, and I can't argue it. Well, maybe that needs to change now that they made this trade. Because not only is Jaren Jackson really good, which he is, he's got his all-star appearances, and he's scoring 20 points in 20 minutes here. But they may have found a couple of nice role players in this too. Certainly guys who can compete in this league with these watered-down teams tanking down the stretch. I mean, obviously, John Conchar and Vince Williams Jr. are good enough for that.
Conchar's a lion.
And they may be, if he is a lion, they may be
He's got a tat of a lion.
Better.
You don't get a tat of a lion. You're a white guy. You get a sleeve attached with a lion. You're a lion. He is the lion.
Z needs to play. Elijah Harkless needs to play.
And you see,
Blake Hinson
when
needs
he
to play.
scores, when he does something, his eyes, they just light up, man. He is lion eyes.
Sing it. Do you know that song, Christian, or are you just completely lost right now, Chicho?
Well, we might have a breaking news update. I'm trying to
verify. Look at you in there working while we're in here screwing around. This is why he's going places.
Oh, I know he was going places.
I know.
I identified it 3 years ago when I had when I got an opportunity to meet him, and I actually told the powers that be, don't let this kid go.
Yep.
Pay him.
I appreciate that.
I said, if you need to take some money out of DJ's salary, give it to him.
Don't touch PK's.
Right.
But DJ's is on the table.
Right. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Thank you, PK. I knew I could count on you.
Chris Haynes, NBA insider, tweeting out that Utah Jazz star Jaren Jackson Jr. is likely to miss the remainder of the season, undergoing surgery on his left knee.
The arthroscopic procedure, now's the time to do it.
Praise you know who.
Whoever tore his cartilage or roughed it up.
No, I'm going all the way to the top.
Oh, you are? All right.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a requirement.
All right. There's the first step. It's no longer.
And I wonder if they knew that.
Probably.
So we'll let them play a couple of games.
Why wouldn't they?
And then we'll play them here at home.
At minimum, you do a physical. Unless the other teams are screwing with you, they tell you what's going on.
And the Wizards are saying, how dare you?
The Wizards, who traded for two guys and immediately pronounced them out for the year.
I know.
Just go to Cancun, guys.
How
You're
could
done.
they do this?
The Kings are sitting 6 of their top 7
This is
scores.
tawdry.
Do you buy Scotty G's theory? Scotty G, and people are tweeting back at him going about this.
What?
Scotty, let's be honest here. He tweeted this out. Nobody's worried about the integrity of the game. That got thrown out the window a long time ago. He keeps going. He says, I can't seem to put my finger on it, but maybe it's some fans, all cap, who want to see athletes really duel it out on the court so we can see who really deserves a top spot in the draft, all caps, and become the league's new kings. Yeah, FanDuel Draft Kings. This is a gambling thing.
There's 100 things if you want to rip the integrity of the league.
Yeah. But then a basketball account, Hardwood Paroxysm, says, just so we're clear, the books don't care. The risk exposure on a February Jazz game is nothing, and it's all priced in anyway. Go check what the halftime odds are for a tanking team leading the game. Win totals don't generate enough handle to be an issue. So he's saying it's not about that.
Okay, and if it doesn't, then why do it?
Because cumulatively, all of them together make some money and get people hooked.
Okay, so they're making money.
Cumulatively, yes, but not one game's not going to sink them.
Well, the word integrity isn't about a singular game.
Yeah. They're not talking integrity. They're talking about money. No one's getting revved up about this because it's not impacting the bottom line enough. Now, if you go bigger picture, which I don't think they are, and you go back to integrity of the game, well, the whole Chauncey Billups thing, yikes. I mean, with the referee, what was his name?
Donahue.
Yikes. I mean, there's others higher profile occasionally.
That's why I don't get into that.
I know.
I
know. And we got.
I love the sport. I want to watch the sport. It helps me blow winter nights.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I care about.
Yep.
And then in the summer or late spring, the competition's off the charts, and it's fun. It's entertainment. And I don't care what this coach says about this guy and this president or this and that, because as you told me, where's money coming from? We can't singularly, like the live golfers took a lot of heat for blood money and all that. Well, are we doing it? And we see this every freaking day. Well, you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. Well, yeah, I'm a hypocrite. I had fully admitted I'm a hypocrite. What's in my best interest? Yeah, I'm not this humanitarian who's going to be winning any humanitarian awards, right? And so it's a freaking entertainment avenue that I enjoy, and let's just leave it at that. And the system is go to the New York and protest there because they set up the system.
I do wonder, as the noise gets louder, if they're just going to flatten the lottery odds for 14 teams.
And do it, whatever.
I could see that coming.
Whatever.
And that's how it started. As a matter of fact, that's how it started so long ago. There weren't even 14 teams in the lottery because they've added expansion teams since then. It was 7. And I think the Warriors had the worst record, and the Knicks got the number 1 pick and got Ewing, and the Warriors drafted 7th. And people were up in arms like, how are they ever supposed to get better? Well, it turned out I think they drafted Chris Mullin with that pick.
He was good.
They got a dream teamer, right, who led that whole run TMC era.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he and Hardaway and I'm blanking. Mitch Richmond. Yes, those 3 were brilliant. Those 3 were so much fun to watch. They didn't have a big guy in an era when you needed it, so they didn't win big. But,
hey, don't be disrespecting Chris Gatling.
Well, sorry. But, you know, out in the second round, best case scenario. But they had a bunch of 50-win seasons, and Mullen was spectacular.
And those are good times.
Oh, yeah. They were. They were absolutely good times. All right, DJ and PK. Well, there's a news.
It's not, the Jazz have announced it.
Yeah. Chris Haynes breaking the story. Jazz are announcing it. Jaren Jackson Jr. likely to miss the remainder of the season, undergo surgery on his left knee to ensure his long-term health. So get a little cartilage cleaned up in there, rehab, and then he's ready for a summer program and summer vacation and all of that mixed together.
The best 3-game debut in Jazz history.
Fact. Don't you feel better already?
Yes.
You really do.
But I want more.
You're going to, and you need more. You're not up in the night here. I just think they're going to find a way to keep that pick. Bound and determined. And it's harder now because they've added a very good player, and they may have added 2 nice role players as well. So it'll be a little trickier. They'll just have to sit more guys.
Now we got Jay Brooks in here, Victoria, and John. And usually DJ starts it, so you're probably thinking, what's going on here? Aren't you, JB?
I am. It's on my mind because he's a shooter, so you never know where it's coming from.
He's been dealing it for a quarter of a century. Did you have somebody come in yesterday and drop $18,000?
We may have had someone do that.
You did. You did.
We're sworn to secrecy. It's like the CIA, you know?
Well, I just got a text about that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
PK knows people.
Yeah.
In this case, people who are good customers.
We have been. I was met with one of our great customers yesterday, and he asked me, he said, "What kind of year did you have last year?" I said, we had a great year because of great people like you. He would just support us and realize that they want to do business with someone who's a professional jeweler. And I was working with a young man yesterday who had bought something online and was trying to decide whether to keep it or not. And I said, you have to decide, do you want to buy from someone who sells jewelry or do you want to buy from a jeweler?
Oh, nice.
And they're different things. And I said, and price-wise, let's look, for example, you have an old ring that you want to trade and they sold you this, but they won't trade it in. So now you're coming to me to see if I can fix your problem. And the answer is yes, I can. And so we came up with a solution. And I said, we've been in business. I said, I've been here for 45 years come this fall. And I said, they've been in the Utah market for less than a year. Now, again, do you want to do business with somebody who's been here a year? Or do you want to be
screw them.
Exactly. Exactly what I said.
Oh, my gosh.
But we all have to make those decisions. And it's not just a jewelry thing. There are lots of big box stores, national chains, and I've spent my money in those places multiple times, and I will again. But there is something to be said for who's local, who can you build a relationship with. You've talked about stacking. Right? And I have a friend who's into this who says that, and you probably, Victoria, you're probably going to start nodding. He doesn't really know his stuff. He knows just enough about jewelry to be dangerous.
Exactly.
But he said one thing he likes to do is to go get something like with a birthstone, right? And maybe it's like a pendant. And then he says you come back a few, and you don't pick if you're smart. And he's negotiating the entire. Well, if I did one for Valentine's Day, I'll do the other one for a birthday, anniversary, or Christmas. But I'll do the same stone and I'll do earrings. And then later on, I'll come back with a ring a couple years later for a different one. I'm like, yeah, but I'm with you. I can't remember. I have to be reminded of what I've done. But he's got that whole map down. I assume you deal with people and that's their plan.
Sure. As suites, we would call it. Right. Where they want to get a collection. They get a few things they like. And Victoria is so good at, Lisa and her build these collections so you can come in and just add and add. One that comes to my mind is from Gabriel, this series of bracelets where girls will wear up to 10, 15 bracelets together, and they're all designed to go together. And so it's a really fun way to build and to add to these collections. And And to me, I think it's what you guys are best at.
Well, and we go to market at least twice a year. And on top of that, we're making our own pieces all the time. So the $18,000 is great, but we also it's very, very important for us to start at a really affordable price point. So we really do have everything, something for everyone. It's especially in my age group, my generation, people like me are just barely starting to collect jewelry. So we wanted that to always feel doable and approachable. It can be a little bit intimidating when you hear a number like that.
Are you 20 years old?
In, I sure wish. I sure wish, DJ.
Always
no,
works, DJ.
Yeah, I know. I saw what you did.
Actually, I don't. I'm
I got no
very
game, and even I
happy to be in
figured
my
that
30s.
out. That was low-hanging fruit over there, PK.
No, I'm happy to be in my 30s. Very happy. But it's you can stack high, low together. You can do that $18,000 piece, but you can also put that with a really dainty gold piece that can start at $500, or even a chunky silver piece that can start at $200. So there's no rules to stacking, which is the best part about having women in office, especially women buyers who understand that. And we have just curated collections across the board that feel doable. They're easy. But the best part about what we do is that, here we go. we do, we have wish lists. So if your wife has pieces that she wants, she comes in, she shops without you, wish list items, and then you just push, okay. You just.
In sports, they call that having a ticket for every wallet. Somebody comes in needing the $40 ticket. Somebody else comes in with a $400 ticket. Somebody else is paying $4,000. And and you just keep moving up right into the luxury suites and all that, and it's true. Somebody can, whoever texted PK, I don't know who it was, but I bet they weren't 25 years old, thinking I'm going to pop the question on Valentine's Day. Can Jay Brooks help me out? And which, of course, the answer to that is
yes.
Yes, we have
Always.
engagement rings. Come on down, right? All right. And by the way, Victoria, that's the producer talking in the air. It's called IFB, interrupted feedback.
All right.
And we're just supposed to go through it. And that was because of me, because he knows I'm a known idiot. And I might not remember we have a guest, and I might tease the wrong thing in the next segment.
There you go.
So there you
All
go.
right.
But you blew right through that. That was good.
Tricks of the trade.
You handled that well.
Thank you.
All right, John and Victoria from J. Brooks Jewelers. They're open from 10 to 6 today in Murray and Lehigh. You can check out the Instagram feed. Start looking, getting ideas right now. You can go online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And they're in Murray and Lehigh from 10 to 6 today, tomorrow, and Saturday. I mean, theoretically, you could get something at 11 in the morning Saturday and be the hero at dinner.
Saturday morning, we were very busy.
Yeah, okay.
No women to be seen, men only.
Christmas Eve,
that's right. And
Valentine's Day,
that's right. And
busiest
remember
days
with
of the year.
that, we become in the next 3 days. We have the roses, and then with every purchase, a free dozen roses, and of course, chocolate and free gift wrap.
We have a lot of fun gift with purchases as well.
Yes.
So
All
really
right.
exciting stuff.
John from J. Brooks Jewelers, Victoria as well. They will help you out with Valentine's Day Saturday. And as I have been told by Chicho, Dave Rose is next. Jimmer Fredette being honored at the Marriott Center this weekend. We'll talk with Dave. Remember the good old days. What a wild run it was. That's next. Stay with us.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, Give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait, this offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountainland Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
Dev Simplified are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it. But without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This Jazz update with the breaking news. Just in the last hour, the Jazz announcing Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to have surgery on his left knee to ensure his long-term health. He will not play the rest of the season. So for those of you worried about how many wins the Jazz are going to get with Jaren Jackson Jr., the Jazz are shutting him down for the season as he's going to undergo surgery on his left knee, so he's ready for next season. That's your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and we are joined now by Dave Rose, former BYU basketball coach. They're going to be honored at the Marriott Center. They're going to be honoring Jimmer Fredette. The good old days. Jimmer, the Mountain West Conference. Dave was coaching in that era. Dave, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Good. Dave, I'm curious. I mean, Jimmer now, you don't even need his last name. It's just Jimmer. Everybody knows it. Was there ever a time when he could have not ended up playing for BYU? Do you ever look back and think, well, we didn't know when he was a freshman and the recruiting process and all that? Or was it a slam dunk? It was one of those deals where you knew early on. Sometimes you know what's going to happen 12 or 18 months before it happens, but sometimes you don't really know what's going to happen. How did this one play out when you landed Jimmer?
Yeah, this was, we were kind of nervous the whole time through it because his mom, Jimmer's mom, really wanted him to stay close by because obviously they loved watching him play in person. And Fran McCafferty, this is when Fran and I became actually pretty good friends, is because we were everywhere watching him play for a couple of years, and he was right there at Siena, and so. We were pretty nervous for quite a while, and then when he finally committed to us, got his mom's permission to come all the way out here. His dad, Al was always, I think, kind of on BYU's side a little bit. He went to BYU for a semester back when he was a kid, and he thought it would be a good place for him to go. So we didn't really know for sure until we got the mom's approval. And once we got the mom on board, then it worked out pretty good for us.
As I was covering the team during that time, it was a phenomenal time. What a great time to be alive, obviously. And to see Jimmer just take over, I'm speaking of the second part of maybe his junior year and certainly his senior year. And I always thought that, man, if he would have played at Utah in the 90s, that never would have occurred. Let's call it like it is, right? And for you to basically say, okay, this is your ball, go ahead and do what you think is right. I mean, you had to make I don't know if a concession is the right word, but you had to make a decision to allow it to happen, and we don't really see that very much. So I thought, and Jimmer deserves 99% of the credit, but I thought you too, being able to just say and allowing him to do it, allowing him to flourish, if you would have reined it in, it wouldn't have happened. So just speak to your mindset at the time that you said, yeah, this is something that we need to do.
Well, I think more than Jimmer or more than myself, it was the other guys on the team. I mean, you have to have a group of guys who want that to happen in order to win games, and we felt that was a good way for us to try to close out games, especially. But his ability to score the basketball was unique and really unique for us at the time. And you give guys Jackson Emery and Brandon Davies and Noah Hartsock and Charles Abuo. I mean that whole group of guys, they all had to really buy into that, and it could only happen. I mean, it's hard to really try and explain to somebody who hasn't coached a program or tried to deal with 8, 9, 10, 12 different players. These players all come to college thinking that they're going to be the next guy, and then they're going to be the next player at the next level in the NBA. And what we usually did was kind of dash all their dreams, and there's only a few guys every year that get the chance to be the star, and then there's only a few guys from there that actually get a chance to go on and play. And so in this case, I really believe more than me or more than Jimmer or more than our coaching staff, it was our players and those guys allowing Jimmer to be Jimmer.
And I get that. There's a lot of truth in that. Convincing 4 guys that they need to defend hard and rebound hard, but they're not going to touch the basketball very often, that's a hard sell. So I totally get what you're saying. But to PK's point, I don't even know how many times I interviewed you, but there are 3 or 4 interactions that really stick with me over time. And I remember asking you, because there was a phase where you gave Jimmer the ball and he went to work, he's on the 3-point line. We all close our eyes and see it, right? Head fake, shoulder fake, step back, he's driving, no, he's hitting a fadeaway 3 or whatever. But then it escalated even more, and he started taking logo threes. And this is before Steph Curry and before Damian Lillard made it semi-normal. He's taking logo threes, and people are oohing and on, and I'm looking at you, and I asked you specifically, what are you thinking when he takes a logo three? Is that his idea? Are you okay with that? And I just had the feeling that you were biting your tongue and your lip until they bled. Was it really hard to let him take 34-foot shots? Or you were just sitting back there thinking, this is awesome. Let it fly, Jimmer.
Well, I think he made it a little bit easier on me.
Season, his senior year, which, what was that, the 2010, 2011 season? And you guys went over to Denver, won a couple of ball games over there, beat Gonzaga, and then lost to Florida in overtime. And we, you don't want to hear it, but I believe if you had Brandon Davies, you would have won. But nevertheless, it didn't happen. And the half-court shot against the Utes, I was in the press box there up on the concourse level, and I was also in the Thomas and Mack in the for the conference tournament. And I want to get your opinion. I actually thought the best moment of the season for me was that semifinal game, 18,500 people, Thomas and Mack jammed, packed. And he goes for, 53, 54, something, and he takes maybe one or two free throws. And I could just remember him putting on that show, and I'm sitting there in press row, and everybody, it was like freaking watching Larry Bird clips as far as that goes. I mean, you were just amazed and stunned. Everybody knew what was going to happen, and he still does it. And it was, oh, man, it was so awesome. So for me, that was my best moment of that whole entire season. What was yours?
Well, obviously that was a great night. And I think there's a lot of things that, individuals, people who watched it and followed it, they'll remember, about that season with Jimmer. But, that New Mexico game in Vegas, I mean, we've been beat by New Mexico twice. And this Darius Gary kind of had our number. And I don't know if we'd have got him that night if he didn't. I think he broke his ankle that night and didn't play the second part of the second half, and we ended up winning the game. And obviously, the kid was absolutely tremendous down there. But for me, I think it's got to go.
Do your magic, Chicho.
Chicho, make it work. We're getting right to the payoff. Well, for me, it's what, Coach? Call him back.
That was unbelievable.
That really was. That was a heck of an edit right there. That was the exact thing I wanted to hear. And he's literally 2 words away. Bang! It's over. What? Come on. All right, Dave, that was hilarious. You got, for me, and we're hanging on every word and you go away. It was like, that was it. That was the moment. Yeah. So pick it up there. For me, it was.
Yeah, I never was very good at using electronics. So, whatever happened. But for me, it was the next weekend, when we go to Denver and, we get by that first game. The Wofford game was really tough. And then, we got through that. And then, we ended up playing Gonzaga, which we thought was a one-off, but it ended up being, the next big piece of BYU basketball was, playing big games against Gonzaga. But us being able to win that game and then get to the Sweet 16, I mean, that's, I think, the most special memory for me because that's pretty hard to do, I mean, it was really, really hard for us to do in that time. I mean, Coach Young did it in his first year, so it doesn't sound that hard for him. But for us, it was a pretty big accomplishment for us.
Jimmer famously didn't come in. He wasn't a star as a freshman, and it occurs to different people along the way. Oh, wow, wait a minute. Right? Jimmer Mania is his senior year. That's Jimmer Mania, and everybody knows what's going on. For me, it was really clicking in his junior year. He was averaging over 20 points a game. That's a lot in a 40-minute college game. He was your leading scorer and all that. But the game that really jumped out at me was your first NCAA tournament game. You guys hadn't won a tournament game in like 17 years, and you win a thriller over Florida, and he went off. And I can still remember him standing on the baseline doing a post-game interview like it wasn't that big a deal. And I'm like, wow, I knew he was good, and now I realize he's really good. And he isn't even impressed. There's even more there. I mean, I was thinking, how good can this get as a senior? Well, that was for me. I'm not at practice every day. I'm not with him, on the bus, on planes and all that. I'm figuring it out then, late in his junior year. When are you figuring it out like, wow, this is a guy we can really ride to places we don't normally go?
Well, I think, obviously after his junior year, we got the win against Florida. And then, we had we played pretty well, but we weren't good enough to beat Frank Martin and his group. So, but we were that next year trying to get him to come back during the spring. And, I wanted to give him every opportunity to visit all the NBA clubs and get a read from everybody and then make a decision if he was going to, go early or if he was going to come back. And obviously, the whole time, I feel like the best thing for him is to come back. But I think really that's because that's the best thing for me, for him to come back. But when he actually did come in my office and tell me that that's what he wanted to do, and then not only did he tell me that was his decision, but then came with a plan that he had drawn up, what he was going to do that summer and what he wanted to accomplish and the things that he was, the reason that he was coming back, not only to improve himself, but to help BYU to advance in the tournament and to be with those guys, to be with his teammates. And even to this day, you got the guy and went and asked him the most special part about that season, he'll tell you that it was the guys that he played with. I mean, they were really a special group of guys, and they when you take Jackson Emery and Jim are still best friends today, and their families. So I just think that was a special time and a special group, and I hope it happens again in college basketball, but probably won't. I don't know if Jimmer would be able to stay at BYU for 4 years. I know one thing: if we'd handled him the way I handled him the first year, he'd never come back anymore. I mean, that's be long gone. But that's from me watching it from afar. So I just really, I'm happy it happened, and I'm glad we get to celebrate it here this weekend.
You talk about the guys and being able to allow him to flourish. And I think a large part of that, and you correct me if I'm wrong, you're much closer to the situation than I was the humility that the kid had and being around him. I mean, he was getting just an unprecedented amount of attention was being shined on him in this game at that time. And yet he still had that little all shucks, small town kind of guy that he never let it get to him. And even today, you talk to him and he basically deflects and he's self-deprecating and all that. Speak to what kind of kid he was during all this and how that he was able to stay so level-headed when he didn't let the stardom really get to him or change who he was or is.
Yeah, that was probably one of the most unique things about the season, and it all had to do with his personality and his natural way with our team. And he I mean, I've talked about this many times, but you didn't see Jimmer and one guy hanging out all the time, or Jimmer and a little group of the team, and those guys are always together. Jimmer was with a different guy, every pregame meal. He sat with a different guy, and he just had a really good relationship with, almost every single guy on that roster. And it had, I would find out, this, later during the week, whatever, that, he would go out, during the week with this group or with that group or with that group. And that's really unique. And usually guys, especially guys who get to be really, really good and going places in Provo is a little bit difficult. That they get their posse and they stay with that group, and then they find a pattern. That's kind of how they go through it. But Jimmer was different that way too. He loved the people who paid attention to him, and he spent so much time getting from the arena to the bus and all these different places that if the guys ever got upset at Jimmer, that was probably the reason. It was like, hey, come on, Jimmer, let's go. We waited long enough. Let's get on. Let's get on to the next town. But he was a guy who genuinely just loved to be around our team and the group of guys that we had.
I'm hoping when they do the celebration, and obviously they have the 15-year rule, and he's met all the qualifications, that they also announce the Dave Rose practice facility building. I think that's due. I know you're not going to want to address it, but that's what I think.
Yeah, well, the one thing you do know, Pat, is that you covered BYU for a long time, so you could probably write an article about covering BYU and what happens at BYU. And I'm just really happy that I'm around 15 years later and get a chance to see this happen for Jimmer. I hope I'm around to see it happen for a couple more guys, because I had some pretty good players through the years, and I think there's a few other guys that maybe deserve this too. But you think about how long. How many people have played at BYU, and what we've got 2 or 3 guys who's never been retired. So you never really know what's going to happen next. But I'm really happy for Jimmer and his family.
All right, one more thing before we let you go. I told you I remembered a few questions I've asked you and look on your face for some of these answers and big moments. One of them was on a radio show. It was about 2008, I think, maybe in 2009. And we had you on, and you were on the phone just like this. And I remember the studio you're in, which is why I can place it. And you probably have no idea what you said, but it was great advice. And we have quoted it to each other. Do you have any idea what I'm even talking about?
Hey, come on, man.
Okay, here it is. Here it is.
How can I remember what happened yesterday?
Okay, I'll bounce this back at you, and then you could just think about it. Say it was right at the end of the interview, and you said, "Hey, you two, you got a nice little thing going here. Don't mess it up." You said that, and we have quoted that to each other in troubled times. We're like, well, remember what Dave said. Got a nice little thing going here. Don't mess it up. So far, so good, Dave. We've held on to that advice so far.
It's still rolling.
Right?
It's still rolling. You guys do a great job. The numbers have changed. All your numbers have changed. The number on the dial, the number on your paycheck, all those things.
Our age. How about our age, man? The decades. The number of gray hairs.
But obviously the show is still the best in town. And I know that you guys love doing it. I think that's the one thing that every person who listens to it, they get the same feel from it, is that you love what you do and you love covering, Utah sports. And I think that we all have been lucky to have guys like you that have been able to kind of spearhead the thing for us. So congratulations on staying alive this long.
You too, and I mean it more for you than me.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Well,
it's been
fun. It's been fun for me.
We love stories, and you provided us with a bunch of stories, and Jimmer provided us with a bunch of stories. So enjoy Saturday afternoon in the Marriott Center, because this kind of stuff is fun, and fans just eat this up. Fans want to look back 15, 20, 25 years and remember the good old days. Doesn't matter pro, college, high school, doesn't matter the sport, doesn't matter men or women, doesn't matter how much money people aren't getting paid. Everybody loves that. So enjoy Saturday afternoon.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right. Dave Rose, retired BYU basketball coach. It's Colorado at BYU. It ought to be a win for the Cougars at home. 2 o'clock, FS1. And they will honor Jimmer. Kresimir Chosic, Danny Ainge. I don't remember anybody else up there. Is there another one, or is Jimmer 3?
I think they have 1 or 2 women's players.
Okay, yes, but I was talking to men's players.
Men's. I was there covering it when Ainge got his thing.
Yep, I was there that night too.
Seemed like that was long overdue.
Because it was long overdue. I mean, you have to wait whatever the time is.
15.
Right. But as soon as you get there, let's go. Yeah. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this.
Joining us on the program right now for Jazz Daily, he is the coach, Tim Lacombe. You can hear him, of course, pre, half, and post on your radio dial right here, the radio home of the Utah Jazz.
When you just look at it at face value, you're adding a two-time All-Star Defensive Player of the Year, a guy that is on 5 attempts per night from 3, shooting 36%. Wow. Rebounding is low. It's always kind of been low. I'm hoping maybe Will can get to him like he got to Colin on tempo. It would have, a guy that was voted Defensive Player of the Year. He's blocking 3 shots a game back then. That alongside what I think is probably one of the up-and-coming dominant rim protectors. If Walker and the Jazz find common ground, you look at a team that's really big, but you also look at a team that's very long. This move allows Lowry to go to the 3, and he is an absolute cheat code at 3. It's pretty exciting to think about.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, "Brian, you are way too sedentary." So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a lying around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February. Plus, 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCFatLoss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th. Plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK brought to you in part by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit the website at trajanwealth.com. Question of the morning, the Jazz have won 2 in a row. Are you starting to worry about them losing the first round pick? A lot of people agreeing with Josh. Yes. And will they have to put players on the injury list to stop themselves from winning? They're too good. JJJ is legit on both sides of the ball. Well, since then, there's been breaking news and Big 12 runner-up champs. Am I worried? Not now, not with the JJJ news. He's going to have a procedure on his knee, clean something up in his knee. He's going to miss the rest of the season.
Good.
3 games, got an idea, got a little taste of what he can do.
Just don't do Ostertag and come back 50 pounds overweight.
Yeah, I don't think you have to worry about that. I think he's a little established at this point. We know what's going to happen with him. And he'll have plenty of time. This sounds, I don't know what it is. I mean, it all broke during the last hour, but it sounds like this is the kind of description when they're cleaning up cartilage and somebody's out 6 weeks.
They said it was discovered after the trade.
Okay.
So whoever discovered it, I'd
well
give
played.
I'd give that doctor a raise.
Right?
What do we got here?
All right. So he ought to be ready to go for summer workouts and training camp.
Jazz
what we're hearing now.
Down in the Martinellis as we speak.
That's exactly right. All right, DJ and PK, that news kind of wrecks the feedback. All the other feedback was before people knew about the news. So we'll leave that right there. We're joined right now by Victoria and John from J. Brooks Jewelers because Saturday is Valentine's Day. What can you do for guys who are sitting here 48 to 60 hours away from having to deliver the goods and thinking, I don't know.
Classic.
Classic. I'm not wrong, am I? I'm not wrong.
No.
I know my people.
No.
Saturday, the question, there are only 2 questions on Saturday. Do you gift wrap and do you take credit cards?
Yes and yes, right? You're not in business. You're not in business for 28 years because you say no to either one of those things.
Right. We do all those things for you, and that really is. We laugh and joke, but at the last minute, there's lots of great gifts. There's never not enough something that's wonderful. And Victoria and Lisa have done a great job of curating these collections that when you come in, they can guide and direct you, move you along, make it easy for you to hit that right spot of exactly what you want to do. If you've been in before, we got great records, keep everything where you want to see. If you'll bring your sweetheart in sometimes we can get acquainted with her. Now we can build a little wish list and help her see, and that's when Victoria and Lisa's magic comes to work.
And what's great is that we kind of have a woman's touch on every single aspect of the company and the experience. So you know that everything was selected by women, for women. We're really, we're always adding new pieces for the new seasons. And even down to the gift wrapping and the touch of the bag and the box, and you get a water when you come in. There's this really refined touch to everything that comes from J. Brooks, and we're very proud of that. And so we want to be sure that you look very good on Saturday evening when you come and pick it up on Saturday morning. We're ready for you.
All right, go to jbrooksjewelers.com. You can start getting ideas right now. You can go to the Instagram feed, the store. Oh, it opened 5 minutes ago. 10 to 6 today, tomorrow, and 10 to 6 on Saturday as well.
That'll be great. And don't forget that with Valentine's Day, you get free chocolate and free doves of roses and free gift wrapping with every purchase. So, again, guys, we're here to make you look good.
John and Victoria from J. Brooks Jewelers, ready to help you for Valentine's Day. Good luck the next 2 or 3 days here, sorting all this out as people come storming into your store.
We hope so.
Feeling nervous, thinking, what am I doing? What am I doing?
DJ sent me. What am I supposed to buy?
And remember to ask about the roses, and remember to ask about the chocolates as well. You can take care of all 3 stops with one, either in Murray or in Lehigh. Thanks so much. DJ and PK. Ben's up next, right here on The Zone.
Dang it, show's over.
Wait a minute, I'm not finished.
Shut up and let him finish.
Where did the time go?
Well, that was an incredible waste of time.
That's it. I'm done.
See you next time.
Goodbye.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hi, this is Doug Ryden. For years, I've been telling you about products I truly believe in and that we use in our home. And one is Kinetico. We all know the downsides of hard water, tough on home appliances, frustrating spots on shower doors, but it also affects your personality. When you shower, does the water feel invigorating? Hard water can leave your skin feeling sticky and itchy. A Kinetico soft water system changes everything. It's like having a luxurious spa experience when you shower, making your daily routine something you look forward to. Kinetico, it's a difference you can feel. Their patented system uses far less salt than competitors, and they're exclusively focused on water softeners. They're the experts in their field, and they'll show you the difference for free with no obligation to buy. Call Kinetico Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent dealer, at 801-576-8600, or check them out online at softwaterutah.com. Start enjoying your water. Spoil yourself every day.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
And now, it's 10 a.m. Let's just get down to it. And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From 2 guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben Anderson, David James, sticking around for the next segment. What's up, DJ?
I think there's a lot of things going on in the world of your Utah Jazz. I think you and I are about to just go Jazz nonstop. Let's do it.
Yeah, this was a very busy morning for the Utah Jazz. And Chandler Holt, who does the Jazz Notes podcast with me, as well as David James. Chandler's going to come in from 11 to 12, so excited to have
So you have a podcast up every Monday and every Thursday. With different tag team partners.
And then we talk Jazz basketball with Jake every day.
And people can get it on YouTube and KSLSports.com.
Whatever you're looking for.
Apple, Spotify, it's everywhere.
We have it for you.
And go.
So, big news today, big news this morning. Chris Haynes broke the news, did some background, and kind of got some information on it as well. Jaren Jackson Jr. is undergoing surgery on his knee to remove what is essentially a tumor, a benign tumor on his knee called PVNS, to make sure it doesn't grow, continue to grow and get worse, because it is something, I guess, that will just continue to grow and grow and grow, which can cause discomfort. It is not, in my understanding, and this always changes. You go into the knife, it's always a risk. Look at Grant Hill's career, got derailed by bad surgeries. It's happened before. Penny Hardaway, I think, had foot issues based on a bad surgery, etc. You never want to go into the knife if you don't have to. I did not get the impression in my conversations today that this was a enormous concern, and if it was, I don't think he would have played 3 games for the Jazz before he had it done.
It sounds like, and what do I know about medicine? I went to UC Santa Barbara. But it sounds like this is roughly equivalent of getting some type of quote-unquote minor cartilage surgery.
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing, they'll do it. He'll need time to rehab. I don't know where it is in the knee, how deep in they're going, how close it is to the surface. But you get your 4 to 6 to 8 weeks to bounce back from whatever it is, depending on how big the tumor is and where exactly it is inside the knee and how much digging they have to do. But then it sounds like you ought to be okay.
Chris Haynes, who did report it, kind of initially, and some of the news out there is that the expectation is that Jaren Jackson Jr. will be out for the season. I was informed that that's yet to be determined.
Oh, really?
So
if it is on that shorter end, he could be back.
But using our brains, I would say that's probably not likely. Understanding that after the All-Star break, and he's going to get the surgery next week, after the All-Star break, there's going to be less than 2 months left in the season. I think the Jazz's final game of the year is April 13th, so that's 2 months from tomorrow. If it is 6 weeks and he doesn't get the surgery till next week, now you're at 7 weeks, and now there's 1 or 2 weeks left in the season. And why would you bring him back, especially when the Jazz certainly have no interest in winning games?
You have the surgery, you have the hall pass, shut him down for the year.
Yeah.
But I remember in the Dennis Lindsay era, they had a couple players who had to have surgery later, and then they referred to lost summers. And it doesn't sound like, and I guess we'll have to wait to the other side of surgery and see what they say, but it doesn't sound like that's going to be the case.
No, it doesn't. And it does make sense. I was talking to Jaren, not off the record, but kind of just off to the side after the game last night and trying to figure out what his all-star plans were. And, are you looking for a home? And he joked with me that he was living in Lowry Markkinen's guest room, and that's obviously not true, but he said that's where he's been living. And he wouldn't give me an answer about what he was doing during the all-star break. And that makes
because it was surgery, and he didn't want to tell you.
And he was not going to reveal that to me. It is also why you have to go and talk to guys, though, during it. Maybe he would have told me.
Yeah,
you just never know. This is my first time I ever met him. I get why he didn't. But, so, yes, I don't get the impression if Jazz fans see knee surgery that this is, the Jazz got, the short end of the stick
damaged
from
goods
Memphis.
And the short end of the stick,
and then Memphis knew they were getting rid of somebody that was going to be, toxic going forward or unplayable going forward. In fact, my big question now, and I was not able to get an answer on this in any conversations, was the Jazz say they found this in the physical. I've got no reason not to believe them. And actually the reason I kind of have no reason not to believe them is that if Jaren was going to miss the rest of the year with the surgery, couldn't Memphis have just held on to him, tanked, traded Ja Morant this offseason, and still had their 26-year-old all-star to leap or jumpstart their rebuild with whoever their draft pick is this year?
Well, I can't really speak to what Memphis is doing and why they are doing it. I was a little surprised when the Jazz made the trade. I happened to be driving around listening to you and Jake, and I heard it when it broke, literally, and I could hear the surprise in your voice. And I remember thinking, I did not see that coming, and I feel better about myself because Ben didn't see it coming either. So we both talked to people, and we didn't see it coming. I'm not 100% sure why Memphis wanted to do it, but I'm sure they had their reasons. you know?
Absolutely.
He signed. I don't get it. I don't see the downside. I do get that, hey, we're breaking up this group and we're starting over. You know, there are
like
people
a total start over.
Well, that to me, because I think you're right. I mean, when they can find a taker for Jaw, you know, he will go. And they got 3 draft picks. Now, I've heard a lot of debate from people who I don't think have a foot in either camp. I'm always careful. Like, I'm here and I'm, seeing things through my purple glasses or my green glasses or whatever. Well, no, it's more me that the built-in bias we don't realize we have, but that we inevitably have to have, right? I have way more information about the Jazz than I have about Memphis. And I did think, well, they want these 3 draft picks, but there were people analyzing the trade who said, hey, the Jazz have already done the homework on the 27 draft. It's not nearly as good as these last 3 drafts. This is not a great trade for Memphis. Well, why is Memphis doing this? And maybe Memphis just made a bad move. Maybe, or maybe Memphis is looking at some of the Jazz young guys and thinking, we're doing a rebuild. We can get multiple guys, multiple picks. That 31 pick, who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
And maybe that pick might be traded 3 or 4 more times before someone finally uses it in 2031.
Yep.
Who's to say? And maybe they'll get somebody good in 27. Even in bad drafts, there's occasionally good players.
Yeah, Giannis came out of the worst draft of all time. Rudy Gobert came out of the worst draft of all time.
Yeah, I do wonder why they did it. I'm not 100% clear on that.
The one thing Memphis has done consistently well, not to reanalyze what happened last week because we can talk about the knee surgery and what that means for the Jazz the rest of the season, is that Memphis has consistently hit grand slams with their draft picks. Not just singles, doubles, home runs, like grand slams. They find Desmond Bane at the end of the first round.
Get 3 picks and you got to restart, and they're figuring how long it's going to take, and they're looking at his age, and they're just thinking. So I don't know that the knee surgery in half a season would play into whatever they were weighing. I mean, from a distance, I did assume it's a total teardown. They'd rather have the picks, that he's going to be a lot younger than the guys, or a lot older than the guys are going to bring it in, and then it makes it hard to tank. I mean, we're seeing with the Jazz. It's great the Jazz got Markin in, but it's made rebuilding difficult, and it's why they're picking, in an 8, 9, 10 slot instead of picking in a 2, 3, 4, 5 slot.
Absolutely. No question about it. And
it's been hard to hide him, and I think it's why they've taken so much heat in the last couple of days, whereas the Wizards and the Kings are both clearly tanking, are taking little to no heat because people accept, well, they're just terrible. But the Jazz are actually pretty good and have Markkanen, and so they're standing up a little taller. They're a little easier to see what's going on.
Jazz slowly lowered themselves into the boiling water, and last year hit the peak. Last year they finally only won 17 games. Again, if you go back and just look at their record at the trade deadline, the first 2 years of this rebuild, 2022-23, 2023-24, I think the Jazz the first year were 26-27, and the year after that were like 23-25.
10-3 that first year.
Yeah.
It's like, where's the rebuild? These guys, and Danny Ainge has asked about it. I'm pleasantly surprised and privately horrified.
Yeah, mortified by what's happening here. So this does obviously serve the purpose for the Jazz, though, that now sitting on 18 wins, they have eclipsed their win total last year.
Yes, they have, but I don't know that this does serve the purpose, but I don't think it completely serves the purpose. I think they've got to sit.
Well, Lowry's going to sit a bunch.
Yes, but I think they got to sit more people than that.
I think Keontae's going to sit a bunch.
Nurkic has got to sit a bunch.
Yeah, Nurkic has got to sit a bunch.
I'm not past, and I wasn't joking when I tweeted it out. I know tone doesn't come across in a printed word, but they have to consider sitting 8 guys. Now, maybe they don't need to sit them all at the same time, but Sacramento sat 6 of their top 7 scorers. It was not an accident. They didn't need to do that. But I think the Jazz need to think like that. I don't know that with these watered-down teams, with people not playing hard because they're getting ready for the playoffs, or people not playing hard because they're tanking, plus they've got 6 games against teams that are just atrocious. Like Isaiah Collier will win games. Ace Bailey will win games.
Yeah.
Bryce Sensabaugh can win games. So I think they have to think about that. I think honestly, they need to look at sitting their top 8, and I think Harkless needs to play.
I don't know if you're going to see Lowry Markkanen at home anymore.
I get that.
Because you don't have to.
He
doesn't have to.
Hey, listen, everybody's gone through 3.5 years of this. Don't bail out on me with 27 games left.
It's actually
stay committed here, people.
For all the nonsense that we've heard from Bobby Marks and now Brian Windhorst yesterday, and just talking about how egregious and unfathomable what the Jazz
it's totally
are doing. Yeah, I totally get it. In a sense, as silly as this is, you do owe it to your fans now if you put them through 3.5 seasons of hell to not pull the ripcord right as you're about to get the best pick in the best draft.
I don't mind the Jazz being criticized for what they're doing.
Sure.
You can blast the Jazz all day long but don't blast just them. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, of course.
Look what's going on around the league. And I don't see how playing somebody 20 to 25 to 27 minutes and then tanking, how is that worse than playing somebody 0 minutes and tanking?
Well, yeah, what's a better experience? If you were in Miami, that you got to see Jaren Jackson and Lauri Markkanen play, or that now you don't get to see Jaren Jackson Jr. play? What's a better experience? I mean,
Right.
if you say it's just him sitting because I think that makes it more authentic that the Jazz are bad at basketball, that's fine. That can be your opinion. But if you're a 12-year-old who just likes the NBA and knows the 10 biggest stars or the 25 biggest stars, and you go see the player,
jersey you have and who you love,
then you got to see your player, and
Right.
now you don't get to see him. So, yes, the Jazz the rest of the way have some huge games. The 3 biggest will be against New Orleans. 2 of those are at home coming up on the 26th and the 28th. That actually is advantageous. I know you would think, oh, no, you want to play them on the road. The problem with having both Jaren and Lauri Markkanen is they were having to abide by the player participation policy because they're all-stars.
Boom.
And
Once
you
you're an
can't
all-star,
rest
right.
2 all-stars in the same game, even if you're at home. Well, now you're not resting Jaren Jackson Jr.
He had
He's
surgery.
out with injury.
Yeah.
You are allowed to rest Lowry at home as need be, meaning every home game you can rest Lowry if you want to, and I strongly suspect that's what you're going to see for the most part. Does that mean of the Jazz's final 15 home games, or however many there are, they're not going to see him at all? I doubt that. But the games that the Jazz want to lose, including tonight against Portland,
I'm just going to say, though,
I would be surprised if we see him.
if he plays 0 home games, I'm not going to complain. Not a peep out of me.
Yeah.
Other people may complain.
Sure.
But I honestly, they put everybody through 3.5 years of this. Well, you can't even say what it is. We all know what it is, but the FCC still has rules.
Yeah.
There's very few rules left, but that's one of them. I can't say some of these
You can
words.
say it's hell. It's been hell.
That was
You're
a
a Jazz fan.
masterpiece of dog shit.
Yes. Thank you. Well done. Chicho. Way to go, Christian. Yes. So
Sorry I don't call you Chicho.
that was a PK nickname when
Yeah, of
Chicho
course.
was here.
Yeah.
Chicho Ranga is playing for and Pablo came on. Pablo Mastriani, the head coach, and Chicho was filling in, and PK dropped that, and Pablo just about dropped the phone. He thought that was just about the funniest thing. So even though the players moved on twice now, San Jose don't want him either. Go on, move along.
But yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of the depths of the rotation for the Utah Jazz. I think you're going to see a lot of how they've closed games, and that means Isaiah Collier.
I just don't think that's enough. I think these guys are too good. They've been getting better,
They have been.
and now the league around them is getting worse. And I think it's going to equal wins. It already has once. Now, they only had to play the fourth quarter. They could make them play the whole second half. They can play the whole game. They got to play the Wizards twice.
Sure.
I think
those are the games you're going to see.
I think Collier and Bailey and Sensabaugh can go out there and take it to the Wizards.
Yeah, they can.
Not just win the game, win it convincingly.
Yeah, they can, especially if you're playing teams like you saw from Sacramento last night,
Sacramento
which has
was
nobody.
bad, and then they sat literally everybody anybody had ever heard of, except for DeRozan.
But the Jazz now have the ability to do that.
Do you think that DeRozan has some kind of bonus stat he's trying to hit? Or, because they can have it for games played, and I don't know his contract, I haven't looked. Or do you think he pissed somebody off in the organization and they're making him play, and everybody else gets to take the game off?
DeMar is a weird person in a great way. Like he's like really beloved. Every coach who's ever worked with him, including Will Hardy, just like raves about him as a person.
So maybe he just wants to play.
I just think he likes basketball.
I just want to play.
Yeah, I like
There's
basketball.
a game. There's people.
Yeah.
Let's play. Let's
Let me
make
go
a
play.
move
This is
on.
what I want to do.
I want to hit some shots.
I think that's part of it.
That's what it is?
I think
okay.
he just likes playing
Because I
basketball.
thought it was really odd. There's 6 guys out.
Yeah.
He's playing. I was looking at their leading scores. Of their top 8 scorers, they sat 6. They traded 1. And DeRozan.
Yeah. It's a little bit of, Colin Sexton. You couldn't get Colin Sexton off the floor.
Yeah.
Just wired. Some of these guys just want to play. And so they'll say,
Well,
yeah,
I
we're
mean,
not
we
going to win
complain
with
about
you.
the guys who don't want to play. Let's
Yeah, of
not
course.
complain about the guys who
No,
do want to
absolutely.
play.
I applaud every veteran who wants to play in
Yeah,
games
yeah.
for the worst team in basketball. Who's on a 14-game losing streak and has to own it and has to talk to the media after. If you play, you have to talk to the media after if the media requests you. And, of course, that's who they're going to want to talk to because he's the star of the team that's available. So I do definitely tip my cap to DeMar. Yes, now without Jaren Jackson Jr., the Jazz make it a lot easier on themselves to tank. And, yes, they're going to play a lot of the young guys. And then, yes, they will start playing the Blake Hinsons, the Oscar Tshiebwes, and the Elijah Harklesses of the world, I would imagine.
Blake Hinson. Let's go, Blake.
Yeah.
Let's go, Blake. I'm curious what you think of the 2 other guys who got in the trade with John Conchar and Vince Williams Jr. As you try to plot going forward, and there's going to be a draft pick and who knows what moves this summer, there's a chance those guys are rotation guys and help them, especially in a league where I think now you used to look at 8-man rotations, and now you're resting people and back-to-backs and guys get hurt. You better be planning on playing 10 or 11 guys over the course of a season Doesn't mean they'll play every night, but they got to be ready to play on the nights they're needed. Have they found a little something there? I don't want to oversell it, but have they found a little something in either one of those guys? What do you think?
I need to do some background on this.
Sure,
and I tried to last night, and I honestly just didn't have time and the right opportunities to ask people. But I want to know, did the Jazz request Vince Williams Jr. and John Conchar in the trade, or did Memphis say you have to take these players because they're going to help us win games late? And it may have been a little bit of A, a little bit of column B. So that's what I'm trying to find some background on. I definitely think that's what falls under the category of pre-agency, which is you go into the offseason with money and you have to go chase these guys on the open market, or you can trade for them before you get to that point, and then you're not competing with anybody to, see the price go up. So I think this is a great opportunity to audition these guys. John Conchar is under contract next year. And while I will just say I have not seen it through the first 3 games of why he plays. If you look at the last 7 seasons, he plays every game for the Memphis Grizzlies. And the Memphis Grizzlies are making the playoffs most of those years. So why do they like him so much? I haven't seen it through the first 3 games, but clearly coaches see something that that guy has to be on the floor. He helps us win.
I think he plays hard.
He does play hard.
And I think
absolutely.
that alone could be it. I don't think, to your point, I don't think there's anything from a talent perspective, but it sounds like a cop-out, and they're making so much money, and they fly on charters, and I get all of that, but it's still to bring the energy on a night you don't feel like bringing the energy, not everyone can do that. And if he can, we've already seen Will Hardy snap because a very talented player didn't rotate on defense. Period, end of story.
Yeah.
It's a pick and roll. They didn't defend a pick and roll the game before. Will was at his wit's end. They start the next game. There's an easy layup and dunk, and Will's calling timeout. I'd have to look 2 or 3 possessions into the game in a minute or 2. And it was Lowry.
Yeah.
Lowry didn't rotate.
Yeah.
Now, also, I don't think the first 2 guys covered themselves in glory with the way, so it's never one person, right? So whether he's the help defender or he's one of the 2 guys, could you slow that thing down a little bit so the guy who's rotating has time to get there?
Yeah.
Not just to be the wet paper towel out there, they just blow right through. So if Conchar can bring that and just basic level skill across the board, maybe that's worth it.
I do wonder if some of his value, though, was because I do believe there has been some chaos in Memphis behind the scenes with Ja, obviously. And I do wonder if John Conchar was an adult in a room that desperately needed adults, and that was his value. And I wonder if that's as necessary in Utah. The answer may be yes. I honestly just don't know.
Could be
Vince Williams Jr., absolutely. $2.5 million, really good defensive player, has some real playmaking chops, rebounds, doesn't need to shoot, but has made some shots in Utah. Hasn't historically made shots.
Right.
Has made shots the last couple of games, and if he can make those.
Long, athletic, rebound. Yeah. Another guy who seems to play with energy. And it's hard to judge that now, I know, with either one of these guys.
Sure. That's always been his reputation, though. Yes, he
right.
plays
It has been his rep, and we've only seen 3 games. And maybe we're getting the best version of both these guys because they're trying to make, you're trying to make a good impression in a new place.
The question,
any of us, when we start a new job, would do that.
The hard part for Conchar and Williams, or what I think will allow them to stick around, is do you do something on the team that nobody else does? I don't know if Conchar does. I know Vince Williams does because he can defend in the backcourt, and Keontae can't, and Isaiah Collier can't, and they don't have another point guard.
So the fit and the need works out there.
With excellent
size. I see where you're going with that.
So, yeah, I think that's going to be his positive.
All right, DJ, and also you can just have enough. You never have enough players.
Yeah.
Maybe you just keep them because there's going to be a deal at the next trade deadline, and the players you can put in, and the other team will think, hey, they're not great, but they're NBA guys.
Yep.
They're NBA rotation guys, and if no other reason, you keep them around for that.
Yep.
Maybe they got a little something. All right.
Jake and Ben, it's David James filling in. He tried to close the segment, but I wrestled it back from him.
Don't do that. You're going to make me say something. I'm trying to just sit here.
Top 3 stories at KSL Sports coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5. Thanks, DJ. The KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If you've been disappointed by underachieving savings, a high-yield certificate from America First can be a fantastic way to help your money start doing more. Whether you're planning for an upcoming expense or just want to save smarter and earn bigger, America First's flexible certificates are an outstanding way to grow your cash. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to americafirst.com and open a high-yield certificate today. Membership eligibility terms, conditions, and change apply. Fees could reduce account earnings. Federally insured by NCUA.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track to the end of February, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. You've heard me talk now for years about the Connecticut soft water system that we have in our home. As we head into the colder weather, if you're dealing with dry and itchy skin, do you notice your skin is cracking? It's uncomfortable, and the lotion doesn't seem to give you the relief you need? Hard water may be a hidden contributor to that pain and discomfort of dry, itchy skin. I've got Monty here from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer and an expert in overcoming challenges with hard water here in Utah.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. When you shower in hard water, the minerals don't rinse away completely, forming a film in your skin, leaving you feeling tight, dry, and constantly itching.
So the hard water minerals are essentially leaving a sticky residue on my body and even in my hair?
Exactly. Connecticut removes the minerals before they touch your skin, leaving you feeling silky, smooth, and comfortable.
Do what I did and stop buying expensive lotions and start treating the source of the problem. Find out how soft your water could be at softwaterutah.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz at 30 update, here's Lowry Markkinen on what Triple J brings to the team.
He can protect the paint, he can guard the perimeter, and then obviously on the offensive end, he's a tough matchup with anybody, but they kind of, with all three of us out there, we have a big lineup, and someone's going to have a small a lot of times, and he's one of the best ones to punish the mismatch for sure.
Jazz at 30 brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more, uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jagged Man, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A very happy Thursday to everybody out there. If you're gearing up for a fun Valentine's Day. If you're not, make sure to go check out our friends at J. Brooks Jewelers. J. Brooks will take care of you ahead of the holiday. You can find them online, jbrooksjewelers.com. You can explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. Cherish your loved ones with J. Brooks Jewelers. They're also responsible for our top 3 stories at KSLSports.com. Christian, where are we starting today?
Number 1, the Jazz beat the Kings G League roster last night. It's their 18th win of the season. Ben, you had been saying that 18 number was pretty low for the Jazz.
Yeah, I think 17.5 was the over-under at some of the big gambling sites or whatever. I think ESPN set it at 18.5. And as soon as I saw that, I don't gamble on sports. I certainly do not gamble on the Utah Jazz, a team I cover. I do not want to end up in prison. But I don't gamble on sports, period. As soon as I saw that number, I thought it was ridiculously low because of how hard the Jazz had to work last year to lose games. And if you just inevitably expected the team to get a little bit better, even before the Walker Kessler injury, they should have easily cleared it, and they have, and they will. Now, how many more games do they win after losing Jaren Jackson Jr. for the rest of the season, knowing that they should crank up the willingness to tank now to close the season to make sure they hold on to their draft pick, which they will? Are they going to get to 23? I don't know. They might not win. They might not win 5 more games the rest of the year. I think that is possible. I think it's likely they do. I actually think what is happening right now in Milwaukee, where apparently they are deciding they want to try and win games as well, is going to help them. Memphis has probably been more competitive in a few recent games than you would expect. And then you'll have to watch Dallas as well. We'll talk a little bit more about Dallas coming up here in just a moment. But those are the teams you're paying attention to. And then the one team, I think, behind you that you're watching, even though credit the Pacers, who have won 2 in a row when probably after the trade deadline, nobody thought they would do that. I don't know if we're going to see Ivica Zubac, who they traded for before the end of the season. Maybe we will. But the team behind the Jazz that could conceivably pass them is the New Orleans Pelicans. I think New Orleans is sitting on 15 wins right now. Jazz are at 18. The Jazz do play them 3 more times. And as the Jazz totally pull the ripcord on the season and don't try to get to 24, 25 wins, New Orleans, again, does not own their own draft pick. And because they don't own their draft pick, they might as well try and win. And when they play the Jazz 3 times, that's a good opportunity for the Jazz to pick up losses and the Pelicans to pick up some victories. So I think that's what I would be watching if I were a Jazz fan. Teams in front of you, Dallas, Memphis, Milwaukee. Teams behind you, the only one I would think would be the New Orleans Pelicans. And, if you're the Jazz, the best case scenario then I guess would be to drop to the 5th worst record in the NBA. I don't think you're going to be able to get to 4th. But with the 5th worst record in the NBA, you would have a 99.4% chance of holding onto your pick. Not guaranteed, but just about. If you finish with the 6th worst record, you have about a 96% chance of holding onto the pick. Again, pretty strong odds that the Jazz will hold on to it one way or another. I don't think they're going to put it at risk. I think they're smarter than that. I think they know that they've gone through 3.5 years of real difficulty to put themselves in a position to get this pick, get a player like Jaren Jackson Jr. and Ace Bailey, and then exit. The rebuild, that's still the plan next season. And we'll talk about this a little bit more with Chandler Holt, and I'll kind of give you some background information on some things I learned last night. But I will just tell you the feeling around the organization right now, including in the locker room with the players, kind of on and off the record, is just exuberance. Everyone is just so thrilled about what's happening. There's a real energy on the court, off the court. These players are very excited to have this phase of the Utah Jazz, this era of the Utah Jazz coming to an end, and I think you can feel it bursting through the team. We'll talk a little bit more about the Jazz coming up in just a moment. What's next?
Number 2, according to a statement from the Washington County Attorney's Office, BYU wide receiver Parker Kingston was arrested yesterday on suspicion of rape.
Obviously, I don't need to get into moral grandstanding about this. Sexual assault is a scourge, and it's a very scary situation for everybody involved here. According to Mitch Harper, who covers BYU for us at KSLSports.com, BYU football wide receiver was arrested on suspicion of rape, according to a statement from the Washington County Attorney's Office. It's first-degree felony rape in St. George. This happened in February of 2025, so this is over a year old. Apparently, they've been gathering information, and it's really difficult, in my understanding, to make arrests in rape cases because a lot of it is he said, she said. So if they get to a point where you're arrested and you're being held without bail, they must feel like there is certainly some strong evidence in the favor of the police department. So we will see. Again, we have no idea how long this is going to take to play out. BYU just said they were, eyeing the situation and cooperating with whatever they needed to. But the one issue I think here, obviously, other than the felony rape that Parker Kingston is facing, is you don't want this to become BYU's reputation. And that's not fair to say about BYU, but I was at the Jazz game last night when this news broke, and I can just tell you the question you get consistently is what's happening at BYU. And while I don't necessarily think that's fair to say that what BYU is doing is causing this, that's clearly not the case. You can't have this reputation as not being able to control the image of your program. And it's not just football now, because this is the second time a story like this has happened in the last 6 months. You have the baseball player who's been arrested up in Idaho, who I know is a former BYU player and wasn't, I don't believe, active at the time. You have the other player who was flashing outside of the Smith's grocery store. Like, you can't have these types of reputation issues, especially at BYU. And that's, going to be a part of this. But obviously the more pressing story is being arrested for felony rape, first degree, and being held without bail. So we will keep you updated on that story and find all the coverage at KSLSports.com, especially for Mitch Harper, who I thought had a good breakdown yesterday on Instagram.
And number 3, Cooper Flagg, out with a foot injury. He's going to miss this weekend's events at the All-Star Game. And Ben, guess who is getting called as his replacement?
Yeah, a little surprising. And again, so I talked about the first segment, how he's kind of asking Jaren Jackson Jr., like, what's he up to? Is he doing anything during the break? He did not tell me he was getting knee surgery. I was kind of asking around some of the Jazz people, like, what are you doing during the break? You get some time off finally. And no one was like kind of being square with me about what they were doing. And I just didn't put it together at the time. I thought, people don't have full plans. And now in retrospect, I realize, they probably knew that Ace Bailey was going to be replacing Cooper Flagg in the Rising Stars Challenge coming up tomorrow night in Los Angeles. So they also have to be with him, or somebody has to be with him. So we will see how that goes. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they only learned about it this morning as well. I don't know if I believe that, but, no harm, no foul there. Certainly they don't know that to me. But, Ace Bailey going to be replacing Cooper Flagg in the Rising Stars Challenge. He's going to get to go out there and compete. The Rising Stars Challenge is probably the worst other than the celebrity game, and that might be a little interesting because Taylor Frankie Paul is playing in it. If you're a desperate, what's it called? Secret Lives fan
of Mormon Wives.
If you're a Secret Lives fan, you'll want to watch Taylor Frankie Paul. If you like basketball, you don't like any of it because it's not real basketball, either the celebrity game or the Rising Stars Challenge. I will say that Ace is prone to highlight real dunks and plays, and as a result, he could put on a little bit of a show tomorrow in what is otherwise just a great rookie class, and I think good for the Jazz that Ace will be recognized. It is funny, even I saw it last night when Ace is out there with the other young players, and I did not think for a moment this would be the narrative about him. Ace hurts his reputation nationally because he tries to make the right play. If he wanted to be a ball hog, which was his reputation at Rutgers, and just take shots as often as possible, he could score more points. He consistently moves the ball to the right player. He consistently looks to pass as soon as he touches it. And not because he's afraid of shooting. He's a very talented scorer, but he tries to make the right play, and not every rookie does that. Not every young player does that. Not every player on the Jazz does that. And as a result, I'm not sure he gets the shine that he could otherwise. But good for Ace for getting an opportunity to go and play in the Rising Stars Challenge. Again, that is tomorrow night. You can watch it. I believe the game's on Peacock.
At the end of the day, I mean, I know you and Jake were kind of saying it's a good thing that he wasn't picked to the team initially, but there's a lot of people nationally who have not thought about Ace Bailey in Utah since draft weekend, right, and all the controversy. So ultimately, I do think it is a good thing for, as much as people don't like All-Star Weekend, people do tune in, people do watch, and they're going to see Ace Bailey wearing the Jazz on his
whatever
jersey,
the uniform
right?
is. Yeah.
So I think that's a good thing. It's good to have representation.
No, exposure's never a bad thing. If you wanted to take it as a snub, and then he also gets in late, that might be the best of both worlds. He gets to play, and also he got snubbed by the rest of his rookies. The nice thing about Ace is I truly do not think this is affecting his approach. I don't think he tried to do the Karl Malone get snubbed for whoever it was, AC Green or whatever, and comes out and scores 60 points in the next game, or Darren Williams always got snubbed for the All-Star game and came back and played out of his mind. Good for them if that's what motivates you. I don't think Ace lets a lot of noise distract him, which is
Clearly,
right. I think that's probably gives you some information about how he handled the pre-draft process. I actually think he's more, look, and he's like a 19-year-old and he's funny in the locker room and he's loud but like rambunctious. He's happy to be where he is. I don't think he gets caught up in a lot of the nonsense. He's pretty all ball for a 19-year-old with the background he has as far as being a huge recruit and getting a ton of money to go to Rutgers, I'm sure, and being a top 5 recruit. Those can create a persona that doesn't always help players. In my history of covering the NBA, I don't think it's bothered Ace in the slightest. He really is pretty focused. He's got his eye on the prize. So you'll see him tomorrow night. It is on Peacock, 5 p.m. tomorrow night Mountain Time. All right. Chandler Holt's going to join us coming up at 11 o'clock. We're going to do a big Jazz hour. Excited to do that. But more, maybe we'll check in with the Olympics next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Scotty tomorrow from noon to 3 at Tim Daly Mazda in Sandy, 10785 South Auto Mall Drive. Scotty tomorrow from noon to 3 at Tim Daly Mazda in Sandy. Quick update on the Olympics. The Team Canada hockey team is crushing Czechia 5-0. Is the game over? But they are up 5-0 now.
6 minutes left.
6 minutes left in the third, so they're going to crush Czechia. What is not happening is Karel Vejmelka is not getting killed in goal because Karel Vejmelka did not play today. So he is not eating these 6 goals. He was sidelined today, but we'll see if we see him in their next game. And then Team USA will play against Latvia today, coming up at 1:10. I've not seen the lineups yet, so I don't know if Clayton Keller is going to be out there or not. We will probably get that, hopefully before the end of the show. And if we do, we will let you know if you can expect Clayton Keller to be playing. But pretty cool to see Team USA in action amid what's supposed to be the most talented roster for Team USA in several decades. So excited to watch those games for sure. Other big news locally, maybe a change in direction for the University of Utah. Remember last year, I guess it was last year now, they were discussing building a new arena on campus east of where the current Huntsman Center is, kind of up by where Fort Douglas and the student housing is. Seemed like those were the areas they had explored. Mark Harlan yesterday said that maybe they will look at just a facelift, quote-unquote, facelift plus at the Huntsman Center, a renovation plus, to keep the basketball arena in the same spot, but change its functionality, including reducing the capacity from 15,000 seats down to 9,000 seats. Obviously, not filling the stadium has been a big conversation. The arena has been a big conversation around the University of Utah men's basketball team. The women's basketball team draws pretty well, but certainly doesn't fill the stadium, or the arena, excuse me. So I like this idea personally. I had not gotten a real intimate view of the Huntsman Center in some time. But because the Jazz were rebuilding the Delta Center over the summer, they played Summer League up there. And then where we had to do media, we kind of had to get walked through this maze. And I don't know if people have ever gone through the maze, but you have to walk up a tunnel. And then the tunnel is about a mile long. If you joke, what is it, the C gate at the Salt Lake Airport? The B gate at the Salt Lake Airport is the C gate. B gate that's insanely long. Imagine that gate, but it's about the width of 2 doorways. There is a really, really insanely long walkway at the Huntsman Center right now to get up to another larger hallway, which then branches off to offices here and there. And then if you walk another length of the B gate, you get to the practice court. And the practice court's great. It's a high quality facility. It's not on par with what I've seen in the NBA, but it's way more than I think any college would have to have. I think it's a really nice facility. So the idea of having to undo all of that or get rid of all of that would seem silly to me, but I certainly think you could make it more efficient. And I think if you could make the Huntsman Center more intimate, you could really benefit from that. And the big concern I had when they had announced that maybe they were looking at building a new stadium or arena is that that's where people get in trouble. That's where schools get in trouble for spending so much money on a new facility, especially if it's a new facility that's not going to draw. And I don't know what is going to cause Utah men's basketball fans to come back to supporting the program, but just putting them in a new building alone is not going to be good enough. You're going to have to be good on the floor, and you can do that in an old stadium. You can do that, or arena, excuse me. You can do it in a new arena. But you've got to be good first. So I think a facelift is a good idea for the Huntsman Center. We'll see if that ends up being the approach they take.
Do you think the private equity had anything to do with this, or do you think that this was maybe made not adjacent with that decision?
The University of Utah gets to make all the decisions. Ocho Capital is not supposed to be in on any of these decisions. I do suspect, and I would hope this would be the case, that the financials were the biggest draw. And not from Ocho Capital in general, but just saying what's the best way to use our money so we don't burn it up in the wrong spots. And again, the best way to blow through money you don't have is to build an arena or a stadium or a facility that you can't afford and then can't fill. So if you can drop this down to 9,000 and fill it better and have better support and maybe make a little bit more money because there would be some premium seating in here, I think that's the responsible thing to do, even if you don't maybe get the most state-of-the-art approach. But look, the Delta Center is old bones. Now, it's not as old as the Huntsman Center. I mean, the Huntsman Center is ancient by most standards, but the Jazz are getting a lot out of keeping Delta Center and just kind of doing a facelift to it. I imagine there's better technology to do that now than there's ever been. So if they can save the Huntsman Center, it is a great historic building. It's in a good spot on campus. Could certainly use more parking around it. I wouldn't disagree with anyone there, but it's got a great history. So if they can fix that up and make it usable, I think that's the right move. All right, Chandler Holt will join us coming up next. We're going to do an hour of Utah Jazz basketball, including the big breaking news that Jaren Jackson Jr. is undergoing knee surgery. We'll talk about that more. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, it's easy to get lost in the day-to-day routine. I know I do. But have you ever sat down and thought about the long term? Have you thought about what you want to do when you retire, what you want to build for, what the end goal is? Do you want to play golf? Do you want to travel? Do you want to spend time with family in someplace special? Maybe you want a second home, whatever it is. You can get there, and Trajan wants to be a team of good folks on your side to not only help you get there, but help you identify what there is. Sit down with them, go over those goals, figure out what it's going to take, and then have Trajan as a team all along the way to help you make the most critical decisions. So give them a call, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800. Sit down with them in person. Let them show off for you. I've been through the process. It's really great. It's really easy to understand. 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com. Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live, local sports tonight. You can listen to David Locke, Ron Boone, as the Utah Jazz host the Portland Trail Blazers at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Saturday, BYU hosts Colorado at 2 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And Utah State plays a rare February non-league game with the Memphis Tigers at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to reach thousands of potential customers, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com. Hear your company's name right here and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Who's got it better than us? Nobody! Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever. Exclusive Valentine's blankets are only available at Minky Couture. Save 50% using promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online, minkycouture.com. That's Zone50. And hopefully you went and saw Scotty yesterday, hanging out there. He was down at Minky, took some photos. You got to see it. minkycouture.com or go check out the stores. Use the code ZONE50. All right, Chandler Holt joins us in studio for the next hour, which is good timing because there's a lot of Jazz news this morning. If you don't know Chandler and I do the Jazz Notes podcast every Monday. So if you're a Jazz fan and you're looking for more coverage and more kind of dedicated Jazz coverage and maybe some deeper than we're able to get to day to day on the normal Jake and Ben show, you can go find it with Chandler and I every Monday. We also do a mailbag. So there's a lot. And usually we're, Chandler, 45 minutes to an hour and 45 minutes, yes. Depending on what's been happening. So we really try and do it a lot. And then DJ and I will record on Thursday. If there's breaking news, Chandler comes in and we record it a lot. So appreciate you coming in and hanging out for the next hour. It's going to be fun. But the big news today, it's good timing that you're here, is that Jaren Jackson Jr. likely out for the remainder of the season. I did not have that confirmed to me. Obviously, I did have it confirmed that Jaren Jackson Jr. is having knee surgery. He's got basically a small tumor growing on his knee.
Yes.
And it's benign. There's no risk that this is cancerous or anything like that. But PVNS is what it's called. He and his camp decided they want to get it done. That's what was relayed to me. This was not the Jazz saying, find a surgery.
Yeah.
Go get it. Like, that is not a thing that happens. I promise you, nobody is forcing surgery on anybody. You can't do that with a professional athlete who, this is their livelihood. This is generational wealth. You're not going to mess up a player's career by forcing them to get surgery. So this is a real issue that he's having taken care of. Probably ends his season. There's a chance he could come back, but I don't see why the Jazz would feel motivation there if you want to get into that aspect of it. But, yeah, we've seen probably the last of Jaren Jackson Jr. for the season so far. It does kill two birds with one stone. You fix an issue that you need to so you can be ready to go next year with the 100% Jaren Jackson Jr., and ideally it all clears up and everything is fine. Jazz also want to lose a bunch of games for the rest of the season, and now having Jaren Jackson Jr. out of the lineup helps.
Also just want to add, the surgery is preventative or preemptive, rather.
Yeah.
If they didn't do it, there's a chance for further damage to the bone and the ligaments there. So it isn't like it needed to be done. It was more so, let's do this now so you don't have other things that happen as a result later on. But yeah, got the first 3 games of looks at Jaren Jackson Jr., got his home debut out of the way. And then, like you said, the Jazz want to hold on to this top 8 protected pick. So now out for the rest of the year. I also looked, and it looks like a typical timetable for this surgery is about 3 to 4 months. So that brings you into May, and the Jazz won't be playing in May.
Yeah, certainly not going to be out there in May. And so we'll see. Jazz will announce a timetable for his return after he has the surgery done. He did want to make sure he got to play a couple of games in a Jazz uniform. I think he wanted to make his home debut. So again, it's not like he was under such extreme pain that he was making it worse by playing today, but this had to get done. Mm-hmm. And I would imagine the smaller it is, if it is growing, and that is it's a tumor, so it grows, the less you play on it, the better. So we'll get more information on that as it comes out. But that's my understanding of it, and the people I was able to talk to this morning, that was kind of how it was explained to me. So with that said, before we move on to the final 26 games of the season or whatever it is, and we will talk about that, we have seen Jaren Jackson Jr. for 3 games, and I think by all accounts he's been far better than I expected.
Oh, yeah.
And Jaren Jackson Jr. is exactly the right type of player. I had a video on our Instagram page at KSL Sports about why he's exactly the right type of player. What he does, what he doesn't take away from his teammates, what he costs going forward. It's a little expensive, but the Jazz can stomach it, and that he's at the right age. Like, all of those things fit great. And then what actually happens when he's on the court, And what's that been on the court has been so much better than I had anticipated, especially for the first 3 games, that the Jazz have had to rest him in fourth quarters to make sure that they're not winning unexpectedly.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of crazy how much of an instant impact he had on the 30th ranked defense in the NBA before he joined.
Yeah.
You know, they held a team to under 100 yesterday. Mind you, it was the Sacramento Kings who have 12 wins on the season, but
And
still.
have 4 NBA players on the roster,
Yeah.
and none of them were playing last night.
Yes. But no, like the instant impact on both ends, especially on defense, is what stood out to me. But offensively, 22 points a game. He shot basically 50% from the floor. Let me look. 4.3 rebounds, not a bad number. 2.7
Not a good
assists.
number.
Yeah.
That's not a good number. The rebounding is the most bizarre thing. And I watch him, I watched it closely last night, because if you kind of blur your eyes, you're like, is that Joel Embiid out there? He is so big.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You watch him high-five Cody Williams coming off the floor because they subbed, and it's like, is this a perspective trick? Like, is he way closer to the camera than everybody else? He is so big.
Yeah.
And even talking to some people within the Jazz locker room yesterday, they were like, well, I played against him a bunch. You might be able to deduce who I'm talking about, but played against him a bunch. I've always known how good he is. When he joined us in Orlando, I was shocked at how big he was. Like that was kind of verbatim what the player said. It was just like, he is so big compared to everybody else on the roster, with the exception of Jusuf Nurkic. The problem is Nurk moves like he's 290 pounds and 7 feet tall. There is some lumbering, kind of almost clumsiness from Jaren Jackson Jr., but man, he dribbles extraordinarily well. He gets wherever he wants to on the floor, even if it's not like the cleanest footwork you've ever seen. He gets wherever he wants to at his size.
And it's interesting because he can go off the catch, he can go off the dribble, he has post-up looks. Like, really, it is just the entire bag of tricks on offense. Going back to the rebounding, though, something interesting, over the past few years, like, the Jazz defense has been something that is just, they're near the bottom of the league every single year, at least the past 3 or 4 years. But they've been a weirdly good rebounding team.
Really good rebounding team.
So it's sort of like Jaren addresses Utah's needs, and Utah sort of makes up for some of his shortcomings a bit.
Yeah, Walker is an exceptional rebounder. He's not, Andre Drummond in his prime, but he is one of the best offensive rebounders in the NBA. And the other thing about it with Jaren Jackson Jr. is that the Grizzlies actually aren't a terrible defensive rebounding team or a terrible rebounding team. When he's on the team, I don't know if he's helping other guys get rebounds. Whatever it is, it's not like so dire that you can't win when he's on the floor because the possession battle is just so wonky or lopsided.
Yeah.
You can still compete. And then, you bring in Walker, who's actually a good rebounder, and that should help. Over the last 3 games, and again, 3 games, it doesn't really matter that much. But it is worth noting 2 of them are against Eastern Conference teams. In the East, on their home court, trying to make the playoffs in Orlando and Miami. The biggest shenanigans about those games is that the Jazz pulled Jaren Jackson Jr. off the floor. Not that the Jazz were playing, the Pacers, who they played the night of the trade. So if you just look at their last 3 games, and again, Sacramento, absolute joke last night, whatever, if you want to talk about integrity in the NBA, there are other issues than just the Jazz not playing teams in the fourth quarter. The Jazz's defensive ranking is 101.6 over the last 3 games, including 2 games against Eastern Conference playoff teams on the road that are trying to win. The Jazz's offensive rating, I think, for the season is like 130. Like, it's unimaginably bad.
Yeah.
To drop it to 101.6 because you brought in one player, and we shouldn't discount that Vince Williams Jr. and John Conchar are on the roster, and they are both good defensive players as well. But he just steps in and erases such a huge problem that the Jazz had. And again, talking to some of the players around the team, and I mentioned it in the last hour, they are just ecstatic. Like, everybody is brimming. They are so excited that he's here. They were talking about, just think of what this is going to look like defensively. And we'll talk about this more coming up in the next segment. But everybody to a T said, man, when we get Walker back there too, everybody mentioned Walker by name.
Yes.
So everybody knows, if you've watched the Jazz, Walker's a great shot blocker. He's not a lockdown defensive player a la Rudy Gobert. He doesn't blow up the pick and roll by himself, just being out there on the floor. But he is effective, and he is a deterrent at the rim. And now you have a great isolation defender. You do have a guy who's probably more prone to blow up some of those pick and roll primary actions. And then Walker comes over as the help defender with Jaren, or now Lowry can come over as the third big, and you become really, really effective just because you have so much length. And I think that is what has been bothering teams, because Jusuf Nurkic is certainly not a great defensive player, but just having he, Lowry Markkanen, and Jaren Jackson Jr. on the floor together just makes you really effective because you're so big at the rim.
It's worth noting, too, that Jaren Jackson Jr., he played with Marc Gasol in his rookie season for like 40 or 50 games before he got traded to Toronto. But other than that, like you have Steven Adams, who's a good rebounder, not a great defender.
Yeah.
I think Walker Kessler will be by far the best defensive center he's played alongside.
Certainly the best rim protector, yeah.
Yeah,
no question about it.
So I think that may unlock something with Jaren. It may give him a bit more leeway to be like a roamer, like we talked about in his Defensive Player of the Year season in 2023, but maybe even like a step above that because he has a back line behind the back line, if you want to call it that, that he can sort of rely on for some extra rim protection.
The shot blocking is a little bit weird with Jaren Jackson Jr. because you go back, he led the league in back-to-back seasons. In 2021-22 and 2022-23, he was at 2.3 per game and 3 per game that next year. I think he has 1 block in 3 games with the Jazz. Like he has 1 block in 3 games. Like there is something weird about why he's not blocking shots anymore.
Yeah.
And look, blocking shots is a little bit deceptive as a defensive number. They are valuable. I really do think block shots are valuable. People see a number. People get their shot blocked, and naturally they're like, well, I'm not going back in there. Getting your shot blocked is embarrassing. Like, I'm not going to keep running into a brick wall over and over. But some guys pad their defensive numbers by blocking shots, by letting guys get to spots on the floor where they can block it, as opposed to stopping a player from getting to an advantageous spot on the floor in the first place.
Yep.
And generally you will see really good defensive players have their shot block numbers go down throughout their careers. And some guys who are actually sneaky bad defenders that have good shot blocking numbers, a la Miles Turner, kind of keep those numbers up throughout their career because they're like, well, I'll just let you get as far as you want to at the rim, and then I'll block it. And by the end of the night, I'll have 3 blocks, but I've also let you get too close to the rim over and over and over. So that is something you do need to keep an eye on, and maybe that can account for some of his numbers, but I will be looking for that. And, that is a problem with Walker Kessler. Like, one of the reasons Walker's shot blocking numbers are so high is he just lets guys get too close to the rim before he decides he's going to blow it up. So I will be really curious to see how those two work together, and that could be, a very potent defensive front court for the Jazz. Certainly the best 1-2 punch defensively the Jazz have ever had. Rudy is a better defensive player than Jaren Jackson Jr. No argument there. But Rudy never had another front court defender, even Derek Favors, that's as good as the number 2 would be here in Jaren, or as Walker Kessler can be effective.
I'm also interested to see maybe if Walker Kessler can switch things up, like sort of his defensive style because of Jaren Jackson.
Oh, absolutely.
Like we talk about how maybe Walker lets guys get too close and that's how he gets his blocks. Maybe if Jaren sort of fills that rim protection hole, maybe Walker can actually step up, for example, in the pick and roll and sort of step up in these other areas to maybe not let people get downhill on him so often and get those blocks. I think that the tandem of those two can maybe build off of one another, and we'll see maybe stuff from either side that we haven't before.
And more. I was talking to a guy last night in the locker room, and he was talking about, you think about me running to this closeout. Like, now I'm responsible for closing out on a 3-point shooter. Well, even if I'm a little over aggressive on the closeout, I can totally take that 3-point shot away because I don't think you're going to be able to shoot over me. You're not going to pull it for a mid-range because I can backtrack now and I'm right next to you. And you can't get to the rim. Mm-hmm. So, what are you going to do? And this is not what I'm saying. This is what this person told me. Like, what do you think you're going to do? I don't think that's going to work for you. So there is real optimism that, the defense is going to be far more effective, not just in a hypothetical, but, the people who are doing it in practice are saying this right now. They are recognizing these are our defensive issues. These are our flaws. And now with Jaren back there and Walker coming back, that flaw will disappear, and everyone around him should get better. I do think fully for the Jazz to reach their potential, everyone's going to have to be a good defensive player.
Yes.
Lowry's going to have to be a good defensive player. Keontae George is going to have to be a good defensive player. Whoever their 2 is going to be, most likely Ace Bailey, is going to have to be a good defensive player. Ace is already getting there. He's not a good defensive player yet because he's still learning how to play, but he makes the right rotations. He knows how to get vertical. He plays hard. He's in the right spot more often than not. Certainly not always. His closeouts are a mess, but he's doing things a lot better than a lot of rookies, I think. So there's room for it now, and that's why Jaren Jackson Jr. was such a good fit. Now the next 25 games, I should pull up exactly how many games there are left, and we can look at the strength of schedule remaining, and that'll tell me how many there are. But the Jazz can focus on finding the other guys on the roster. There's 27 games left, by the way. Jazz have the eighth easiest schedule remaining. So they're going to have to find a way to lose some games. Not having Jaren Jackson Jr. on the floor will help that. But this will be about finding out which of the rest of the players on this roster, even outside of Lowry and Keontae, belong on next season's team.
Yes. I think like the obvious answer is Ace Bailey, of course. Like he may
he's going to be around.
Yeah, he's going to be your starting two, in all likelihood, depending, of course, if you get this draft pick and of who it ends up being. But we talked about this earlier in the week. I think Isaiah is safe because you need a backup point guard.
Yeah, you just have to have somebody.
Yes.
And he's playing at a level that's good enough, and he's really cheap.
Yeah.
That's good news for the Utah Jazz. Good enough and cheap is a great place to be.
And Svi is also proven to be a very solid vet and also one of the best contracts in the NBA right now.
Yeah.
But then the spotlight, if you will, sort of shines on Bryce Sensabaugh and Kyle Filipowski and Cody Williams. And
Big
like,
time.
Because those three are sort of like, okay, one or two of you are probably going to be able to get consistent minutes. And the other one is like, for example, this year, if Bryce Sensabaugh, whoever else isn't playing with enough effort or enough energy on defense, then they get taken out for a guy who usually doesn't get consistent minutes. That might be the case next year. Will Hardy's all about the meritocracy, as we've heard many times this year. But yeah, that's sort of group of three. It becomes really interesting on who's going to earn those minutes.
I do think that's who it is. There is a true chance it's none of them.
Yeah.
There's a chance the Jazz go out and find a veteran who does it, and they just say, the starting lineup is Keontae George, Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, Jaren Jackson Jr., Walker Kessler, and then Will Hardy traditionally likes to play 10 guys, so coming off the bench would be Isaiah Collier, let's just pencil in Svi Mykhailiuk, whoever your draft pick is going to be, Vince Williams, and it might just be John Conchar.
Yeah.
But you don't really have a third big or fourth big, I guess, in that situation, though you can probably get by most of the minutes with Walker, Jaren, and Lowry.
Yes.
Lowry can slide up to the floor, 4, Jaren can slide up to the 5. There probably is a 5 in there. And so I guess that would lean towards most likely being Kyle Filipowski.
Mm-hmm.
But if Kyle's not playing like a big and is more of a wing because he's not that, actually he's tall, he doesn't play particularly big and he doesn't defend at the rim. Yeah, maybe they just go find somebody else entirely.
Yeah.
And then Flip, Bryce, and Cody are on the outside looking in. If it were me, I would be really confident if I was a two-way player.
Yeah.
Because that's what I think the name of the game is going to be. As we have seen, not only do the Jazz have a very good defensive rating over their last 3 games, let me look at their offensive rating. It's not as good. I think it's only 110. Now, they've not scored a ton in some of these games, and again, it's because they've pulled their entire offense off the floor in the fourth quarter. They have not had an issue scoring. They scored 100 points through 3 quarters last night. They don't really feel like they have an issue scoring right now. And when Jaren's out there and when Lowry's out there and when Keontae's going to be out there, Keontae not being out there is a huge blow to their offense. I think they're going to score enough. So I don't think necessarily Flip being a good offensive player or Bryce being a pretty good offensive player is going to be like the key to getting on the floor.
Yeah.
I think they're going to find a way to score buckets. So I would want to be a two-way player, and that might lend itself to Cody Williams. The problem for Cody is if you're not good enough at that, they will just go find somebody else who can.
Yeah, exactly. Because you could argue like Vince Williams, because maybe he's a more ready defender right now. Mind you, he's 2 years, I think, further into his career right now than Cody Williams is. Then it could just be him. But I think, like we mentioned, because of positional need, Isaiah Collier sort of gets the edge there. And then maybe Kyle Filipowski, but like you mentioned, maybe not a big. So maybe we're looking at another, like, I don't want to push any of these guys out the door, but another busy trade deadline next year to sort of okay, Kyle Filipowski's playing good, but whenever he's on the floor, we get out-rebounded when we have Walker and we don't. So maybe we need to get another big man. I think it's very interesting. I think that second unit has a lot of questions to be answered. I think the Jazz sort of answered their questions with the starting lineup, bringing in Jaren Jackson. Because before, maybe your draft pick this year would have filled that sort of 5th starting spot, if you will. I would lean towards Cody Williams just because he's improving so fastly. And like you said, he's probably the best defender of that group that I just mentioned right there. But yeah, remains to be seen. It's very interesting.
And who they draft will matter.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
that person's going to play. So if you end up 6 or 7, you're probably getting a guard. Maybe you get a bigger forward there, and they can step in and play. But if you're drafting 1, 2, or 3, that player becomes such an enormously important piece of the rotation. Like, look, if the Jazz draft Cam Boozer, I don't think it's a guarantee that he starts next year because when you get to bump Lowry to the 2, like, no.
Yeah.
And Jaren's starting and Walker's starting. In fact, like, the best case scenario for the Jazz, and it's not happening, is if like one of the top picks was a true center and you could replace Walker with this person.
Yeah.
Right? If you could replace Walker with this guy who's going to cost $10 million a year as opposed to $30 million a year, 25. We'll talk about Walker coming up here in a moment. That would probably be ideal, but that guy's not on the board this year. That guy's not in this year's draft. He's not in the top 10. So you kind of need Walker to become this person. It does get a little clunky. If you land Darren Peterson, you pair him with Keontae George probably in the backcourt.
Yes.
And then Ace might move to the bench, and Ace becomes your star coming off the bench. And, he doesn't want to be a sixth man, I'm sure, for his career, but you see how well his development is, and if he makes somebody else redundant and he's cheaper, then you can make some other trades. I mean, This is not a final roster. This is not a finished roster by any stretch of the imagination, and there's still some questions to be answered, and there's some real intrigue in all of it. And, maybe the Jazz don't keep their pick, and that question gets answered for them. That would certainly be worst case scenario.
Yeah. Like you mentioned, talk about Walker Kessler, because the paybook gets really interesting for the Jazz, but the Oklahoma City Thunder have sort of given the blueprint of just replacing all of your role players every year in the draft might be the way to do it.
If you can.
Which
might be the worst model.
Yeah.
If it works, great. If you can actually accomplish it, great. A lot of teams try that and they fail and they lose a championship because they get cheap, because they say, "Oh, we think our late first round pick can replace Kentavious Caldwell-Pope." It's like, well, sorry, Denver. Now you haven't made the finals since you won the championship and were the favorite to repeat. All right, we will talk more about Walker Kessler next. I know it's a huge question for the Jazz. I'll tell you kind of some of what I heard yesterday in the locker room, and we'll talk about what type of money maybe he could get. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window Sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, secure to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years, Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Jazz at 30 update. Here's Jaren Jackson Jr. on his respect for new teammate Lauri Markkanen.
I mean, there's not much he can't do on the floor, which definitely helps everybody on the team. And I think just being a threat from everywhere, you can't go under. When he puts the ball on the floor, you have to respect him. You know, when you're driving at him, you have to kind of make a choice, stay home, or it's kind of lights out with him. It's been crazy to play against him for this many years and seeing him improve. And then, you know, at this point in our careers playing with each other, I think it's nice.
Jazz at 30 brought to you by University of Utah Health. University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more, uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A very happy Thursday to everybody out there. Thanks for tuning in. Chandler Holt joining us for this second hour. Again, if you don't know Chandler, you're just tuning in. He does the Jazz Notes podcast with me every Monday. He also is a digital producer at KSLSports.com. So if you've read anything at KSL Sports, you have read Chandler. All right, Chandler, one of the big questions for the Utah Jazz is about Walker Kessler's future.
Yes.
In fact, one of the things we like to do on our podcast is we do a big mailbag, and it's actually most of the show.
Yeah.
Basically, we'll catch you up on the news and the notes of the week, look at their last games, the games that are coming up, but then we'll get to a mailbag, and they usually have 15 questions, 25 questions. Last week's is 35 questions, I think it was, because of the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. So, but we will answer your questions in DMs or whatever you want to do. Cash Merrill did DM me and says, do you think if Walker ends up getting more from another team than we can bear right now, talking about the Jazz, do we stick with Nurk as a starter or find a backup? Would that work with Triple J, or do we let Nurk expire and go find a better starting center? Just reading stuff like the Walker Kessler's camp believes he's worth much, much more than $25 million per year, according to Tim McMahon. Can the Jazz afford him? My understanding, again, is that Walker truly has always been in the plans. In the Jazz last offseason, people I talked to, just said, yeah, we're just not going to pay him this year, and we will pay him next year. Like, he's going to hit restricted free agency, and we are going to match whatever it is, and we are not going to keep moving on from these young players that we want to invest in and want to be a part of the team. We just don't need to pay him right now.
Yeah.
And until we need to pay him, we will. The conversation does change, though, if Walker gets a truly massive offer. $25 million is probably what the Jazz want. I think that's exactly what Tim McMahon reported, was that's kind of where the number the Jazz like for Walker. And Walker's camp thinks he's worth more. The hard part for Walker's camp is that they have to find more than. Like, I can think I'm worth whatever I want. I can think I'm worth $2 million a year. If I go to every local network here or radio station here and people say you're worth $15,000, I'm worth $15,000. Like, that's the problem. It doesn't matter what I think I'm worth. It matters what they think I'm worth. So Walker's going to hit the market. I suspect the Jazz will put an offer on the table for him. He's going to turn it down. He's going to say, let me go find as much money as I can. The Jazz say, God bless, and come back to us with the number, and we'll match that number. And I just still don't think he's going to get this enormous contract that maybe some Jazz fans are afraid of.
Yeah, speaking about the interest for Walker, two of the biggest teams that were interested in him made deals for big men at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
You have Washington trading for Anthony Davis, and then Indiana trading for Ivica Zubac.
Yeah.
Another team linked to him has been the Lakers, but the Lakers have to pay Austin Reeves, who's eligible for $240 million this summer.
And he's going to get it.
Yeah.
Probably going to get it.
So I don't know who's going to be giving him $30 million or more this year.
So I guess another question here, and maybe the Clippers get into it. Atlanta needs a center now because they just traded Kristaps Porzingis. Like, there are some teams that need centers, no question about it. There will be a market for Walker.
Yes.
However, it's not a free market because he's not a free agent. He's a restricted free agent. So there's a restricted market for him. It's going to scare some people off. And somebody will just say, hey, we think we can get somebody else cheaper, or we drafted a guy at 22 or 24, which, by the way, Walker was drafted at 22. Like, somebody will say, well, what if I can repeat that same thing? What if I can have that magic and not have to pay a guy who still does have some very real questions about his overall potential, his future, his health, now coming off of his shoulder surgery. How much do you want to pay him? And I really do doubt that somebody's going to give him $35 or $40 million, having 2 good years under his belt, having 1 bad year under his belt. He was bad in his second season. Like, he was not a good player. He was very good in his third year. He was pretty good in his first year, and then showed a couple of flashes early this season, and obviously it just never materialized because of the shoulder injury. So I actually don't really believe this poison pill toxic offer is going to come for Walker that the Jazz won't match. And I'm sure the Jazz are prepared to match whatever, understanding that if he's as good as advertised, they'll trade him.
Yeah.
Or if he's actually worth that money and they can't afford it, they'll trade him. The worst case scenario would be if they sign him for $35 million and he just stinks and doesn't fit on the roster, and then you can't get rid of him. That would be the, I guess, worst case and most difficult scenario for the Jazz.
Before this report came out, what I had said was $20 million would be good for the Jazz. 25 is where it probably will be, and 30 would be good for Walker. Hearing that way more than 25, like, that makes me think he's looking at like 32 plus.
Yeah.
Which I think that really just sort of locks the Jazz into their current roster. Not to mention, you will have to pay Keontae George in a year, and then eventually Ace Bailey in your draft pick this year.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think it would be best, and everything I've ever heard is that Walker loves it here. And I think the Jazz love him, and I think bringing Jaren Jackson in makes him a lot more important. And I think, like you said, he's always been a part of the plans. So yeah, I think it's very interesting. I wonder what the final number will be.
If I'm Walker's camp, I am going and saying I'm better than Jakob Poeltl. Like, I'm younger. I'm going to be a better offensive player. I think I'm going to be equally impactful. Jakob Poeltl's a pretty good defensive player. I'm at least that good of a player, and I have a higher ceiling, and he's making $29.4 million in this 28-29 season. Like, he just signed an extension. I think that's I'm worth that much if he's worth that much, if not more. That's why I'm looking at that 30 number. And I think the Jazz would say, go find it then. Honestly, I think the Jazz would say, go find it. And I think the Jazz would easily stomach a $30 million contract if that's what it ended up being. And it's a lot. You're paying a ton for your front court then. But you do have to pay to win. And the Jazz have not been paying very much money over the last few years in all their losing seasons. So ideally, if you're a Jazz fan, Ryan Smith has been saving that money up for when he is comfortable to pay it for a winning roster. And then if you have to pivot after that, you have to find a way to pivot. You probably got to get creative to do it, but you should have those tools. But that's probably the number Walker's looking at. I understand why his camp would want that.
Yep.
Now it's about finding it. Again, I don't think anyone's finding $35 million.
Yeah.
And the question then becomes, what's the motivation outside of I'm just trying to get as much money as possible? I bet you if you're a young player like Walker Kessler and his camp, I think CAA or whatever his agency is, and you hear the Lakers want me, that's got to be really intriguing. That's got to be enticing. Yeah. And then the Lakers want me and they have Luka, who Luka makes every center look like a superstar. I mean, people were talking about Derek Lively as a rookie, like going to be one of the future great centers of the NBA, and he was injured this year, so he just didn't play. But like, he's fine.
Yeah.
Again, that's the Walker Kessler problem, is that like you can actually find Derek Lively at 10 or later in the draft, which is valuable, but not the most valuable draft pick. If I can find a guy who can go and be big and run and jump and finish some baskets at the hoop, maybe I don't need to spend $30 million on Walker, which is actually, while the Jazz could say that and not pay him, I think that's probably a better reason for other teams not to pay him, especially if they know the Jazz are going to match the offer. Like, yeah. I think there are too many traps and pitfalls for teams that want to go give Walker a big deal because they can say, well, I can get somebody for cheaper, or I can draft somebody, or I know the Jazz are going to match it, so what am I doing here?
Yeah.
I think that's the problem for Walker's camp.
And I had just talked about how interesting Jaren Jackson playing next to Walker Kessler would be. But on the other end of that spectrum, Jaren Jackson is such a good backline defender that you could probably get away with having a mid-level center next to him.
Yeah, you don't need to have a superstar center. Now, there's no such thing as too much of a good thing in the NBA.
True.
Like, stacking strengths is one of the best things you can do.
Yes.
If you're a good shooting team, you have Steph, the best thing to do is to add Clay, not say, well, what if we surround him with bad shooters because Steph carries such a big load. No, keep adding more shooting and more shooting around him. That way, where inevitably you do have a weakness in that area, maybe it's, Draymond Green or whatever, Andre Iguodala, you can account for some of those flaws. If you are the Jazz, okay, well, now maybe you can get away with having a lesser defender somewhere, and that's Lauri Markkanen, or that's Keontae George, but you have Jaren Jackson Jr. and Walker. They do account for some of it by stacking those strengths. So that's why I do think the Jazz will be invested in Walker and why I do expect him to be around. I totally understand the concern of the money, and it's real, and the Jazz will pay attention to it as well. Again, they're just not going into this haphazardly.
Yes.
They're not going to go into this without the thought of recognizing what they are getting into and what this was going to cost when they balked at it last year. And I will say, if you missed it yesterday, I'd go listen to it. Scotty G had a good interview with Danny Ainge. They were kind of talking about how did this come together? How quickly did it come together with Jaren? And the one thing Danny said over and over and over was Jaren's not available. Jaren was not available. Jaren was not available. Meaning the Jazz were probably kicking the tires on Jaren Jackson Jr., and you kick the tires on everybody. You want to know who's on the market. But Danny consistently said, yeah, he wasn't available. He wasn't available. And then he became available, and we quickly put an offer together.
Yeah.
And there is a difference between we listened or, hey, we had a discussion and we made an offer. Danny quickly said, we put an offer together. I think as soon as Jaren became available, the Jazz said, that's the target. That's the guy we've been waiting for. And there's probably 5 players on that list.
Yeah.
But that's one of the guys on this list the Jazz have been waiting for. So even if, maybe it was a little bit of a surprise that they're ending the season with a $50 million Jaren Jackson Jr. type player on the roster, they knew that I think that was a possibility and even accounted for that without paying Walker last season.
Yeah, and this is something that me and you have talked about over and over and over. The Jazz were thinking about 2029 before they made the Jaren Jackson deal. Like, they are thinking so many steps ahead that they are thinking about contracts. They are thinking about what the team might look like when they're eventually contending for a championship, because I don't think the expectation is that next year. Like, you're probably just trying to make the playoffs next year. But Ryan Smith has said over and over he wants to bring a championship to Utah. So they are thinking so many steps ahead. And even though to us it is a worry, like, how is the paybook going to sort of fall once you have to pay Keontae and all this stuff? They have a plan, at least a semblance of a plan, because you don't know exactly how things are going to fall.
Concepts of a plan.
Yes.
One of the things that the Jazz could do also is, and we talked about this on the podcast, if Walker's camp is obsessed with the $30 million number, you could start him high and say 32.5, and then drop it to 30, and then drop it to 27, and then drop it to 25, and say, look, your average per year is $28.5 million. Your first 2 seasons, you're getting 32 and 30. Like, you are getting your big money up front, and yes, it decreases, and that helps us on the back end when we're paying Keontae or we're paying this X, Y, and Z, but you get your money early,
yes,
and you're that $30 million player. There are ways to work this, so
yeah.
we'll see what the Jazz end up doing. All right, we will wrap up the show. Coming up next, we'll talk about Ace Bailey and his big news coming up this weekend. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
Joining us on the program right now for Jazz Daily, he is the coach, Tim Lacombe. You can hear him, of course, pre, half, and post on your radio dial right here, the radio home of the Utah Jazz.
When you just look at it at face value, you're adding a two-time All-Star Defensive Player of the Year, a guy that is on 5 attempts per night from 3, shooting 36%. Wow. Rebounding is low. It's always kind of been low. I'm hoping maybe Will can get to him like he got to Colin on tempo. It would have, a guy that was voted Defensive Player of the Year. He's blocking 3 shots a game back then. That alongside what I think is probably one of the up-and-coming dominant rim protectors. If Walker and the Jazz find common ground, you look at a team that's really big, but you also look at a team that's very long. This move allows Lowry to go to the 3, and he is an absolute cheat code at 3. It's pretty exciting to think about.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This month, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0.9% for up to 60 months on brand new 2026 Mazda CX-50s. That's right, 0.9 on new Mazda CX-50s. Get yours in Windchill Pearl, Jet Black Mica, or any color you choose. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA. Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on the airways, talking sports. They got him made Jake's and also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarf.
For Jake and Ben, with all the talk about tanking recently, I was wondering what you were thinking would be the best idea for curbing that. Just because I think we all don't like tanking. But there has to be a way for good teams to get better via the draft. I was wondering if you had thought about the 4 worst teams get pick number 1 through 4 every single year. And then the rest of the NBA teams is pick 5 through 15. But you can't be in the top 4 in back-to-back years. So, for example, if you were the worst team in the NBA, you'd get pick 1 through 4. But even if you were the worst team in the NBA the next year, then you would be picked somewhere between 5 and 15 in the lottery. That way it de-incentivizes a little bit of tanking.
Tyler, thank you for the call. You can always use the call-in feature using the KSL Sports app. Just see it in the bottom left. And yeah, if you wanted to play on our show, just say this for Jake and Ben. We'll gladly play it for you. You either, I think, have to do a really, really complicated format to fix the lottery, which I have one, which at one point I will reveal. I ran it past Christian. I got to figure out how to word it because it's very complicated, but I actually think it has some nice stopgaps. I'm not ready to unleash it on the world yet.
Okay.
Or you can go extremely simple on how to fix it. Yeah. And the real simple idea is it's a 30-team lottery and it decides 1 through 30. And that's it. Everyone gets 3% chance. If you win the championship, you might win the number 1 overall pick the next year. Is it going to happen? Probably at some point it will happen. Yeah. That's going to be crazy. But no one's going to tank anymore.
Yeah.
Because why would you? You're just going to authentically be bad, and I'm sorry you're authentically bad. The problem with that is then, yeah, small market teams have to work harder to win a championship than big market teams. But you will have less tanking, but you will have you'll have less parity in the league as well, is the problem. You will just have less parity because too many good teams are going to get a top 5 pick. You know, you might be the Houston Rockets this year who aren't going to win a title, but all of a sudden you add Darren Peterson or Cam Boozer, and it's like, well, that's our ticket. Now, look, that's not the most fair setup, but also imagine if the Jazz had Rudy Gobert, Donovan Mitchell, Bojan Bogdanovic, Mike Conley, and then randomly one year got the 3rd overall pick. And you say like, oh, well, that's the perfect combination of these teams that never quite figure out how to get over the hump. John, Carl, Jeff Hornacek. Okay, now randomly in 1997, Tim Duncan's on your roster. Yeah. You know, like, okay, you built a dynasty. Like, it's not fair, quote unquote, but I guess a little bit of the chaos of it is if you do have the luck, you do get your chance to win the title. And maybe you just have to go that simple.
Shout out to NerdSesh for this idea. What if you move the draft lottery to All-Star Weekend?
Oh, interesting.
Because then you, like, a lot of the most egregious tanking happens after that, last 30 games of the season. Of course, there will be a little
Yeah, the problem is now Boston is like, oops, we stunk for the first 6 months of the season or 5 months of the season, and now, oh, weird, we're elite the last 2 months. Like, how did that happen? OKC is below 500 at the All-Star break and then wins 24 their last 25 games. Like, that I think that's exactly what teams would do.
Yeah.
And that is the problem with that idea. There is a solution out there.
Yes.
You know, I will just tell you I'm going to have to announce it before Jake comes back because he'll laugh me out of the room. My idea is honestly 2 lotteries. So a lottery in the East and a lottery in the West.
Okay.
Because that way, if you're in the West, you're not worried about the worst team in the East. You're only tanking against 7 teams that miss the playoffs instead of 14 teams. So if you're in the West, let's say the worst team has 30 wins. Okay, you can have 30 wins. if the worst team in the East has 19 wins, well, you don't have to get to 19 because you're not competing against them in the lottery.
Okay.
You're only competing against half the teams then, actually. But if you win the lottery in the East or the West, because there's 2 separate lotteries, you are guaranteed a top number 1 or number 2 pick. You're only not, so you don't have to worry about what the other conference is doing. It's not about stopping tanking entirely, but it is about having fewer teams to tank against. That way the Jazz aren't worried about Washington.
Yeah.
And Charlotte. Charlotte's not tanking right now, but you know what I mean. Along those lines. You're not worried about Brooklyn. The Jazz are only worried about Memphis and whoever the West team is that's worse than them. New Orleans or whatever. So that's where I think you would kind of cut in half at least the number of teams you're tanking against. And then my other backstop, and there will be more, so I'm not going to get into all of it now, would be that then the team with the best record of the 2 teams that win the lottery gets the number 1 pick.
The better record.
So you have incentive to actually not have the worst record in the NBA. So yeah, you don't need to be a 14-win team. If you win 30 in the West and you win the lottery, just in the West, you do get the number 1 overall pick because the worst team in the East or the team that won the lottery in the East has to move to the 2nd pick.
Gotcha.
And so there's actually incentive to not be the worst team in the NBA. Worst team in the NBA can't get the number 1 overall pick, period.
And then from 3 down, is it just worst record?
You go worst record, but again, you stagger East-West, East-West for every pairing.
Okay, gotcha.
3-4, 4-5, 5-6. And again, the team with the better record gets the higher pick.
Okay.
So if you were in this situation, since the worst team couldn't win the lottery, that would be the rule. The worst team actually can't win the lottery. Again, so you disincentivize being the worst team in the NBA. You can't win the East or the West lottery with the worst record in your conference. You're automatically falling to 3 or 4. And if you have the worst record, you fall to 4 automatically because the team with a better record, which would be everybody in the NBA, gets the higher pick in your 2-team pairing.
Gotcha.
So it would be 1 East, 1 West, alternating, and whoever in that standing spot had the better record gets that selection. That way, there's really no incentive to be the worst over and over and over because the worse you are, the worst pick you get, even if you kind of guarantee yourself top 5, top 6, top 7.
Yeah.
The example is the Jazz last year had the worst record.
Yeah.
They would have gotten at best, or at worst and at best, the number 4 overall pick. You have the worst record in the NBA. You can't win your own lottery, and you also can't have the higher pick of your pairing. So you drop to 4.
Yeah.
But that's good for the Jazz. Jazz got the 5th pick last year. They would have taken the 4th pick.
Yeah.
Actually, it rewards the worst team more than what the current lottery system does, but it scares some teams off because the reason the Jazz tanked last year was their hope to get a number 1, number 2, or number 3 overall pick.
Even if the Jazz were at 4, I think they would have taken Ace Bailey last year.
Probably.
And we can use that to say that Ace Bailey was named to the Rising Stars game today as an injury replacement for Cooper Flag.
He will get to play with, and I think they've actually already done the Rising Stars draft, haven't they?
Yeah, there's teams already.
There are teams already.
Yes.
So we'll have to look at who he's placing in. Did you write that up in the article this morning?
I did. He, first of all, he's playing with former teammate Dylan Harper.
Okay, cool.
He also has Reed Shepard from Houston on his team, Jeremiah Fears,
okay,
Stephon Castle,
okay,
Colin Murray Boyles, and Donovan Clingan.
That would have been the overwhelming favorite had Cooper Flag been on that team.
Yes.
That would have been because Cooper's probably the best rookie. Con Knippel might be the best rookie. In all honesty, Con's been unbelievable, and neither one of them is really. I mean, Con's helping his team win, but it's about the whole thing going on there. Cooper can help his team win a little bit. He would have helped in the Rising Stars Challenge. Not that anyone's trying really hard to win here, but they don't have another player like Ace on this roster, so he might have a chance to do some fun things.
Oh yeah,
he's gonna be the best dunker on that team.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a lot of it's just about dunking at the Rising Stars Challenge. So he will get a chance to put on a little mini display of his highlight reel dunks.
We will see a lot of Reed Shepard 40-footers and Ace Bailey dunks.
I think that's probably true.
Yeah.
That game is tomorrow at 5 p.m. on Peacock is how you watch that.
Yes.
So 5 p.m. our time. All right, Chandler, thank you very much for coming in and jumping on this hour. If you tuned in late, I will post it to the Jazz Notes podcast specifically. So you will find it on the Jake and Ben podcast, but you'll also find it on Jazz Notes if you want to see that more. Or you can catch Chandler with me every Monday on the Jazz Notes podcast, and you can submit your questions on the mailbag as well. Scotty G is coming up next. I will be back with you tomorrow. Stick around. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Do you remember when tankless water heaters were the big new thing? We all had a friend that was raving about how efficient they were, heating only the water that was needed, saving money, water, the efficiency, amazing. And then, sitting next to it was the ordinary water softener, regenerating soft water every night, no matter how much was used, using a predictable yet completely wasteful amount of salt. Looking back, it really doesn't make sense, does it? If you don't have a Connecticut soft water system, you're likely using about 2/3 more salt than you need to. It's not rocket science. It's the same way a tankless water heater only heats the water you use. A Connecticut water softener precisely uses the exact amount of salt needed to give you endless, perfectly soft water for your 2-bed condo or 4-story mansion. Save on money, save on salt. Call Northern Utah's authorized Connecticut dealer, 801-576-8600, or visit softwaterutah.com. Tell them Doug Wright sent you.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. As Hans Olsen has moved on to the corporate world, we're looking for the next great Utah sports radio talent.
There's something for everyone.
While we do that, you get stuck with this guy.
Hey, everybody, here's our star.
This is Scotty G and friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hands and Scotty. No. Hey, that's one for the jar. Sorry about that. Right out of the gate.
Put that over there now.
I know. I'm sorry. You know what? It's just, I honestly, if we're going to be truthful about this, I actually have been better than I thought I would be, because I am very much a creature of habit, and I get stuck in my ruts very easily. So the fact that I think that's maybe 3 in a week and a half, I actually feel pretty good about that.
Hey, so I do not make the mistake of doing this. I've completely ripped him from my life. Like, I've unfollowed. I got rid of his. I don't have his phone number anymore. I have just cut it.
You're done.
I won't make that mistake.
He's dead to me.
Dead to me.
Oh man. It's been a couple days. Usually we go back and forth quite a bit, but it's been a couple days. I miss my guy for sure. I know you all do as well. And as you heard the big voice guy, as we came in, look, we are going to find our guy, and we're going to make it happen. We got a lot of really fun stuff planned over the next week and a half. By the way, did the shipment go out, if you know what I mean?
Yes, it did.
Nice.
It did go out yesterday.
Okay.
Should be there. It'll be there by Monday for sure.
Okay, because he's good to go Thursday and Friday of next week. And then
it'll definitely be there before then.
Okay, so we do have, let's just say this, Kevin Graham is going to help us out with some shows. So I know it's been a minute, and you've heard KG a little bit on the morning show doing weekly hits, but Kevin Graham is going to co-host the show with me for a couple days. I also, and I will talk to you offline about this, get real corporate. We'll meet offline on this. There's another guy that I think I would like to get some equipment out to him, but I think we might try to airlink that guy. But I'll tell you about that during the break. And guess who joins us coming up tomorrow? Matt Wells joins us coming up tomorrow.
Play that.
Yes, you can.
Can I play that?
You absolutely can. Matt Wells will join us coming up tomorrow, and fired up. He will join us on the show. So, again, you've heard from Tim Lacombe. You'll hear from Matt Wells. You'll hear from Kevin Graham. We've got some other people coming down the pipeline, and hopefully we can figure out what direction we're going to go here pretty soon. Like I said, I'm going to take my time, and I understand that you want the best show possible, and I'm doing everything I can to provide that for you. Look, Lloyd and I, we talk all morning long. I answer his calls. He answers my calls. And we just go back and forth on how we can produce the best quality radio show.
Communication is next level.
Next level.
Absolutely. Usually you answer on the first ring. It's like, wow. It's like almost like you're doing nothing.
All right, we got to do a little house cleaning here. So you called me this morning, and I was getting some work done at the house. I had a guy over. We had some issues with some things, and so I was talking to him, and we were going through, we got to replace this, do this, blah, blah, blah. And so I texted you, and I said, I will call you back here in a few minutes when I'm available. And then I called you back.
At 11:40.
No, go check your phone. It wasn't 11:40.
It was close to 11:40. Can we agree it was probably the midpoint of the 11 o'clock hour?
All right, you called me at 10:08 a.m., all right? Now, it was over an hour, but I said
like an old couple right now.
I said it was 11:22. I was wrong. It was 11:23 that I called you.
So close to 11:30. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then you sent me right to voicemail, and then sent me that emoji with the middle finger, which I didn't really appreciate.
I was eating my enchiladas, and so sorry.
Can't get it.
You're not going to get in between me and my enchiladas.
Can't get in the way of those enchiladas.
No.
Well, it's better that than cup of noodles in the middle of the show. So we're making progress. So yeah, and then I got reprimanded by Lloyd when I came in. Answer my call. I'm like, well,
our communication is going to have to, if we're going to survive this relationship together,
it takes
the
two to
communication is going to have to increase.
That is true.
Nothing happened. Nothing. No news to talk about today at all.
No,
I don't even know what the heck we're going to do today.
Nothing at all. In fact, enough of us yammering. Let's get to it. Starting lineup 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, brought to you by our good friends at Mountain Land Supply, and I want to shout out Tim and the crew at Mountain Land Supply. They have been so good to this station, so good to the show, and we cannot thank them enough. Honestly, Tim and the crew, you know the drill. If water runs through it, they're going to help you out, whether it's indoor plumbing, outdoor irrigation, HVAC. And there's so many other aspects to what they do at Mountain Land Supply. Go to mountainlandsupply.com and find the location near you. But please, we can't thank these guys enough. They've been great and good partners of ours and will continue to be so. So we appreciate everything they've done for us. All right. So where to begin? All right. So yesterday, I went on the air and I talked about how I couldn't quite figure out the hypocrisy of what was going on with your national talking heads out there that wanted to vilify the Utah Jazz in how they were tanking. Because one thing we've learned is that tanking's okay, but apparently there's unwritten rules of tanking. So there's tanking that is acceptable and tanking that is not acceptable. Like there's a code among thieves, if you will, among tankers. So you can tell the world in your injury report that so-and-so is hurt. You can make up whatever injury you want. You can come up with a hamstring, the flu, whatever the case is. You can
fake it till you make it. Just come up with all kinds of weird things. Gastrointestinal distress. I mean, just the sky's the limit on what you can come up with. It doesn't matter. You don't have to prove it. You just have to put it on your injury report. That goes out to the media and the rest of the public. And so that is okay. You can do that. You can even shut down somebody for an entire season and say why. We'll get to that coming up here in just a minute. So that's all acceptable. That is the code among thieves, that if you are going to tank, there's a way to do it, and everybody's cool with it. Nobody blinks an eye because it's been going on for decade after decade after decade after decade. All right, cool. Well, what the Utah Jazz did, and you know this by now, but the Jazz said, hey, look, we just made this trade. We've got Larry Markkinen. We got Jaren Jackson Jr. We want to see how they work together on the court. Ultimately, wins and losses don't really matter to us that much. So what we're going to do is we will play them for the first 3 quarters of a game. And then the fourth quarter, once we see what we need to see, we'll shut them down. That is unacceptable. That was crossing the line. That is where you can no longer be a dignified member of the NBA. You are wrecking the credibility of the league if you do that. And so it's like, okay, so you can lie and just flat out make stuff up, and that's okay. But what you can't do is you can't, in no way, shape, or form, play your guys, say they're healthy, they're ready to go, and then just choose not to play them in the fourth quarter. That is where things go wrong. So you got Windhorse on ESPN. You got a bunch of people just losing their mind. Bobby Marks, who Bobby's a capologist. I don't know why he's getting into the fray on this. That dude's a number dude. Stay in your lane, if you will. So everybody's losing their collective minds over this. So last night, I'm thinking, okay, what about this? Why is there such a high level of hypocrisy on this? Why would one thing be okay and the other not be okay? And not just not okay, but just the hammer of Thor from the national media has just clung on to the Utah Jazz about this. Well, a couple things. Number one, Jazz are an easy target. Okay, you're not going to say that about Greg Popovich. Nobody wants to get Greg mad at him back in the day. So nobody would have said that if Pop would have done it. Nobody says it if the Lakers would have done it. Nobody would have said it if the Knicks would have done it. There's certainly teams around the league, Boston probably one of them, that they can get away with certain things that teams like the Utah Jazz can't. It's, the old adage, you're going to punch downhill a little bit. So, all right, you're mad at one guy. Well, guess what? This other guy did it. We're going to go after him because we can't go after the other guy. All right, fine. That was my initial thought. But then you start thinking, okay, why is this situation in particular making everybody angry? Okay, so it's like that old movie, what's that old JFK movie? Was it called JFK with Kevin Costner in it? Yep. Okay. It's like that old movie where he sits next to the old guy and the guy says, follow the money. Follow the money. All right, so let's follow the money here. Who has a vested interest in the NBA in terms of making sure it's profitable for them? All right, somebody out there who is totally okay if you announce injuries beforehand, you give a day, 2 day, even the morning of notice, so you have hours in between letting everybody know that somebody's going to play and somebody's not going to play. And then, so who would be okay with that? And then who would not be okay
with, in the course of a game, shutting down a player. So he plays 3 quarters and then you shut it down. And then who else would feel that way about both sides of those issues and also would have a lot of members of the national media in their back pocket? Well, could it be some people that may like to offer up a wager here and there? Maybe somebody who likes to offer up a little online wagering, if you will. Because who would have the most to lose with the Utah Jazz messing with their lineups in the course of a game? It would be gamblers, right? Especially those that like their prop bets, especially those that are hammering the fourth quarter or going, like a halftime score, individual scoring, things along those lines. It's your prop bettors that are certainly not going to be happy about this. And when you have gamblers upset, then you have big-time sponsors of the league at a national level that are getting a little upset. And then you get people who also are part of media businesses who accept a lot of money from DraftKings and FanDuel, and you can go down the line of everybody else out there. So when they say, hey, look, we don't like what's going on here, just let your people know that this is not okay. So all of a sudden, now you get this moral high horse of Brian Windhorse and Bobby Marks, Matt Moore, these guys that have a big following. And why all of a sudden have they sunk their teeth into it? Because you ticked off the wrong people. You made the wrong people upset. And by that, you know what? Like, look, the Jazz, there's no cousin Sal who's going to take you behind the back street and club your kneecap. So what's their best alternative? Well, try to get the national public against you and try to make you look like the villain. Play the PR game. Now, look, this is me speculating. I'm totally 100% speculating. But again, follow the money. Who would be upset by this? Because tanking's been going on forever. This is just a different version of it. But this is a version that got a lot of people's feathers ruffled. Why would that be? When everything else has been fine. Oh, totally fine. Greg Popovich does his thing. Everybody rolls his eyes. Well, that's Pop being Pop. And then other people are like, well, you know what? Look, this is a historic draft coming up. So, you know what? There's going to be a lot of teams that are going to shut it down and they're going to try to manipulate things so that they can have a top 3 or a top 5 pick coming up in the NBA draft. People don't understand how vital it is for the Utah Jazz to make sure they hold on to their pick this year. You could have a franchise-altering player if you're picking in the top 3, 4, maybe even 5 in this draft. That's how deep this draft is. That's how talented this draft is. Like, there is somebody that you can snag at the top of this lottery that will completely remake your organization, that has that potential. Everybody knows it. So why would some people out there be angry about how the Jazz are handling? First off, there's a certain element of jealousy. Maybe there's just a lot of jealousy with other teams out there saying, hey, we're trying to do the same thing. We like, what you're doing is actually a little smarter than what we've been doing. And doggone it, we're a little upset we didn't think of that first. But ultimately, you just ticked off the wrong people. So if I'm the Utah Jazz, I'm like, fine, all right. You got the rules out there? We'll play by your stupid rules. And the Jazz announced today that Jaren Jackson Jr. will have surgery on his knee, and nothing in terms of ACLs or MCLs or meniscuses or anything like that. There was a growth inside of his knee. They didn't like it. So preemptively, they're going to have surgery, take it out, and shut him down for the year. Could he have played through it? I don't know. Probably. He looked great in the last few games for the Utah Jazz. And I'm not here at all saying that the Utah Jazz are intentionally making a decision to shut him down. What I'm saying is, like, all right, you know what? We could hold off on this in a normal year, but if you're going to be babies about what we're doing, fine, we'll shut him down.
Something he could have had done maybe in the offseason.
Maybe we could have done it in the offseason, but if you guys are going to act like this and make us look like the bad guys, then fine. We'll play by your stupid rules. You want us to do that? Fine. Jaren Jackson's out for the year. And you know what? All of a sudden, I would come up with if it was me and I was Austin Ainge, or I was Danny Ainge, or I was Ryan Smith, I'd be like, hey, Laurie, guess what? your back's not feeling well. He's like, no, my back's feeling pretty good. No, it's not feeling good. And you got my private jet. I'm going to take you to, pick an island in the Bahamas that you want to go to, and it's yours. And just stay there. We'll see you back here when the off season begins. There's a gym there, get your workouts in, stuff like that. But take your family down, enjoy your time, and we'll see you back here, coming up in late spring. Yeah, because look, if this is what you want, if the NBA is so upset and the national media is so upset because the Jazz are actually playing their guys and using selective playing time in terms of shutting it down in the fourth quarter, but showing fans who paid good money to go to those games. All right? Look, NBA tickets are not cheap. And do I think the product's worth it? Absolutely. I think the Jazz do a phenomenal job, better than most teams in the league on their game presentation. You walk into a Jazz game and you are immediately inundated with all kinds of cool things, cool opportunities around the game itself. It's not just about the game, it's about the experience. Ryan Smith and his crew have upped it up 100 times. And so props to them for what they've been able to accomplish and what they've built. So you go to a Jazz game, you're going to be entertained. But you also spent money on a ticket. You want to see your guys. You want to see Larry Markkinen. You want to see Jaren Jackson Jr. How great was it if you were at that Jazz game last night and you got to see an integral part of the building blocks of the future of the Utah Jazz up close and in person doing his thing when the Jazz just completely obliterated their opponent? You'd be like, that was great. Well, guess what? You can't have it anymore because everybody got upset. Because Brian Windhorst threw a fit and everybody else is complaining. So it's like, fine. Jaren Jackson, guess what? You're done. You're done. We're going to take our star player and go home. Now, again, I'm speculating on a lot of this. I don't think that was a vocal decision in the, over the Zions Bank basketball campus. I don't think that's actually how it went down. But you know what? If it were me, I'd do it. I'd 1,000% do it. I'd say, look, okay, fine. You want us to play by your dopey rules and your code of conduct amongst the thieves that are all trying to tank for a top 3 pick. Okay, fine. Jaren Jackson, you're done. Go get that knee taken care of. We'll see you back here in late spring. Larry. Now, they haven't announced anything on Larry, but I'd do it right now. I'd just be like, okay, fine. Give that proverbial middle finger to the league and say, this is what you want. This is what's acceptable behavior. Then we'll do it. We'll fine. It's all good. The Jazz have tried to do things the right way. They really have. They've tried to, knowing that they, especially this year. Last year, last year the Jazz really bottomed out. And it was a point of emphasis to really run that thing into the ground. This year, they've been competitive. They've really tried to take a different approach. Are they still losing games at a high level? Sure. Are they near, 19, 20 games under 500? Absolutely. If anything, they're doing too good of a job being competitive. And for all those people that were upset at what the Jazz did, hey, they've won 2 out of 3. All right, so if you're cranky about what's going on, I don't know why, because guess what? The Jazz won. They lost that first game in Orlando. Then they went on the road, got a win to close out the road trip, and then they got a win last night. So it's not like it's working, and it's not like the product is down. If anything, the product's better. But yet, nope. We're really messing around with the integrity of the game. Get out of here. It's ridiculous. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bam. Dave, I am so glad to see you. How are you, sir?
I am so good. It's great to be here in the studio with you today.
You like that chair?
It's a little wide
for
me. It's hard to fill, but yeah, it's a good chair.
Well, you know what? It has been stretched out a little bit, but you know what? We actually need somebody to fill that chair. So, you're as good as anybody. Let's go.
I'm here to go.
Hey, America First Credit Union, I'm such big fans. And one of the coolest things I was able to do was send you a text message with a picture of my kid filling out his application and getting his card. And he's always on the app. And it seems like the more that he deposits money with his paycheck. He's 14 years old. He works at El Matador, so he gets his tip money, and he takes a big wad of cash and pretends like he's Tony Soprano going in there with a rubber band around his cash and throws it down on the table. And he's become like a character at that branch because they love him, and he's got a big personality. There's so many branches up and down the Wasatch Front and outside the Wasatch Front, but when you really get into one branch, they treat you like family. You're not a number on a spreadsheet. You're a member of the family.
Yeah, Scotty, I still have that picture of that moment that you just described. And I think everybody has that moment when they join the credit union. Everybody has that moment when they sign up for something that's important to them. There's nothing more important to people than their finances. And I love that he's starting at a young age, because that's the age that you need to start. And he's thinking solid because he's thinking about saving for the future, and gaining that confidence to build in his future is just awesome. So yeah, everybody has that story. And what I love also is when people say, that's my branch.
Yeah.
Because they get treated like it is their branch. It's that personal relationship. It makes them feel good, and they have some ownership and stake in that as well. So kudos to your boy. And
it's really cool. There's a lot of people that may have gotten a little overextended during Christmas.
Yeah.
And so they're like, okay, these interest rates are really kicking me in the you-know-where. So guess what? There's an opportunity, and I still can't believe you guys have this available. The 0% credit card for up to 6 months. So you get 0% financing, and that includes balance transfer. So you can take those high interest balances from your other cards, put it on this one, and really make some damage on that principal.
Yeah, this campaign has really been a success, but a lifesaver for a lot of our members. Like you said, we get overextended, and the holidays is one of those opportunities where we get to show some love, but there's a consequence to that. And so the 0% for 6 months on interest on the Visa Platinum card is a lifesaver for some people. They can get caught up on other bills. They can do those balance transfers. They can consolidate, and we're helping their money do more for them by offering that. And so, we would still encourage members to do that. If they need some breathing room, come on in. It's a limited time, although we've been saying a limited time for quite some time. It's been so popular for people and so helpful. We'll keep it going, but yeah, come on in and check it out.
And that's not even for just new members. Current members can take advantage of that.
Yeah, current members. It's going to be when you open up a new Visa Platinum card is what that offer is. So, existing members can do that as well. It's good to be a member. There's a lot of great deals for people.
It really is. And the technology with the app and everything else that you have available to you is just awesome. But America First Credit Union, I mean, they got that hometown feel. It's like a bunch of dudes still with that old tobacco can. Or was it a coffee can?
It was the Prince Albert tobacco can.
Tobacco can coming together and saying, hey, let's make this work. You still have that same kind of vibe.
Yeah, we still live true to that people helping people, that cooperative effort of people coming together, bringing our savings together, making loans to each other, paying each other back, and those profits go back into our pockets, making us better, bigger, and stronger. So each member benefits from that cooperative philosophy.
Go to AmericaFirst.com. That's AmericaFirst.com. You'll get treated like family. Take advantage of that Visa Platinum card. 0% financing for 6 months. And then when that 6 months is over, you still get a really crazy competitive rate on that too.
Yeah. That's not a teaser rate. You will go to our regular low rate, and we have some of the best rates in the industry.
It's at AmericaFirst.com. Get there now. Dave Nellis is going to be hanging out with us in studio for the next 3 hours. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, it's Jay Broadbent here with Alpine Home Medical, celebrating 28 years of keeping Utah and Idaho comfortable and at home. Back in '97, I started with a truck, a dream, and a lot more hair. Today, we've got 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George. From the moment you step into our clean, welcoming showrooms, you'll feel the Alpine difference. Our team will be there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for your needs. We believe that the right equipment can transform lives. We're honored to be a part of your healthcare journey and to help you live the life you deserve. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep, deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live, local sports. Tonight, you can listen to David Locke, Ron Boone, as the Utah Jazz host the Portland Trail Blazers at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Saturday, BYU hosts Colorado at 2 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And Utah State plays a rare February non-league game with the Memphis Tigers at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to reach thousands of potential customers, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com. Hear your company's name right here and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. So the Utah Jazz have decided Jaren Jackson, after taking a look at that knee, as a growth is seen, a benign growth, and so the Jazz will have surgery to clean that out, and Jaren Jackson's season is now done. You've got 3-game sample size with Jaren Jackson. Obviously, you see what he can do for this team, and he will be back in the lineup coming up in the fall. That's your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you for life. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends. Nice. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cause you can, and you don't stop. Cause you can, and you don't stop. Or when you can, and you don't stop. Might be coming down for sure, Shaq. I got the brand new dude, the guaranteed like you. I'm on like that's a job. Yeah, Mr. Susan, I'm a newlywed. Another D4C.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Joining us now, good friend of the program. He covers BYU at KSLSports.com. Cougar insider Mitch Harper, kind enough to join us. Mitch, how are you?
Doing good, Scotty. Happy to be on with you.
Well, you know what? I always love chatting with you because you're one of the best in the business, if not the best, especially when it comes to covering BYU. I do wish we were speaking under better circumstances, though, because these stories, I mean, look, you like to talk sports. We never really like when we have to talk news as being part of the sports world. But Parker Kingston, with the announcement yesterday, is and this BYU football team dealing with some stuff. Kind of reset the scene and what you've learned lately.
Yeah, it's jarring stuff, Scotty, to say the least, and it's a bombshell for this for Parker Kingston and this BYU football program and the alleged victim here. Back in February 2025, Parker Kingston was alleged to have committed first-degree felony rape. He's been charged. He's booked. He's currently in jail. Court documents were unsealed today, and the alleged victim noted on February 27, 2025, she's 20 years old. She contacted officers in St. George at St. George Regional Hospital, reporting a sexual assault. On June 3rd, 2025, she was interviewed with Washington County Attorney's Office. And what's also interesting today is that it was noted in the unsealed documents is that Parker Kingston was interviewed. No date given in terms of when he was interviewed, but he was arrested yesterday. He's currently in jail. He's expected to go to court tomorrow. But again, first-degree felony rape. These are serious allegations. And, the last thing I think people think of in these sort of situations is football.
Yeah.
But it's intense stuff for Parker Kingston, the alleged victim involved here.
So this alleged incident took place last February. It's a year later. Was that just the process of gathering information and gathering evidence? Is why this has been a year apart?
That would be the expectation as far as, gathering the evidence here. It's been noted that based on the information that they gathered, they felt it was necessary to issue a warrant and have the defendant, Parker Kingston, in this case, be faced with charges in this situation. So clearly taking their time, gathering that evidence and that information to press those charges. And he's currently in jail without bail right now.
Do you think that and BYU gave the correct response as you would expect? They're aware of the situation. They'll let the process go. However, their involvement in terms of discipline, that's going to be certainly a private issue. But do you think that there was any kind of knowledge whatsoever that Parker was dealing with something like this?
That's the big question here with the timeline spanning over a year and with the tidbit about him having an interview with authorities. Again, there was no date given on that. It makes you wonder if there was, in fact, knowledge of this. And, Parker Kingston, of course, was BYU's leading receiver this past season and, a top special teams guy as well in terms of the punt return game. The knowledge, really the only thing that BYU noted in their statement was that they became aware of the arrest yesterday. They didn't really tip their hand in terms of when they first became aware of this investigation. That's kind of important on these sort of situations is when was it known that this was being investigated? Because at a place like BYU that on top of a criminal court system or legal charges, and then there's the honor code too. And in these documents today, Parker Kingston in that interview, he claimed that the sexual activity was consensual. So he admits to, publicly admitting to, violating the school's honor code. And if there was knowledge of that investigation and whenever that date happened, that interview, again, it wasn't disclosed what that date was, that interview, that raises some questions for sure.
So you go back and Jake Retzloff, there were accusations made. That was later dropped, but because of the honor code violation, he ends up having to transfer. So, based on past history, based on that he admitted that, yes, there was something that happened. It was consensual, at least according to him. It kind of, and I know I don't want to, this isn't about football. This is about much bigger things. But back to football a little bit, it does appear that probably Parker Kingston's career at BYU is probably done in some way, shape, or form.
No question. I mean, it's hard to imagine a path back from, this sort of thing. It's very difficult. And, because BYU with the honor code and everything that comes with that, I mean, it's hard to envision a path forward unless all of this gets completely cleared and Parker Kingston's name is cleared. He still violated the honor code. And at a minimum, that was 7 games for for Jake Retzloff. And, that would be a lengthy suspension for BYU's top receiver. So it's hard to picture a scenario where we're seeing Parker Kingston part of this team, but the process plays out. And I will say that, the Jake Retzloff situation, that was a civil lawsuit, which was so kind of different. But I thought BYU handled that appropriately, and it ended up being, I think, a situation where I guess it could maybe had an ending where Retzloff still had an opportunity to play football, and he got to the playoff. BYU had its success, and people moved forward from that situation. This one feels it's a different level of intensity to all of this. I mean, all these allegations are always jarring and intense. This one, when again you're talking about Parker Kingston's in jail, and Jake Retzloff never faced that. I mean, after those initial allegations in that civil lawsuit, Jake Retzloff was still part of summer conditioning and going through workouts with BYU, whereas Kingston's in jail right now.
Yeah.
And that just adds another layer to all of that. And I mean, I've followed BYU football for a very long time. I don't recall many players over the years that have been following the program where a guy that you knew was in jail is then running it back for in football on the field months later at a place like BYU. But we'll have to see on the timeline and let this due process play out.
Well, and that's the thing. Obviously, if he is guilty of what's being accused, he needs to go away for a long time, because in no way, shape, or form is that acceptable in any way. And so, yes, I mean, especially when you throw the first degree, the fact that it took a long time, which means you don't sit on something, you don't work on something for a year unless you've really got something. And so, our thoughts certainly with the victim and the situation just is, man, your heart aches for the victim, for the family, and everybody else involved in this. Let's move on to something certainly a little bit more enjoyable to talk about. BYU in basketball gets the win over Baylor the other night. Do you feel like that there were some things fixed and that BYU's on a better path, or was it just the fact that they played a team that, frankly, wasn't particularly good?
I think that they did fix a little bit in terms of, I think that this team is getting a little bit more contributions from Kennard Davis in that game, and that was positive. Defensively, though, BYU still showing issues. They're giving up career highs to many guys, it feels like, every single night, and to give up 94 points to a Baylor team that was, pretty run-of-the-mill in the Big 12, that's a little bit concerning. And, BYU, all of their 6 wins in Big 12 play have come against teams that are either 9th or lower in the Big 12 standings. So they don't have a signature win, you could say, in Big 12 play yet. The opportunities are going to be in front of them, but they haven't beat the big dogs in the league yet. And so that's, I think, what's still kind of waiting to see that from BYU to really say things have turned the corner from that, 5 out of 6 game stretch where they lost those games from that period. But, I think that what we did learn, though, from that game, Scotty, is that BYU, the top end of this roster, will always be a tough out with anyone that they face. And to score 99 points when you only hit 3 3-pointers, it speaks to their firepower and their efficiency, particularly from that big 3 that, you get into March, you've got 3 guys that you can confidently know can get you a bucket, and that's sometimes half the battle in a postseason setting.
So Jimmer's being honored coming up this weekend. Does it feel like it's been, 15 years now since Jimmer Mania?
That's right, 15 years, and he's kind of like a first ballot Hall of Famer in a way for BYU standards when it comes to jersey retirements. This is the earliest you can get your jersey in the rafters at BYU. You have to wait 15 years after your playing career is over, and right when the 15-year mark hit for Jimmer, Brian Santiago and BYU made that call and are getting him into the rafters, and well-deserved. I mean, that guy was a legend in every sense of the word. I still kind of wonder I don't know if I would say he's the best BYU player of all time, because I still think that probably goes to Danny Ainge, but I think Jimmer created a generation of BYU basketball fans. I think before Jimmer, there were, BYU football fans, and yes, BYU fans showed up to basketball games, but it was nothing like it is now. And I think it all kind of traces back to that Jimmer mania, where people really invested into BYU basketball because, 30 years ago, they were the worst program in the country at 1-25, hit rock bottom. And then it was kind of brick by brick building it up after that point. And then they kind of culminated with Jimmer. And ever since, it's been, higher expectations, higher commitment to BYU basketball. And now you're seeing it at an even higher stage with Kevin Young and AJ DeBonsa. So Jimmer was, significant in terms of giving BYU the belief that they could, win big in college basketball, because for a long period of time before him, BYU was just a complete afterthought in terms of basketball. And he really revived, I think, the program and really created a generation of fans, I would say. So his impact will be felt for a very long time for BYU basketball.
Well, and that's the thing. When you have somebody who transcends Utah sports, and there was the Jimmer mania was a national phenomenon. It just wasn't Utah, it wasn't just this area. It wasn't just an LDS thing. It was oh my gosh, this guy has taken over the sport in a period of time unlike anything we've ever seen. And I will still, to my grave, when I look at, the top 10 events that I've covered or seen live, that semifinal game against New Mexico, when that place was packed with BYU fans and Lobo fans, and Jimmer put on a show in Vegas at the Mountain West Conference Tournament, still probably, I've covered a lot of cool events. I've seen a lot of cool things. That's probably will always be in my top 10 and somewhere in that ranking.
That definitely was an all-timer. I mean, 52 points, and those Mountain West tournaments are always a big deal. They've always been, and that one was near the top. I mean, I even remember when in Jimmer's senior year, on the early days of Twitter, when the place was kind of fun, actually, Chad Ochocinco, leading up to the BYU TCU game, is saying, "Where can I find my boy Jimmer?" And that was a game on the mountain. I'm thinking, Chad Ochocinco's watching the mountain? Are you kidding me? Like, this is the reach of Jimmer Fredette. But Jimmer was, and that's the thing too, it was kind of like Bigfoot in a way, where he's this guy that's, dropping 40 footers, and he's on this channel called The Mountain and CSTV. So no one could see it. And it was just this Sports Center highlight. And it was still the early days of social media. It was kind of a unique time where he was at this intersection of new media kind of coming up in the early days, and then traditional media loved him. I mean, it was quite the ride for BYU basketball and for Jimmer, and might not ever see anything like it. Like, AJ DeBonsa has been, outstanding for BYU, but I still don't think it has like the reach, the phenomenon level of Jimmer. Like, AJ's better basketball player, but Jimmer was just something. I don't know how to even compare it. It was so unique and one of one.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. AJ DeBonsa could go on a tear, and I mean, he already is on a tear, but it'll never match the fever of that run. And again, I think there were a lot of factors involved that played into it, but my goodness, that was just that was a hell of a run for sure. Hey, Mitch, you're the best, man. We appreciate it. Thanks for breaking things down for us. Again, great coverage of all things BYU at KSLSports.com. Hope you're well, my friend. Let's do it again soon.
Hey, thanks, Scotty. Appreciate it. Hope you're well as well, and talk again soon.
You got it. There he is, Mitch Harper, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, take a break. What you may have missed coming up next. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at KSLRestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course
that
not.
doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
All right, folks, it's time to get your professional life where it needs to be, and that means investing in yourself with a executive MBA program from the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. Utah State's going to go out of their way to make sure that this fits what you need it to do for you. All right, you're going to focus in on the foundations of leadership, the foundations of business, how to make great decisions as a leader, how to handle a crisis. All of those things are going to be up and understand, in a situation where you can understand those and implement those into your professional life. So how do you make it happen? Well, they'll waive the registration fee right now. You can start any semester you want, spring, fall, summer, no big deal. And you can also go to any of the satellite campuses up and down the Wasatch Front, from St. George to Vernal to Kaysville to Tooele. They're all over the state. So you'll find one close to you. And better yet, you can even do it completely online. It's the John M. Huntsman School of Business Executive MBA program, currently available now at Utah State University.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Dev Simplified are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it. But without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start or in the middle to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros. Ready for unbeatable deals? at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
You're listening to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on back. You're listening to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we got a busy show for you. Coming up a little bit later on, Tony Jones will join the program. Morgan Scally, head coach of the University of Utah, will also join the show as well.
By the way, I thought TJ was going to join us. He was going to join us over the video stream. Confirmed everything. He actually just called me. And now we're not going to get TJ on the video stream.
Oh, okay. Well,
had you heard the story of the his broken computer? Did you see it on social?
Yeah, he got hit with the shirt cannon. Yeah.
He still doesn't have a laptop.
Wow. Yeah, Athletics got to get him a new laptop.
I know. I was like, you don't have one yet? Come on.
Oh boy,
it's working off his phone apparently.
Well, that's no bueno. Yeah, no. Remember we had the footage of Locke getting hit by a T-shirt, right?
Got the audio too.
Do you have it? Dave Nellis joins us, AmericaFirst.com. By the way, you know what? I was going to bring one into you. The other night at Utah State was Spectrum Magic Night, and you've been up there. You know how the seats are all different colors, and so they had a T-shirt to match every seat up there. And so it's a beautiful shirt. It says Spectrum Magic on the first. You flip it around on the other side, America First Credit Union.
We love to sponsor. We love to be where families are, where players are. We love to just get out in the community. So we're happy to and very proud to sponsor.
So you'll like this. So David Locke was calling a game, and there's Bear or somebody out there with a T-shirt cannon. And let's say Locke took some friendly fire.
53-44. Jazz by 9, full timeout now, 1:57 left. I didn't get to see the replay on that. We'll try to see if we can get it when we come back. Jazz by 9, 1:57 left in the set. Oh my God. Hashtag Jazz Blast is going to be quite something if someone's listening to the radio. Thank goodness we got halftime here in a second. I'm going to need it. So for those of you, I apologize. I have no idea if I said anything or anything at all, but they shoot T-shirts out of the gun here in the building, and I got hit by one. I'm sorry. I am really kind of out of it right now.
Anyway, Locke taking friendly fire out there. I thought you'd like that one.
Hear the cannon go.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny how many people will jump over other people,
Oh, I know.
other spectators down 3 rows just to get a free T-shirt. And here he gets one for free, but wasn't so pleasant.
I know. Lloyd wants one just to hit people in the office. Just be like, all right, you're out of line.
Oh, I need to make that happen.
Yeah.
I would love a T-shirt.
I know you would.
Team building exercise.
And it's
Absolutely.
And those T-shirts would be brought to you by America First Credit Union.
Absolutely.
Hey, you know, the community is so important to America First Credit Union, and you've given so much back to the community with charitable drives. Well, now I love when you involve scholarships too, and this is a great opportunity.
Yeah, we value not only financial education, but supporting those students who are out trying to better their lives through just normal education. And so we are proud to be launching and sponsoring another year of our America First Charitable Foundation Scholarship Program. And this program really helps students further their educational pursuits by providing some funding where maybe funding might be a little thin.
10 scholarships, $5,000 apiece.
Yeah, 10 scholarships are up for grabs. You can apply for those scholarships. It's a $5,000 scholarship, and the applications, we started accepting those February 1st, and those will go all the way through April 1st. Got to be postmarked by April 1st, but would encourage teachers, parents, siblings, if you know of people who need some money that we could support them with, go get an application, fill that out, and then we'll notify you at least by April 30th if you were able to get one of those 10 scholarships for $5,000 each.
AmericaFirst.com. That's AmericaFirst.com. You can click the About tab and then go to Education First, and that'll give you all the information you need. But remember, you need to apply for that by April 1st, and winners will be notified no later than April 30th. But it's such a great opportunity, and there's a lot of people out there that $5,000, I've talked to people over at Slick, and they've got great scholarship opportunities, and but some people won't even take advantage of a full ride because they still have to pay for books and things like that. They can't even manage. Unfortunately, people that is enough of a hurdle to keep people away from even attending some universities. So that extra $5,000 can really help a lot of people.
Yeah, school's expensive, and every little bit helps. So we're proud to be able to assist in that little bit of way to help those students. So
America First, AmericaFirst.com. Please apply right now. That's AmericaFirst.com. And everything else is available for you there on the website as well. But the community, I got to imagine you guys enjoy just sitting around like, okay, what can we get involved with now? What else can we do? Because everything has that America First logo out there. That's how important it is to you.
You know what's interesting is when you really start to think about it and you dig down deep, you start to find holes. There's gaps in services. There's gaps in support. And we look for those specific gaps to say, what could we do? Could we create a program around there? Could we invite a partner to join us? The power of partnerships is so great. And so, when we partner with these schools like the Aggies or, University of Utah, professional teams, schools, all these partnerships really are effective in helping raise the level of our community engagement and support.
I love it. AmericaFirst.com. That's AmericaFirst.com. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit HotTubAndSwimSpaSale.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous day. I know I am because I get to talk to this guy who I would like to think is where he is right now because he got a start in sports radio. It's Morgan Scally, head coach of the University of Utah. Coach, how are you?
Dude, everything good that happens, I credit. Everything good that happens to me, I credit to the zone. My time with Scotty G, okay, Alema, the Red and Blue show.
Oh, yeah.
That was the best.
Oh, man, we had some good times, didn't we?
Yes. I can't believe how time flies. I was talking to Lloyd. It's unreal how time flies, and I'm mad that Hans isn't with you right now. I love that dude, and he did such a great job, and I wish him nothing but the best on his journey, but what a good dude. I know that you guys became super tight, and I just think he did an unreal job.
Yeah, and well, just know, the seat is always open for you. But I know you got a little bit on your plate right now. Going from, the coach in waiting thing's been in play for a little bit, and so you've always known this has been ultimately the destination. But now it's here. Do you still feel like you're drinking from a fire hose?
No, it's slowed down a little bit. Obviously, that first month was just crazy because of how things unfolded, and all of a sudden you're coaching the bowl game, but the biggest thing for me was getting the right hires, the guys in the building, and then I knew that everything would take care of itself in terms of everyone pulling the same direction and everyone on board with getting the best group of players that we could get. And I think we did a very good job both in the portal and also retaining our players. That's a big part right now of college football is the retention. You're recruiting your own players. It seems like at least it was one portal window instead of 2 this go around. But I'm very excited about the guys we have in the building. It's been a very good start to the off season. The weightlifting program is elite right now with Greg Argist and his staff and what they're doing. And we're just getting ready for spring ball, brother.
I love it. I love it. So when you have an opportunity to build your staff, and I know that there's some guys that you brought in and that you're excited about, but what's a Morgan Scally coach like? What are you looking for? We know what you look for in players, but what are you looking for in a coach? Are they somewhat similar characteristic types?
Well, from a coaching standpoint, there is so much teaching that goes on. In my opinion, you have to be a very good teacher. And so, it's such an interesting profession. And there's a ton of people that want to get into it. You go to the National Coaches Convention, and it's just thousands of these coaches that want to get in, that want to get their foot in the door, and they think that coaching is just awesome and unbelievable. And it really is a great profession, but there's so much that goes into it outside of just understanding X's and O's. And the teaching element is huge. Not only your ability to teach, we call it competence stress, the ability that you have to take your knowledge and expertise and make others better with it. I'm sure you've had a teacher, Scotty, that knew a whole lot but couldn't get you to learn.
Yeah.
And they're out there. So, in this profession, you want to get and be an attorney, you go to law school. You want to be a doctor, you go to dental school or medical school. But there's really no school for coaching outside of being a GA and getting into it and just learning as you go. And so it becomes very difficult to find good teachers that nowadays with the transfer portal and 40% of your roster changing over from year to year, that you can bring these kids in and teach them efficiently to get to grasp the scheme, to grasp what you're talking about quickly, because your season's coming up. So, with Kevin and Jordan and Chad, Luke, Ryan, all these guys that we brought on, that was a key, is can they help our guys learn? Can they teach? Next would be their ability to relate. And that's a recruiting thing too. Just when you step into a home and can you sell Utah football and what we've got going, our culture. Can you fire up parents? Can you help the parents and the family and the decision makers feel the love that we have for their young men? And so that was I would say 2. So 1, great teacher; 2, great recruiter, and then just the loyalty aspect of it, and was big to me. On the offensive side of the ball, we wanted to have something similar to last year's scheme because of the players that we had recruited, but also have our own flair, have our own, stamp on it. And that's what McGiven has done anywhere he's been. He's been in multiple offenses, so has the creativity to use the personnel that we have, not forcing our players to fit inside of just one scheme, but the ability we have to adapt and be innovative, that was huge as well.
So I admit I'm very biased here, but I've known Kevin McGiven for a long time. When he was on Matt Wells' first staff at Utah State 12, 13 years ago, to being back at Utah State last year, I think you hit a home run on that hire. What was it about him outside of the scheme that you liked, that he could work something very similar to what Jason Beck had last year? Outside of that, what really attracted to him to bring him up here to Salt Lake?
Well, the amount of people that would just hit me up about him. Hey, you've got to take a look at Kevin. You got to take a look at Kevin. And this is throughout the years when people thought that it was Scally's year or whatever, he's going to be the head coach. They would always talk to me about Kevin McGiven. And so I just started studying film years ago on his stuff. And I was like, yeah, okay, I get it. I understand why you're calling me about this guy, why you're texting me about this guy. And we brought him in much, like I do. I like to do this with hires, is getting them in front of multiple people, because I can have an idea of what I'm looking for. And I may have my blinders on and not see or feel or hear the things that maybe others do. And so I had our entire staff that was here remaining, because a bunch of our guys had taken off to Michigan already, but the remaining staff that we had sit in on this interview, and he was just awesome. Just the ability he had to talk scheme in a way that helped everyone in the room understand, he knows how to attack defenses at different levels. He knows how to use personnel. He was very eloquent, very, straight to the point, not a lot of fluff. And so I just loved his interview, and he just very well spoken. Plus, he's a tough guy, man.
Yeah.
He's an all-state wrestler, state champion wrestler, and people call him Mac G. How cool is that?
I
didn't know that.
I have. Well, I did not know that, but I know that now. Let's flip to the other side. How hard is it going to be? Colton Swan, no-brainer, and I'm so glad he got that opportunity and that you gave him the DC job. How hard is it for you to allow him to do his job when that was your job, but you've got all these other responsibilities? Are you going to have a hard time not sneaking into that room and seeing what he's up to?
Oh, no. I'm spending the majority of my time in the offensive room telling the offense, okay, here's how you beat this.
Yeah.
Here's what gives them trouble. And Swan's mad at me. Swan's walking around the facility just upset at Scally for all the stuff that I'm doing on the offensive side of the ball. But I have just complete trust and confidence in not only Swan, but Coach Shaw, Luther, that Derek Odom, who I coached under, was able to watch coach as the safeties coach here at Utah. Inoke, just an amazing mind. So all the confidence in the world in them, and I'm here as a sounding board, much like Kyle was for me. I just want to make sure that I empower them, and I'm not a micromanager. And Colton Swan is very bright, very capable. He's been ready for this for a minute.
Morgan Scally, new head coach of the University of Utah, joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Morgan, it's just been so much fun to watch you and get to know you throughout the years. You're such a good human being. How hard is it when you've got you've been around this profession for a long time? I can't imagine what it's like to have people call you up and say, hey, congratulations on the job. Hey, by the way, I'm available. I bet that's really hard when you have a lot of connections, but yet you really don't have spots for people.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's great that they feel comfortable calling.
Yeah.
And so as long as you're upfront with people and you let them know kind of what you're looking for, you definitely have tough conversations, particularly with people that you've either worked with before, coached under. Those can be tough when particularly they feel like they can add quite a bit of value to what you're doing. But there's only so many spots in this facility, and but as long as you're up front with people and truthful with people about expectations and letting them know when your decisions are going to be made, and I think they're very understanding for the most part.
When you have two good quarterbacks, and we know what Devin Dampier can do, obviously, and we got a good dose of Bert Ficklin, I think there were a lot of people that thought there's no way that Utah is going to be able to hang on to both of them. Obviously, there's financial aspects, and we don't need to get into that, but there's got to be a culture. There's got to be a system where those two feel comfortable, that they can coexist with each other, that Kevin McGivern can feed all the hungry mouths that need to be fed. What was that process like in making sure you're able to hold on to both of them?
Well, a lot of it, because it's a combination of things, them feeling comfortable here, loving Salt Lake City, loving the fan base. Yes, the scheme was going to matter. Yes, the coaching was going to matter. And so that went into it as well. Them, me communicating with them what we were looking for, what we were going after, them, the ability they had to come in the facility and sit with Kevin and talk scheme and all that. I think Bert has a vision too of, look, Devin, this is Devin's last year, and I can come in and be that guy, and he's proven what an unbelievable playmaker he is. And at the same time, we want to be able to utilize him more, and not just the running aspect of what he does, because he can throw it and he can zip it. And so that's where you're going to see some creativity, some innovation on offense, and do some things with those guys that really maximizes both of their strengths. And we're excited because they love Utah. They love our fan base. They love being here, and obviously they're fully bought into the scheme and Kevin. So this is going to be a fun year for those two.
You've been part of college football when you transfer, you have to sit out a year. There was no NIL. The world has completely changed upside down, and there's a lot of coaches out there that are grumpy about it and upset about the situation you're in. You've always been positive and saying, look, we can adapt, we can make this work. How hard has it been sometimes to keep that level of positivity when it seems like every other day your world gets turned upside down?
Well, it can be, I don't know if frustrating is the right word. I think it can be disappointing at times. And when you've created relationships that you feel are meaningful, and you feel like the culture that you have here is special, and sometimes out of your control, and even sometimes out of the young man's control, they feel they need to leave. And so, at that point, all you can do is tell them you love them, and hope that they carry your culture to the next place that they go to, and wish them well, because at the end of the day, they're doing what they feel is best for them and their future. And yes, it can be disappointing to have them go, particularly if you've recruited them and spent time in their, with their family and their homes, and you've built this relationship and helped develop them. But it is what it is. And I think there's a line in Moneyball. It's adapt or die. Yeah. And so it's really focusing on, because you can spend a lot of time just being down in the dumps about, man, we lost this guy, but you have to move on and focus on those that want to be a part of your program, because there's a lot of them, and there's a lot of good football players, but also a lot of great kids, a lot of young men that are looking for our culture, that are looking for what we feel is special here. And so to me, it is just about those that want to go, hey, love them, bless them, and those that want to come in, man, we are going to give you our all. We're going to pour into you and help you become the best person and best player you can become, and we're going to win a lot of games doing it.
You never appear to be a guy that would burn bridges anyway, but it seems like when you're recruiting a kid and he calls up and says, hey, coach, I loved everything about meeting you and your staff, but I've decided, this is a kid coming out of high school, that I've decided to go here. I got to imagine you got to make sure, like, you leave the message like, hey, we love you, we think a lot of you, because, maybe a year, 2 years from now, he's looking for a new home, and you still want to have that bridge built.
Absolutely. And, we've seen it with so many players, so many different players throughout the years. Kylie Fitz, who ended up going to UCLA, a Miles Battle that goes to Ole Miss, Francis Bernard, Logan Fano to BYU. Just all over the place. Levani Damudi to Stanford, guys that you recruit, that you pour into, and they, for whatever reason, they feel like another spot is better for them. And all you can do is say, hey, dude, I'm a fan of you, brother, and I want you to be successful wherever you go, and just know that we love you. And, if things ever change, you let us know.
So one last thing before we let you go, and I know your time is busy. We can't thank you enough for making time for us, but you're probably going to lose 2 first-round picks on the offensive line, those 2 anchors on the right and left side. Jordan Gross comes in with a ton of experience as a player. What really impressed you with him in the interview process, that he can do what you mentioned and not just be a great player and know the game, but also be able to teach the game, because you got some pretty big shoes to fill on that O-line?
Yeah, no question. And again, it's like, okay, I need a guy that can come in here and teach. And, me talking to Jordan throughout the years, same conversations I've had with Weddle, same conversations I've had with guys that I thought would be very good coaches. And you just have conversations, when is it your time? When do you feel comfortable? But also throughout the years, you talk scheme, you talk football, and there isn't a man. If there's a better teacher out there at the offensive line, and there's a lot of good ones. I mean, we just lost one in Jim Harding, unbelievable coach, unbelievable teacher. But I am so excited for Jordan, and you're seeing the players get super excited about him and what he brings to the table. A ton of experience, but also a guy that wasn't just gifted at five-star talent. He's a guy that worked his tail off. He and I were in the same recruiting class in 1998.
Yes.
Before all these guys were born. And he came in from Fruitland, Idaho, tall, skinny kid with big ears. And my gosh, I looked at him. I'm like, dude, hey, man, what do you play? Tight end? And I'm an offensive tackle. And I'm sitting there, we're lifting together. I'm lifting more weight than him. And I go on my mission. I come back, and this guy's hang cleaning 405 like it's nothing. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, what happened to you? But he is just a worker. No one's going to outwork this guy. Nobody in recruiting. And we're seeing it already on the recruiting trail and with the development already of this offensive line. So we did a great job, we feel, in retaining guys, but also in going out and getting a Cedric Jefferson from Montana State, Isaiah Kemma from Ohio State. Kelvin Obot was a guy that Jordan coached in high school, and man, is he every bit of what a five-star should be. And so we're excited for him, and just the guys that we got coming back. You look at the offensive line in the bowl game, we end up losing Michael Mokafisi early on in the first half. And so all those guys that were playing throughout the remainder of the game, that second half, those were your backups, and they did a heck of a job. They dominated that game. So these are the guys that we got coming back, and could not be more excited for their opportunity to show what they can do, because they hear the same thing. Oh, what's going to happen? You lose your entire offensive line. Well, they're excited for their opportunity, and they're excited to be able to show what they can do.
Morgan, couldn't be happier for you. Tell Sharif I said what's up, and let's get you on here in the near future, okay?
Anytime, Scotty. You're the man. Appreciate you, brother. Take care.
You got it. There he is, Morgan Scally. And I've told people this forever. I am completely unable to be unbiased when it comes to Morgan Scally. That guy I've known for a long time. Morgan Scally will always be one of my favorite people on the planet. And, we got Utah fans that we say, you guys hate Utah, or BYU fans that hate BYU. No, it's about relationships, honestly. I root for people. And I'll always root for Morgan Scally. I'll always root for Kalani Sitake. And plus, when BYU and Utah are good, it's frankly good for business, too. So it's always good for business at AmericaFirst.com. How are you, Dave?
Love to be here, Scotty.
Man, it's so good. Hey, all right. So we talk about how you're involved so much with the community, but you also are so involved with the teams that people are passionate about. And that's what we're all about here on Sports Radio. Identify what people are truly passionate about and give them what they want. Well, you're rocking that Mammoth card right now, and that thing is a thing of beauty.
Have you seen this?
I've not seen that. You left it on the table. I was like, my goodness, that's clean.
I would call that drop dead gorgeous.
That is.
Yeah.
For all the video streamers out there, there you go. There's no number on it, so we're good.
That Utah Mammoth card is super cool, and as you can see that, Scotty, it's quite unique.
Yeah.
You can see through there, so it has the appearance as it looks like you're looking through the ice. And you can see the guts, the antenna, the technology that's behind there. It's super cool. But I think it's not just the card, but it's what that card represents. It represents your fandom. Every time you pull it out, you are declaring your loyalty to our home team. And the Mammoth, man, tuss up.
Yeah.
We're excited to support them. And what a great organization that we have to be able to partner with them of shared values, shared vision, and how we support the community. And that card is just loaded with features.
Really? Let's talk about some of those.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Similar to the Jazz card where you get, in-arena experiences, the Mammoth card comes with those things too. So there's discounts on concessions. There's discounts on merchandise. You can get into the arena 30 minutes early. So if you've got your family, you got the Little League, club going in there, and they want to see what that's like before it gets too crowded, you show them that card, and that's going to unlock some benefits for you.
And of course, you mentioned the Jazz card as well, and you've got team cards that are just incredible.
Yeah, I actually brought a couple of those.
Look at the Jazz card.
That purple limited edition one is super great. I mean, we have different colors that we've had. That black is that classic one, but that purple one is a limited edition one. We've had one before, but this is it's super cool, super clean, and it just allows you to just show your pride. Every time you pull that out of your wallet, you're declaring your colors.
I mean, I got to imagine if you're out to dinner, you pop that thing in the folio, and there's conversation starters there.
Yeah, and what I love on mobile is you can adjust your screen settings. There's some skins, we call them, to represent the Jazz colors. Or if you're an RSL fan, you can have an RSL skin, and it just personalizes that to you.
I love it. Embracing the fandom at AmericaFirst.com. So many great opportunities to be a member, and so many great, the sky's the limit on what you guys are willing to come up with to really, obviously, you think you want people to be part, but you want to reward people for being a part of the family at America First. And these little perks here and there, I think, really add up.
There are great benefits to belonging to the credit union. We really want to help your money work for you, and so we're helping you get that money working and smarter and better ways to do that. And so whether it's that Mammoth card or the Jazz card or anything else, come check out the perks and the benefits of being a member of the credit union.
It's really simple. Go to AmericaFirst.com. That's AmericaFirst.com. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
College doesn't have to feel like a leap into the unknown. At the Huntsman School of Business, your teen can experience it before it begins. Huntsman Day in the Life lets high school students spend a full day on the USU's beautiful campus in Cache Valley, touring Huntsman Hall, joining a leadership activity, attending a mini lecture with a real professor, competing in a scavenger hunt, and yes, ending with famous Aggie ice cream. Spots are limited. Register by February 27th. Give your student confidence before college starts. Visit huntsman.usu.edu/undergraduate to sign up.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift. You get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years. Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, much ado about nothing. Everybody fired up about the Jazz sitting players in the fourth quarter. Jaren Jackson's got some thoughts on it.
I mean, as a player, you always want to be out there, but, you know, if you're out in the first quarter, out in the second quarter, third or fourth, you just have to make an impact when you're in the game. That's what you have to focus on. If you focus on when you're not out there, you know, you're gonna struggle as a player. If you're a rookie, a young guy, you wanted to play in the first half and you didn't, or whatever, you play in the third, like, all that comes into play, man. This is my 8th year, so stuff getting thrown at me, I feel like I have enough experience to, you know, be mentally capable through anything.
That is your Jazz at 30 update. By the way, Jaren Jackson won't have to worry about not playing the fourth quarter. He won't be playing the rest of the season. Jazz announced earlier today that he will undergo a procedure to his knee to remove a benign growth, and he will be done for the year. This is your Jazz at 30, brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you, for life.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly. And obviously, we start with the good, and what a night for former Bountiful High star, former Utah State star Sam Merrill, a career
former Scotty G neighbor.
Yeah.
Didn't Merrill, yeah, he was a neighbor, right?
And not close neighbor. He's just a bountiful guy. He's a
neighbor.
Yeah, he's about a 3-iron away. But Sam Merrill ends up going 9 of 10 from beyond the three-point line, a career high 32 points, and the dude was absolutely locked in. Afterwards, you're going to hear from a collection of players, Sam himself, but you'll hear from James Harden. You're going to hear from Donovan Mitchell. You're going to hear from his coach as well, as everybody singing the praises of Sam Merrill.
What's going through your mind when Sam goes on a heater like that?
Man, like I was saying over here, he was talking a little noise before the game. I guess one of the keys to the game on the IG account was like, get Sam cooking. And he was like, have I been that bad? And I didn't say yeah, but he took it. I guess he took it personally tonight. But to see a performance like that, like, that's incredible. And it's very rarely to see him go 0 for 5 or 0 for 6. So I knew at some point, even though he hit 3 threes the other night, at some point he was going to explode. But I didn't think it'd be that.
Crowd was great. Like I've to appreciate that shooting exhibition. That was really cool. That was one of the cooler moments of the year. I mean, they were just hyped, and he just kept putting them down, and we kept finding them.
The first 2 games, Sam, I don't even know, he probably made 1 or 2 threes. But, just see him working every single day like he's a sniper. You know what I mean? So when somebody has it like that going, I was just trying to get the ball to him just to, create those shots. But, like, that's the beauty of this team. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have, like, got somebody that can go out there and score 30 and we don't have to do nothing. You know what I mean? So, and it makes a lot of sense, especially, like, in the postseason. You're going to need other players to step up. Obviously, the main guys are going to be the main guys, and we get a lot of the focus and the attention. But, guys like Sam and JT and just everybody else, that can make shots and put the defense on their heels. I don't know how you can stop it.
Yeah, it's fun. Haven't had one like that in a little bit, so you just kind of feel like everything's going to go in, and it's every possession, it's like James and Don are like looking for me, and I'm almost like, it's all good. Like I'll get my threes. Like don't need to force anything, but they both did a great job of kind of finding me, and fortunately a bunch went in.
Cavaliers get the 138-113 victory over Washington. As we mentioned, Sam Merrill ends up a career-high 32 points on the night. And what was really fun about watching him do his thing, he's 11 of 12 overall from the field, but 9 of 10 from beyond the three-point line. Also had 5 rebounds, dished out a couple assists. James Harden, though, had 11 assists in that game. And James Harden, that's what I thought was really cool. Harden only has 13 points, but he dishes out 11 assists, and I believe 5 of them went directly to Sam Merrill. Donovan Mitchell, he ends up with 30 as well in that game, but he's got a bunch of assists in that game, and a couple of them went to Sam. So I think James Harden had some really interesting quotes about, yes, you need other players to step up, and you need other players to have big nights. I think James Harden's at a point in his career where I think he's okay with now he's not okay with a bunch of them, but I think he's okay with one night where he goes 13 points, 11 assists, and another guy goes for 32 points because that dude's been carrying the load in a lot of different places. Now, granted, he's done it willingly and more than happy to be the guy, but Gordy Chiesa used to tell me all the time when we were doing shows together that a guy will hit a point in his career, a superstar will hit his point where it's not about just making money, it's about winning games. And you want to leave a little bit of a legacy in being a champion. And when you get to a point, you've racked up a ton of money, individual accolades, MVPs, all that stuff, but you realize you don't have the ring to go along with it. And then you're like, yeesh, we got to get that fixed. We got to find a way to get it done. All right. There is your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
So Kansas State gets worked. And Jerome Tang is none too happy about it. And this is the world of NIL we're living in right now, where, yes, kids can make a lot of money, but the accountability is going to go way higher than what it was. And don't think for a second, I don't think, had everything else been the same, I don't think Jerome Tang goes off on his team 5 years ago like he does in this situation you're about to hear right now. Because there's this unwritten rule where, hey, look, they're amateurs, they're not making any money, they're just getting their education. You treat them a little bit more like kid gloves, especially in the media. Now, behind the scenes, you can rip the kid apart, but to the media, you got to take a little bit of a more softer approach. Well, now these kids are making millions of dollars, and you have had to go out and fundraise for them to get them those dollars. And so when they don't play well and you lose to Cincinnati 91-62, well, yeah, you're going to get hot and you're going to be really upset. Here's Jerome Tang after that game.
Hey, I'm going to honor Christ like I always do. Blessed to do this, but this was embarrassing. These dudes do not deserve to wear this uniform. There will be very few of them in it next year. I'm embarrassed for the university. I'm embarrassed for our fans, our student section. It is just ridiculous. We got practice at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we will get this thing right. I have no answer, no words. So y'all got 2 questions. So whoever want to ask 2 questions, I'll answer them to the best of my ability right now. But right now, like I'm like pissed, and this is all right. Questions.
I guess it's just kind of puzzling if you look at your road and home splits. The last 4 road games have been down the wire, and you run off the court. Just kind of explain that.
Yeah, I don't know. I asked the staff this week that same question, and they said that more the opponents. You play. I don't know, because I followed Minnesota last year. Closely, and they played great on the road and struggled at home. So then they started staying in hotels at home, like treating it like a road game. And so I even talked about, hey, do we need to change that change? But no, none of that crap matter, man. These dudes got to have some. They got some pride, man. They got some pride. It means something to wear a K-State uniform. It means something to put on this purple, man. Everything this university is about and all that it's been about, why I love this place, man. They don't love this place, so they don't deserve to be here.
Just what did you make of the student section with the paper bags on their heads?
Yeah, I'd wear a paper bag too if I was them. Thanks a lot, fellas. God bless.
All right. There's a lot to unpack there because there's obviously you feel the frustration. I don't think Jerome Tang says that 5 years ago. I think there's a bunch of reasons why he's ticked off. And we can go with the financial aspect. He didn't say that out loud, but he said it because there's 2 things there. Number one, he doesn't feel like there's any loyalty to the school. And really, he's right because it's impossible to develop loyalty and love for a school when you're there on campus for maybe 7 months, if that. And so you're asking somebody to represent the purple and represent the school, when in reality, they're probably taking 2 or 3 classes online and they're done. They're
all
one and done.
mercenaries.
They're all
All mercenaries
mercenaries. Yeah. You know what? It's one thing when you grow up in a country and you're asked to fight for your country. Well, you bleed red, white, and blue. But if you just brought a bunch of people for hire and said, hey, fight for our country, okay, I will because you're paying me. But honestly, I'm more worried about staying alive than I am dying for my country. You just can't. And Morgan Scalley kind of touched on this as well. You really don't have the time that you had. Morgan Scalley, came to Utah, went on a mission, came back, and just worked his way up the food chain to the point where he was an all-conference safety and ended up leading a team to remarkable achievements. But that didn't happen overnight. Okay, it was a lengthy process. And through that process, he developed a love for the tradition and honoring the logo and honoring the team that he fought for and everything that came along with it. You don't get that these days. These kids, yes, are mercenaries. But the problem is it works both ways because Jerome Tang's not thrilled because these guys don't love Kansas State. Well, guess what he's going to do? He just said it. He said, you know what? These guys don't deserve to wear the jersey, and very few of them will be back next year. So you as a coach are also part of the problem because you're cutting dudes loose. You're not allowing guys the opportunity to grow and develop a love for the school because you get beat by Cincinnati, you're worried about your job, so what are you going to do? I need a new roster. So you cut everybody loose, which you can do well within the rules, and so you're trying to harbor loyalty when you yourself, when something goes wrong, you're not necessarily about loyalty either. And that's just, and I'm not mad at Jerome Tang, I'm not mad at the players, it's just the system now. It's just how it is. A coach, look, he's not invested in you for 4 or 5 years. If you're not producing after year 1, you're out. You, on the other hand, you produce well above your station, then you're probably out to go chase the dollar bill somewhere else or get more opportunities somewhere else. So we've just harbored that kind of culture right now in college athletics where we're all upset that nobody has that undying love for their school. But what have we done to help foster that? Nothing.
And Jerome Tang is He's talking about players. He's not going to be there. I mean, his first year with K-State.
Awesome.
Phenomenal. Elite Eight, lost to FAU. Second year, they lost in the NIT to in the first round to, I think, Iowa, and then hasn't been back since. This has been going downhill since his first season. He's not going to be back.
Yeah, that first year, he was kind of the golden child of college football.
Absolutely. Made that Elite Eight run.
Yeah. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up at 2:05, the great Tony Jones. TJ, you had to move to Philly. I got an empty seat here. Could have been yours. But no, you got to move to Philadelphia. But he was in town yesterday for the Jaren Jackson press conference. I believe he still is in town. We will talk to him coming up at 2:05, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined once again by Andy Bailey.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now?
I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games. Playing your guys for 3 quarters and then sitting them for the entire fourth is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. We just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. It's ridiculous. Frankly, I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing. The other thing that I haven't mentioned too is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for team building. Like, this is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Best beef on the planet, Bar W Beef, because they care about treating these cattle well. Look, I grew up in the middle of nowhere, Idaho. I was around a lot of feedlots, a lot of ranchers. And you know cattle when they're treated right and when they're treated poorly. And it affects the quality of that beef. Cattle at Bar W and the ranches that they use, they only have one bad day of their life. Other than that, they are treated like absolute gold. And the great thing about that is because of the scientific process by which you treat your cattle well, you give them the right feed at the right time, you know how to start with grain, finish with grass, all the different combinations you can come up with. It produces uniform quality beef that's in dry aged for 14 days, and you will have incredible beef. Go to barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com. Remember, the Bar W Steakhouse will be open on March 3rd. If you want to take advantage of that, go to barwsteakhouse.com as well. Bar W Beef and barwbeef.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
Hey Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a 3rd-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water. And we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You're listening to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous day. Hey, weekend coming up tomorrow. We'll kick off your Friday show. We've got all kinds of great things on tap, including former Utah State and Texas Tech head football coach Matt Wells will be our co-host for tomorrow's show. Joining us now, though, Dave Nellis. You look good in that seat, man. You're come on. I think we're on to something here.
I don't think I can fill it out as full as Hans did, but it's great to be in studio here with you, Scotty.
Personality-wise, yes, you got it nailed.
Okay,
absolutely.
all right.
That's the important part.
I'll take that pill.
There you go. Hey, so many good things brewing at AmericaFirst.com. I want to circle back to the 0% Visa Platinum card because people, look, whether you got a big purchase coming up, let's say you got a home renovation project or you know what, something, a car expense or something along those lines that you weren't planning for. And so you're in a bind and you're like, well, I guess I could put it on my credit card, but that's at a 25, 26% interest rate or 19%, whatever the case might be. And you're thinking, geez, that's going to just wreck me. Where you can get a 0% card and have 6 months to pay that off with that 0% and an incredible low rate after that 6 months.
Yeah, you know, we talked earlier on the show about that 0% maybe giving us some relief from maybe overspending from Christmas and the holidays.
Yes.
And, you know, getting caught up that way. But you're right. For future purchases, you might think, how can I leverage my spending capabilities with that 0%? And that offers you that great flexibility. And that's kind of been unheard of. 0% for 6 months. And that's not just a teaser rate when you get past that 6 months. That is our regular, normal, everyday low rate with that Visa Platinum. So it's a great deal for those consumers who are planning on having those big purchases.
So let's say you've got a big purchase coming up, or as you mentioned, you got a little overextended because you felt the holiday spirit and got a little crazy during the holidays. That also counts on balance transfers.
Yes, it does. Yeah. And that's a great opportunity because sometimes we get into those department store credit cards or those other big box stores that have a high interest rate. This is a great way to be able to get caught up and pay some bills and, you know, really enhance your financial future.
And frankly, bring it all under one umbrella too, because, you know, sometimes you got 3 or 4 different cards and you're like, okay, I think I paid that. I'm not sure. You get it under one umbrella with a 0% finance for 6 months. You can really knock down the balances on that and you're good to go.
Yeah, there's a lot of consumers, Scotty, that they kind of get, I don't want to say duped, but they get teased into, hey, come open this,
Yes.
or a fintech, hey, that's really easy to do this. But there really is a lot of value to our members by having a primary financial institution under one roof. I have my savings account, my checking account, my Visa, my auto loans, my home equity. You know, when you start branching out into all the products and services that we offer, there's value in having that all under one roof.
And I meant to talk to you about this earlier. We talk about interest rates a lot, but here's the thing. People are concerned about what the interest rate is in terms of cars and homes and things like that. Well, on the flip side, you can make that interest work for you. And you've got a lot of different options out there for people to actually put money away and actually get a good return taking advantage of those high interests.
Yeah, it's always nice to earn interest.
Yes.
When you're paying interest, that's not so good. And
What's the
so
old adage? Interest never sleeps.
It doesn't sleep.
So it either is working for you or against you.
Yeah. So now as people are thinking about their tax returns and thinking about their future financial plans, it's a great time to be able to invest in what I would call certificates. There's so many different options, but really what you do is you leave that money untouched in exchange for a higher rate. And a certificate rate could be 5 times what it is just letting it sit there in your savings account. Having a certificate allows you to plan, okay, I'm going to need it in 12 months, or I'm going to need this in 24 months. But you can get a much better interest rate just by securing your money into one of those, and it's guaranteed, it's safe. It's conservative for those people who are, a little uncertain about the economy. And there's lots of different options, a bump or a ladder or a dedicated savings. But right now is a great time to be able to get into those rates before rates change. We have no idea when the feds will change the rates, but it's a great time. America First has some great offers.
Well, let's say you lock that down for 2 years and the Fed cuts the interest rate. You lock in that interest rate. That's not going anywhere.
You are still locked in at that rate.
Yeah, it's awesome. And that's a great thing. You just go into any branch or go to AmericaFirst.com, and you'll have somebody that can walk you through, like, hey, these are my goals. I've got X amount of money. I don't need it for 2 years, or I don't need it for a year, or I'm saving up for this. What are ways in which I can make my money work? And people are going to sit down and work with you and make sure you're happy.
Yeah, our representatives are going to be focused on you. What's going to be in your best interest, right? And so this allows every member to be an intentional saver. And a consumer of their own product. They're going to invest in themselves and make it better because of that relationship with us. So whether you want to do it online at AmericaFirst.com or you want to go into a branch, we'll give you good, sound advice and do what's right for you. We just want to help your money do more.
Yeah. Dave's the man. The rest of the crew at America First will help you every step of the way. It's AmericaFirst.com, or just find the branch near you. You're not a number on a spreadsheet. You are a person with a story, and they're there to help you out every step. AmericaFirst.com or your local branch, America First Credit Union.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans,
let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum.
Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com
to connect with the team,
other fans,
and our KSL Sports insiders.
Start chatting today
in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum
on KSLSports.com.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
Come on, man, the great outdoors is waiting. 1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or
rgsexteriors.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry. Made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
Utah's Mr. Sports here with a pro tip. Do what I did and choose the world's most efficient water softener. Kinetico uses less salt, delivers better performance, and here's the best part. You get more time for sports, less time wrestling heavy salt bags. Upgrade your system today. SoftwaterUtah.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Believe it or not, this guy actually has friends. Nice. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone, kicking off your 2 o'clock hour. Utah Jazz announcing earlier today, Jaren Jackson will undergo surgery on his knee, kind of a precautionary surgery, and he is done for the year. So you got a little bit of a sample size of what your future next year and the years going forward will look like with Jaren Jackson, and enough to certainly get you excited, that's for sure. How he plays on the court with Lauri Markkanen, and then, of course, going into next year, hopefully you got Walker Kessler re-signed and ready to go. So, yeah, it's going to be a really fascinating run here for the Utah Jazz as they continue to get ready for the start of the upcoming season. But you got to hold on to that draft pick. You got to do whatever you can. I don't care if you're ticking off Brian Windhorst. I don't care who you're making mad. Doesn't matter. You got to hold on to that pick. Because if that lottery balls don't go your way and you're 9th or higher, then that sucker's going to convey to Oklahoma City. And let's be honest, Oklahoma City doesn't need any help. They don't need a top 10 pick. So you want the Jazz. Again, I know you hate saying it, but it's the smart move. Lose games. Lose games. Make sure you're drafting in the top 5. You have a very strong chance in this draft to get a generational player. So go out and make it happen. It's really that simple. Now, you might get people angry about the way you do it. Don't care. Don't matter. Don't listen to them. You can let these talking heads run their mouth all they want. Won't change a thing for you. Okay? If you're able to get, especially in the top 3 of the upcoming NBA draft, you're good as gold. And you can really start building for the future. All right, joining us now from The Athletic, it is the one, it is the only, it is at one point would have been a potential co-host, but he had to go run to Philadelphia. It is Tony Jones. TJ, how are you, man?
I'm like a reverse Fresh Prince. I run to Philadelphia, not away from Philadelphia.
Yeah, a playground fight. And okay, look, we got to clear the air here. You're blaming a T-shirt, and it's just between you and me. It's just you and me listening. You're blaming a T-shirt cannon for breaking your computer. Let's be honest. That was a fit of anger, wasn't it?
Okay, so I'm going to answer this. But now that we had the actual playground fight on, I'm going to give you some Tony Jones trivia.
Okay.
Not Tony Jones trivia. I'm going to give you a little-known Tony Jones fact. Are you ready for this?
Yep, hit me.
The exact playground that Will Smith got into the fight on is not in West Philly. It's actually in Center City. And it was actually 2 or 3 blocks away from where I lived in Center City. And, you ready for this?
Yeah.
I got into a fight on that playground.
Oh, nice.
My junior year of high school, Roman Catholic, which this is also funny. This playground, this neighborhood was Spanish. It wasn't black. My junior year of high school, Roman Catholic, me and a couple of 3 or 4 of the other Roman Catholic
up to no good
players, we went and we played we played pickup ball at that playground against those guys, and we beat those guys so bad, which wasn't the problem. The problem was my mouth.
Yeah, I can see that.
While we were beating, I was just it was really kind of crazy, and then we turned around and there were 40 of them.
Oh.
There were 40, Scott, there were 40 of them. And the next thing I heard was somebody punched me in the face. And the next thing I heard was, don't let them out. So I, that day, turned from a basketball star into a track star.
And you don't need to outrun. You don't need to outrun the crew. You just got to outrun your teammate.
I just listen. We were. It was every man for themselves at that point. And I will say this: we all four, everybody who was there is still alive. So that's good.
So I got to imagine your time at that court was limited to that one time.
We never went back.
Yep.
But every time I see Aaron Wessel and you see the court, and I'm just like, yeah, that court's no joke.
That is funny. But I don't think it really softened your voice, because you like to mix it up with everybody, and that's why I love chatting with you, because you and I can argue over anything, and it's one of the funnest things on the planet is to get you riled up and get you fired up. But honestly, this vitriol coming towards the Utah Jazz, Tony, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
It's crap.
It's straight crap, right?
It's crap. And I'll tell you what it is. It's Oklahoma City going through back channels to try to put pressure on the Jazz to play the season out in order for them to get the pick.
Wow.
That's what it is.
Interesting.
So it's OKC going through back channels, planting stories in order to pressure the Jazz into playing the season.
Well, the Jazz responded by saying, all right, you want us to play your games? Jaren Jackson's out for the year.
Yeah, pretty much. The Jazz are going to do whatever they have to do to keep the pick.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, just from being around here, I'm in Salt Lake.
Yeah.
You know, for being in Salt Lake for the last 36 hours, I don't think they care one bit what people were thinking of them.
Yeah. It's just the weird. Okay, so this has been going on for decades, and the fact that people are upset about this is the way. Okay, I don't know if there's some code among thieves that there's a tanking the right way to rule book. You can do this, but don't you dare do this. I mean, come on, it's ridiculous.
Well, it's hilarious because the Jaren Jackson thing is real. And they, it's an actual thing. It's an actual condition, and it's not life-threatening or you can play with it, but every single doctor is going to tell you, like, all right, you can play with this, but we really recommend that you take care of this right now. It's a tumor.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So even if it's benign, it's still a tumor. I don't want a benign tumor in my body if I can take it out.
Yeah.
So no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I'm just kind of curious on the timeline on that. Did the Jazz know on the trade, or is this something that popped up afterwards?
It popped up afterwards. I will say that there was sentiment to not let him play at all. But Jaren wanted to play. Because he wanted to play in front of the home fans before the surgery. So it was kind of that. But, the irony of this is, let's take out Lowry marketing because that part is what it is. But everybody who was, taking to Twitter, taking to social media, oh, my God, they're sitting Jaren Jackson in the fourth quarter. Jaren Jackson was on a 25-minute restriction, all three of those games. So, I think the unintended or intended benefit, if you're the Jazz, is, yeah, we might lose these games, except for they went 2-1 in those games. But he was on a minutes restriction. He wasn't going to play in the fourth quarter if, these guys were San Antonio.
Let's look ahead. Let's look ahead to next year. And so you've got a starting five potentially of Walker Kessler. And I want to ask you about Walker here in a bit. Let's just assume for the sake of this argument that Walker's back. And then you've got Jaren Jackson at the 4. You got Laurie at the 3. You got Ace Bailey at the 2. And you got Keontae George at the 1. That's a monstrous lineup. How much does that help you defensively?
Well, it helps you because you have 3 7-footers on the floor. And, if you're that big, and you have that many guys on the floor that are 7 feet and that big, you're going to shrink the floor. So, just by definition, there's going to be less space on the floor for other teams because you got 3 7-footers on it. Now, the benefit of that is, along with those 7-footers, they can all walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. Those guys can move. So you don't have, 7-foot stiffs out there. You got 3 7-foot athletes out there. So, that's what's going to make it really tough. And then, Walker Kessler is one of the best 5 rim protectors in the league. And Jaren Jackson Jr. is one of the best 10 rim protectors in the league. So, the weakness is, Lowry's going to have to guard some of the dynamic, small forwards in the league. Of the league, he's going to have to guard like maybe the Jaylen Browns of the league and the Jason Tatums of the league, things like that. Kevin Durant, things like that. But in terms of being able to shrink the floor, it's one of the things that made the Houston Rockets really difficult to deal with because they were putting, Kevin Durant on the floor and Alfred Sengun and Steven Adams on the floor. So, if you get one of those 3 in spacing by themselves, yeah, you could take advantage of them. But when Steven Adams and Sengun is on the floor, there's no space to take advantage of. So I think that can be the Jazz on steroids, because not only you have those guys, doing that on defense, but, Lauri Markkanen is one of the true three-level scorers in this game offensively, and Jaren Jackson Jr. is not far behind. So you have two 7-footers who offensively can just kind of wreck you, and they're on the same team. So if I were the Jazz, I'd try to get more passing on the roster. I'd try to use the cap space that I'm going to have this summer to get more veterans on the roster who can really help. But I'm really bullish on how good they can be next year. I think they can be a top 4 Western Conference team next year.
When you look at Walker Kessler as a restricted free agent, it only takes one GM to set the market for a player. Everybody keeps talking about the $25 million per range. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody gave him 30 plus. Coming off that injury, what do you think the market bears for him?
So I think that the two sides are about $7 million apart. I think the Jazz want to keep this in the $25 million range. I think Walker's people want around 32. I think ideally on both sides, they figure out a way to come to meet in the middle. I think that the Jazz are going to match any offer that he gets. So if he goes to, the Los Angeles Lakers and gets a $35 million offer sheet, I think the Jazz are going to suck it up and match it. Simply because, the Jazz have turned down, major offers for Walker, multiple major offers, and not just this year, over last year. I personally know a team, I know of a team at the draft last year who offered the Jazz a lottery pick for Walker Kessler, and the Jazz said no. And there's obviously the reported interest of Indiana. There was a team that offered 2 drafts ago, one unprotected first-round pick and one protected first-round pick. So there have been teams that have been trying to pry Walker away from the Jazz for over the course of multiple years. So, if you're the Jazz, you can't turn back now. You can't turn down all of these offers and then not protect the assets. So, I think somebody can offer whatever, and I think the Jazz are just going to go ahead and match it. But ideally, I think, if you're the Jazz, because there is some consternation here, there is some tension here between both sides. And Walker's people are not happy with the Jazz. This is all true. So I think if you're the Jazz, I think it would be prudent enough to figure out a number that placates both sides. Maybe it doesn't have to be the number that Walker's people want, but at least it has to be a number that makes Walker's people feel respected for what Walker does and for what Walker brings to the table. So that they'll figure that part out during the summer. But I think that's going to be a major challenge for the Jazz, and I think is going to be a challenge for Walker's people to figure out what they want to accept and how they want to proceed with whatever the Jazz bring to the table.
The great Tony Jones joining us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The acceleration on the career path of Keontae George, did that allow the Jazz to be a little bit more aggressive than maybe they would have been otherwise?
Yeah, because now you've got a borderline all-star point guard, or whatever you want to call Keontae. You have somebody that's one of the better point guards in the league, And guess what? You have to pay him this summer, or you have to agree to pay him this summer. You're going to have to start paying him next summer. And that's probably going to be max money. So guess what? You need to go out and trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. At the trade deadline, because that's going to be your team. So once all of these guys are under contract at the same time, Walker, Keontae, Lowry, Jaren Jackson Jr., that's going to be your team. It's one of the reasons why the Jazz are so bent on keeping this pick, because the pick is probably the last shot at adding a fifth guy that's going to be good. So if you keep the pick and you get really lucky and you get Darren Peterson or AJ DeBanza, then guess what? You have a championship level core. And if you get, if you are in the sixth spot in the lottery and you get the sixth or the seventh pick, you can still get somebody who is really has a chance to be good, because this draft is maybe the best draft that I have seen since LeBron James's draft, and that's 2003. So it's the Jazz just have to keep the pick. Whatever comes their way, whatever backlash comes their way, they're just going to have to deal with it, and they're going to have to keep the pick. It's one of the reasons why at this point, they just don't care with what the narrative is and what the national, what the national people are talking about, because, it's not going to affect how they proceed. They're going to go ahead and figure out a way to keep the pick, or try to figure out a way to keep the pick.
So you're Austin Ainge, and the Jazz have the number one pick overall. Knowing what you need and knowing what you want for your team, who are you picking number one overall?
Oh, Darren Peterson.
You worried a little bit about what's going on with him at Kansas?
No, not at all. You know what's going on? To me, it's obvious. It's obvious that he has a camp that just doesn't want him to play basketball in college.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. So, if my man gets a hangnail, they're going to sit him out. So that's just obvious what it is. Yeah, the hamstring was real. That part was real. And hamstrings can happen anything. But my man caught a sniffle and sneezed one time in the layup line and was like, yo, I can't play against Arizona. That's his camp.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will just go out on a limb and predict that if he sneezes in the layup line in an NBA game, he's going to keep playing.
He's going to be just fine. All right.
Yeah.
Hey, what's best cheesesteak in Philly? Where are you going?
Oh, that's a good one.
It's not those tourist traps like Pat's and Geno's, right?
No. You know what? I'm going to say something. I'm going to go against the grain a little bit. So there's a mob figure named Skinny Joey Merlino.
Nice.
Who opened up a place called Skinny Joey's, which is around the corner from Xfinity Mobile Arena, which is where the Sixers play. And he's got this great cheesesteak. It's phenomenal. Me and the wife went and got in line and waited in line for like an hour in 100-degree heat. And there were these three girls who drove up from Virginia just to get the cheesesteak.
Jeez.
And then they were drove back. And, so I'm going to say Skinny Joey's is going to be my go-to for cheesesteak in Philly.
Done and done. If I'm ever out there, you're buying. How about that?
I got you, bro.
I love it. Hey, you're the best, man. Let's keep in touch. And if you get bored, come back. I got radio for you.
I got you, my guy. I appreciate you so much, man.
You're the best. It is Tony Jones from The Athletic right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. One of my favorite dudes on the planet. And, timing just didn't quite work out there. You know what? The timing is working out for you, though, as you get 90 days without a payment on a car loan with America First Credit Union. 90 days. I mean, you get the car, you get your dream car, the car you want, and then you got a few months to kind of get your feet underneath you and make sure you're in a good spot.
Yeah, think about the last time you bought a car, Scotty. I mean, there may have been planning that went into that.
Oh, yeah.
You were excited,
Oh, yeah.
you saved. Or it could have been, okay, my kid just wrecked a car, now I have to get one. I'm pressured to do it, right?
Both have been true.
Yeah,
Yes.
Either way, there's a lot of high emotions that go into that, and the excitement and the enthusiasm, but also the cost can stress you out. So helping our members do more with their money, we have a great offer that's going to help them, and that's 90 days, no payments on that car purchase. There's a lot of things that go in, the closing costs and, financing and insurance, and maybe you got to put a set of tires on that if it's a used car. But there's always those extra costs that just impact you and impact maybe your savings because you put down a sizable car payment. Well, 90 days of no payments is a great deal for our members who are looking for a car.
It really is. And again, the right way to do it, just go to AmericaFirst.com. But better yet, I just want people to go to branches. I really do, because shout out to the America First Credit Union at Dick's Market on Orchard. That's where we go.
They love you.
And that, my kid is, he loves going in there, and he's got a little bit of tip money from El Matador, and he throws it down, and he thinks he's a big wig, and they treat him like that. There's a 14-year-old that thinks he's running deep, and everybody loves him because he comes in with a big attitude, and he's kind of like turned into the America First mascot there.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of friendly touch you have there.
Absolutely. Whether you go online or you go into a branch, we're going to give you that same experience of just high tech and high touch and personalize everything to you. And I'm sure when he walks in, they're like, okay, what's up, money bags?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. And the great thing, too, with the app, there's this thing called net worth or something like that, where you can click on it and it shows you all your different accounts and how much money you have and your expenses and things like that. He's like, Dad, my net worth just went up 75%. I'm like, all right, buddy, let's keep it going. But they take a vested interest when you have that kind of financial knowledge, and that can create great habits down the line.
With the right tools and the right resources and the right education, yeah, it's limitless in what you can do for your financial future. And so anything that we can do at America First to help people gain that expertise and give them the tools, gives them control and gives them power.
90 days without a car payment.
It's beautiful.
It's great. I mean, the things you're doing for people, the 6 months credit card with zero interest, the 3 months without a payment on a car, like these are little things that really can add up for people and give them a little bit of breathing room because, look, times are tight right now.
Yeah, people, I think, look for value and they look for a reason to belong to something. And all of those offerings offer value for our members. And, we've got great offerings just to become a member. But once you are a member, taking advantage of all those little things that will just help your money maximize its potential, whether you're earning interest or you're paying interest, we want to help you.
Love it. Dave Nellis, America First Credit Union. It's available for you at americafirst.com, or you can just go to your local branch. There's a bunch of them up and down the Wasatch Front, but you know what? Just because there's a lot of them doesn't mean you still don't have that personal touch. You walk into one of those, they're going to treat you like family. All right, coming up next, Blake Moore, Representative Moore from the state of Utah, introducing a bill to try to figure out some issues on NIL. He will join us next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solving.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I could give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Well, I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals. meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the Resolution Reset with $200 off, ending February 28th, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th to the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th to the 15th.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Really fired up for this next conversation. There's been a lot of talk about NIL and the landscape of college athletics, and there's a lot of unintended consequences to a lot of the things that are going on right now. And here to help break it down a little bit, Representative Blake Moore from the state of Utah, who's got a bipartisan bill that has been introduced. And let's talk a little bit about that bill. Blake, first off, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. How are you? Congratulations on your Seahawks, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm doing great, and it's good to be on talk radio where, we can talk about the things that really matter.
Yes. Normally we just talk about
sports talk radio.
Yeah.
Sports talk radio. The things that really matter.
Yeah, the sports, that's what really matters in life. But the No Foreign NIL Fund Act, talk a little bit about the background and why you introduced that and what you're really trying to accomplish here.
It's really simple. We're just trying to get out ahead of likely and potential issues down the road with, malign forces trying to come in and influence our higher education institutions, right? Because athletics, college athletic sports, these are still scholar athletes. These are still universities, public universities. We do not need this to turn into the mess that we saw with the PGA, right? And Live and everything. We just want to get out ahead of that, because the recent lawsuit, the court decision, didn't necessarily didn't dictate this in any way, one way or the other. And we want to make sure that we're just not allowing for this type of massive, influential money to sort of infiltrate our college athletics. There's enough money as it is. We don't need this extra piece.
You know what's interesting is in the press release you referenced the University of Colorado coach who went and talked to the Saudis about raising money. We know him. Trevor Riley's been on the show a couple times, and I know Trevor really well. And look, the pressure on these coaches or these administrators to find any kind of dollars that are out there is just immense. So essentially, I think this is a good way to try to protect universities from themselves, because there's so much immense pressure out there to find any extra dollar they possibly can.
If it's allowed.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
They're gonna be forced or pressured into doing it. And so we just want to create a line here that says, hey, the NIL is a part of our athletics now. We get that. Collegiate athletics, and players can take advantage of this. But this is going to be a step too far, and we do not want the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, or Singapore's sovereign wealth fund, or even, coming in with massive investments, or even, we don't even want any of our, Norway and our allies. Those are the massive, massive funds that we just don't want them to, infiltrate what we're trying to do here.
I couldn't agree more. And the reason I brought up Trevor is it's not like he felt like I didn't really want to, but I felt like I had to be creative and try to find something here. And if you limit that and say, okay, that's a line you cannot cross, then you force people to be creative in areas that are certainly within the lines, and get some guide work. Because I think, Representative Moore, I think that's what we're all looking for right now, is just some guidelines and some ways in which to act. And you've seen these coaches and administrators really hoping that Congress can help out. Now, you guys have a lot on your plate, certainly, but I think any kind of guidance is certainly welcome at this point.
I was so disappointed because about a month and a half ago, I think that was about the timeline, we had a really good bill that would still allow for tons of investment and athletes to make, I played at Utah. I redshirted at Utah State. I actually had to buy my own tracksuit as part of this has swung so far into money being, directly spent on our athletes. And people were ultimately supportive of that.
Yeah. Because
they saw coaches make so much. They saw universities becoming, the players do deserve something here. I think everybody's there. But they see it go from 0 to 60, even without a bunch of foreign money coming in, it still got out of hand really quickly. And we just want to make sure this is an area I think we can all get behind, of putting some, limitations on us. We couldn't pass that bill a few months ago because it just was politically, and it's tough to do anything right now. But we think we can do something on this at least.
Well, I will say this. There's a word that we don't use very often in today's political landscape, and that is bipartisanship. This is a bipartisan bill that you've introduced here.
Yeah, sure. I mean, anything that actually passes Congress mostly has to be, unless it's specific to revenue one time a year. But for the most part, they all have to be collaborative. And I think folks can get behind this.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. So, it's been a while since I've seen the I'm a Bill cartoon in civics class back in high school. So kind of walk us through your next steps and the hope of getting this passed.
Right. We do things by the book over here in my team. So look for bipartisan co-sponsorship. We'll put it through the committee of jurisdiction. And so there's a long road ahead. No question. But there's interest in this. We couldn't pass the NIL piece that we tried about 2 months ago, like I mentioned, but there's still appetite to do something. So maybe a more focused, scaled back approach that just deals with this one particular issue could be more successful, and we'll try to navigate it through. These things take some time, but it would be, I think we can all get to this place.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt whatsoever. Before I let you go, you got the Sam Darnold jersey. How cool was that? And I can't imagine, as a Seahawk fan, there's been a better moment than to be able to watch your team win a Super Bowl.
I'm still wearing my Steve Largent jersey.
Nice.
So,
there you go.
I mean, I'm a diehard. I was 7 years old when this became my team. We were all, as Utahns, we were either force-fed the Broncos because of the TV network, or, you were a Steve Young fan for the Niners, or, and I was like the only Seahawks fan growing up. I went through 15 years of absolute despair as a Seahawks fan. We had the roughest 90s you could have ever imagined. The tail end of the AFC West, but to beat the Broncos in the Super Bowl 10 years ago, and then to get redemption when we lost after losing to the Patriots in that horrific way we did at the 1 yard line, like, I'm on cloud nine. Plus, I had a Super Bowl ad for my bill.
Yes.
So the Invest America initiative that provides $1,000 seed funding, Trump accounts to every baby born in the next 4 years, that had a Super Bowl ad. So my team wins, my bill gets a Super Bowl ad. That's not something that's an awesome weekend.
That's a heck of a day at the office right there. There's no doubt. And look, you know what? You're a diehard fan when you reference the AFC West, because the kids these days don't know that because I'm a Broncos guy, the Broncos and Seahawks, I mean, it was twice a year back in the day. So that's when you know somebody actually knows their stuff, when they bring up the old AFC West days and Brian Bosworth, and you did have to live through the Rick Meyer, Dave Craig era, but
we definitely did, but we're better for it.
Yes,
we're better for it.
Yes, indeed. Hey, let us know if there's anything we can do to help. Any kind of guidance on NIL that we can see going forward, even at this level and going forward. Obviously, I'm all for. I know the general public is for. The college basketball fans or college athletic fans certainly are as well. We just love to see some guidelines installed in this before it's all said and done. But thank you so much for your time. Safe travels, and let's talk again soon. There he is, Blake
love
Moore,
to. Thanks, Scotty.
Representative from the state of Utah, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, 2:45 coming up next. We'll wrap up the show straight ahead. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years, Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
You're listening to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, wrapping up another edition of the show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Remember, coming up on tomorrow's show, we will be live at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. That's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown on Automall Drive. And we'll have a special guest, special co-host, I guess I should say. Former Utah State head football coach, former Texas Tech head football coach, Matt Wells will join us coming up on the program tomorrow. So he will be our honorary co-host for the day. Next week, we've got Kevin Graham, who's going to be hanging out with us, working on a few other people. This is time where we're really going to start hitting it hard on getting some people, not necessarily, I don't want people to think it's an audition per se, but it's just look, we're going to fill this role. We're going to have a co-host. You're going to get I know people are having a hard time. I get it. You're tired of me just rambling. Totally understand. Lloyd is more than anybody. We're going to get somebody. Just give us a little bit of time.
Really? Wow. You even had like a sign of you in the crowd at Utah State. That's how much people are not tired of you.
I think that was more of a mocking thing.
No,
like they've got
so.
Kevin from The Office.
Did you get the picture of it?
Did he send it
to
me?
No, I thought he, because...
yeah, he was supposed to, Christian was going to send it to me. Oh, let's see. Wow. Yep, there it is. That's, I'm not necessarily sure this is a good thing.
I would like that sign to actually be bigger.
Yeah, I do. And by the way, Dave Nellis, that's a sign of somebody just kind of, I don't know, got a picture and blew it up and put it in the crowd. So
I think they stole that from the website.
Yeah, they did. So, but here's the thing, Lloyd. I don't think when you're trying to make a guy miss free throws and you're putting up my picture, I don't think that's a compliment.
Well, they'll put up, it's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. It's only a bad thing if you look at it that way.
Right,
and I don't think it is.
They have
but they do need to make it bigger.
You know what else is on there? Is a wedding picture of Dave Fox. So come on. I mean,
now that'll make you mess up.
See, that's the thing. Look, I mean, there you go, Dave. Look at the crowd I'm dealing with there. That's not a compliment.
Have you seen those like on X when somebody says retweet this for every retweet I'll make it bigger?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I like that.
Let's make Scotty bigger.
Yeah. I don't know. Dave Nellis, America First Credit Union. That's not a compliment, Dave. Right?
I'm going to say that any exposure potentially could be good exposure. I mean, you have endearing fans out there. They're like, what could I do that's kind of funny?
Yeah. All right.
I would take it as a good thing.
We will take it. By the way, that was a shot at Spectrum Magic Night up in Logan, and on the back of every one of those shirts had the America First Credit Union logo. I mean, you help out so many great universities up and down. You see them you see that logo at pretty much every game.
Yeah, we love the brand recognition. We love the passion. We love supporting all those things. And so, welcome to the Eagles Nest.
Yes, exactly. Hey, let's talk about tomorrow's Friday. Let's talk about America First Fridays.
America First Fridays. This is a new thing this year that's been really successful. We have two great partners, Utah Jazz and Utah Mammoth, and we have offers that come out the first Friday of every month. And it's a special deal for America First members. Deals on tickets, deals on merch, giveaways. There's always something fresh, something new that comes out on Friday. So last Friday, there was a couple new offers that came out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So the Jazz offer, there's 4 different games that you can get discount tickets on. So there was one yesterday, last night, and then we have one tonight against Portland Trail Blazers. You can get discount tickets in a couple weeks against New Orleans Pelicans on the 26th and 28th of February. So if you got a family, you got friends you want to take to the game, you're an America First member, use your America First Jazz card, go get some tickets. It's great.
I love the fact that you have relationships with the universities, with the Mammoth, with the Jazz, with RSL. And it's not just about putting the brand up there, but also really exercising the power of that relationship and say, no, you know what? We want to give back to our members. So can we do this? Can we do this? And you've got great, professional and collegiate teams that are willing to do that too.
Yeah, that's the power of a partnership. And, these organizations have shared values just like we do of how do we help enhance our community. There's also a deal for Utah Mammoth. If you're a hockey fan, I'll just say it again, Tusks up.
Tusks up.
Yeah, but on February 27th against the Minnesota Wild, you can get some discounted tickets there as well. And there's something cool that came out that's maybe off the radar but should be on your radar. That's kind of a special thing. On February 19th, you can enter to win an exclusive court time experience, including a Q&A with some of the Utah Mammoth personalities. And so that's kind of a cool thing that's not necessarily a game, but it's a cool offering where you get to go have this nice, intimate moment with Utah Mammoth.
That's awesome. And that's the great thing about being a member of America First Credit Union. There's so many little perks along the way. There's some really big ones, like 0% on a credit card for 6 months or 90 days without making a car payment on a new car loan. And then, you know what? A discount. Look, you know what? Here, you want to take your family to a Jazz game? Because you're an America First member, we're going to knock off a few bucks off that. Just whether they're big perks, little perks, you're making it worth people's while.
Yeah, it's important to us to find value. What's my membership worth to me, and create some value for there. So whether it's all the things that you just listed, or products and services, or just scholarships, or all those things, we love to help our members find value and strengthen families.
It all starts with a trip to the website americafirst.com. That's americafirst.com, or just go to any local branch. And this again, I've told this to Dave many times. There's a lot of branches out there. What's the total number up to? Do you know off the top of your head?
116.
116 branches. And guess what? Everybody has their branch. There's 116, and which is great, but you know what? You have your branch with your people that will know you and your name and your situation and be there to help you. It's a big, big institution, but very personalized.
Yeah, we love that people find their branch, and they say that. This is my branch.
Yeah.
They know me. I want to go talk to that person.
Yep. AmericaFirst.com. Get there now or just go to your local branch. It's America First Credit Union. Friday edition of the show. Matt Wells will join us coming up tomorrow right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep, deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at KSLRestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course
not.
That
doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, Let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everybody, welcome on in. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Thursday to you. Happy wishes from the RV show. Wishing you were here, aren't you? Well, you can be here. You can come here this weekend. We're going to be here all day today. We're kicking off the RV show, and we're going to chat with all of our buddies. JJ, one thing about us is you and I have become semi-pro in the boat world. We've become semi-pro in the RV world for sure. I've been
well educated.
I feel way more comfortable in the RV world because that's one where boats, I still am out of my depth a little bit. Mm-hmm. I just wasn't boat guy, you know. Right. I aspire to be boat guy. I have been RV guy, and I can operate. I have been in an RV in below zero temperatures in the Black Hills of North Dakota in November on a way to a BYU.
I don't believe you.
BYU, Wisconsin.
I don't believe you. You want to know why I don't believe you?
Why?
The Black Hills are not in North Dakota.
Oh, South Dakota. Sorry.
Thank you.
We were
just keep you honest.
I know. It was just we were going through. I was like one of the Dakotas. I don't know which one it is, but you can imagine in late November.
Oh yeah,
a very windy.
It gets windy and chilly.
And listen, and there's a bunch of chubby guys in an RV. You know some of these chubby guys: Dave Noriega, John Clyde, formerly of one of our colleagues, also in the sports side of things, down in the newsroom. And guess what? We had the furnace turned on, and we got through the night.
You didn't have a planes, trains, and automobiles situation at all?
No. No.
Between two pillows?
No, we did have to. We did have to share some of the bedding, some of the beds.
Okay.
And between Dave Noriega and I thought that would have been a bad move to share the king bed in the back, but we did.
Probably.
But we did. A guy who's 6'3", a guy who's 6'6", both well north of 200 pounds. Smart move. But guess what? It fit us, and we made it.
That is the dictionary definition of roughing it.
Well, listen, we have furnace and fridge. Anyway, all those things are available is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm staring at this Cherokee Black Label Forest River model right here, and you have glass sliding windows in your bed?
You have a deck. You have an absolute deck. And it's really fun. So it's good. JJ signing autographs real quick. Hold on just a second.
Absolutely, anytime.
Yeah. No, it's good.
I was going to ask him if I could take a picture too.
Listen, but yeah, it's there's sliding doors. There is a front and back deck.
I love it.
I've never seen something like that.
I don't even have that on my house.
No, I've never seen something like that.
That's an RV.
Yeah, it's a washer and dryer in there too. All right, we're kicking the show off. So
probably a spa and sauna in there too.
There's definitely. I mean, there's a second level. You see, there's a second level.
My goodness.
I don't know what's going on in the world of RVs anymore. Once you think that you have the top of the top, they outdo you.
Yeah.
And then you have to upgrade. So come down to the RV show here in Sandy, hang out, and get yourself all sorts of educated on everything. And even outside the doors, did you see that mini home on the way in?
I did.
Don't think that I didn't start to think for a second, I thought about putting a shed in the back. What if I just did this? A mini home and just put my kids out there.
Just a squatter?
Yeah.
Just find an open property and just slap that thing down.
I just go, sweetie, I'm going to take a couple days. Where at? Backyard.
Backyard. See you Monday.
I'm out. I'll be at the condo.
Oh, my gosh. That'd be a good life.
I know.
You got ideas. I like that you have ideas.
Or I start thinking too. I'm like, where can I put this? Where could I? Could I just like get like a piece of land out in like Oakley and just like park it out there?
That's the great thing about coming to the RV show is all of a sudden you can use your imagination and come up with all kinds of ideas.
I start thinking for sure. So, but welcome. You can come down and say hi to us and hang out. And we're going to kick our show off though with some college football talk, and specifically some hot G6 talk. I know that might not float your boat all the time, but I'm interested in what the new world of the Pac-12. Of course, here in the state of Utah, we're interested in what the Pac-12 is going to look like going forward as well.
Impact on Utah State and
I
college
think,
football in general.
I think it's good to talk about. I want to talk right off the bat about what the strongest G6 is now. That matters, right? And so
100%.
It matters to be in that conversation at the top because now you're talking about putting yourself in the conversation at the national level in the college football playoff. Can you be the next JMU? Can you break through and do what JMU and Tulane and Boise State haven't been able to do in this new world of the college football playoff? Let's kick the show off officially here with the cut, and we'll do it right now.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right. We just got an update from our producer, Alex Napolis. Our guy, Sam Farnsworth, who's going to join us during the program today. We were anticipating the hockey game to be over. I thought it was over, too. Latvia putting up a fight. Not much of a fight, but Team USA up currently 4-1 on Latvia, and they don't just do a mercy rule thing, JJ. They're going to make them play the whole thing out. So Sam's going a little bit late on this one, and we're going to get with him. As soon as this is over, he's going to get sound from Team USA, and then we're going to get that immediate reaction from Sam, who's on the ground in Italy, Milan or Cortina, or maybe neither, somewhere in the northern parts of the Dolomites for you to be able to dip in. So in the meantime, let's talk a little bit about this, JJ. With the new version of the Pac-12 going forward, the football schedule has now rolled out a full slate, including that the Week 13 flex, which I think is a fun add to all of this. Give me your thoughts on the new Pac-12 and where it lands compared to the other G6s that are across the land.
I love the depth of the new Pac-12. If you look at the depth, it's really good, and if a lot of these programs that are in there, like let's say Colorado State under Jim Mora, can take another step up. They've had some rough years recently, but we've seen what that program can do when things are rolling there. They've had some really good years and some good players and some good teams. Can Colorado State get up to that level that they're used to being at? Fresno State's the same way. Fresno State used to have some great football teams and some great players over the years. They haven't been what they are. Obviously, the David Carr years and Devontae Adams, those were some really good Fresno State teams, and they had a period of time when they were in the WAC where they were really good too. Washington State coming in is interesting because they've had obviously a lot of turnover with their coaches, but it's understandable why, because they've been kind of in this no man's land.
Yeah.
But Washington State's a place in Pullman where if you get the right coach and the right guys, you can win in that place. And so I like them too, and Oregon State's always been a sleeping giant.
Of course. And, I am sad for what we've seen out of particularly Oregon State.
Yeah.
I've been to games in Corvallis a couple of times. That place is awesome. That town loves their football program. To get, I think in a lot of ways you feel like they've been neutered because they are taken out of.
Same problem as Washington State.
Right. And
what happens if they get back on their feet in a solid conference with great competition, and then they can go out and recruit, and they can get NIL from their great donor fan base, which they have.
Right.
Right? I mean,
it's never going to be the same. You're never going to be at that level.
No.
And maybe the P4 shifts, and it will in the future. Some version of what the future of college football looks like is going to be very different. As soon as we get things set, it all changes again. But is Washington State, Oregon State in that? How can they lift where they stand, so to speak, and go, we're just going to lean into this Pac-12 situation. We're going to win this conference. We're going to go ahead at this thing. We're going to dominate and show people that, like, you guys are coming to our conference, and it's our conference. We're the ones. These guys are. I mean, Oregon State's an OG to the Pac-6, JJ. Like, this is a program that's been around a long, long, long time.
They think they're better than it, and that's totally fine. Go out and prove it. Washington State thinks they're better than this. Should Washington State and Oregon State dominate that conference? Probably. They have greater resources, and they have greater facilities, or at least they should at this point. But we'll have to wait and see on that. but they're going in probably thinking they're the favorites. But then you mentioned where Utah State is at with the way their program has been built. San Diego State obviously has had momentum and has a lot of momentum. So there's some really good teams. I just mentioned all those teams. That's a great conference. It's not Power 4. We get it. But you have 2 former Power Conference teams and a lot of teams that have been knocking on that door or want to be there. And then, of course, the juggernaut Boise State. Where's the weak link there? There's a lot of depth. Texas State may be coming in. But that's a lot of depth to a conference in the G6.
We talked about it.
I don't think even the American can match that depth.
Yeah. I think that, well, what's interesting about the American is, and I think this happens, the G6s, I think, have 2 things going. One, you don't have to have a strong league because it really only matters if you are the very top of the absolute worst conference.
Though, when it comes to college football playoff rankings.
When it comes to the –
because you have to be the highest ranked, and if your strength of schedule is stronger, your conference is stronger, you're going to get that bid more often than not.
But I think that, Tulane has shown and JMU has shown that if you have a year where you do it, man, and you are in the Sun Belt or you are in the American, they're going to look at you and they're going to have to look at you because at some point some of these really good G6 conferences, really good G6, whatever that means, maybe they're so good that they all kind of eat one another and then you become a part of that conversation. Now, you remember Navy was on its way to an undefeated season. I think it was I think they were 10-0. Do you remember this? And they were like getting votes in the top 25. They weren't even in it because they had such a weak schedule. And I'm looking at you brought up Boise State. So they kick things off at Oregon immediately. A lot of these teams are playing, like Colorado State, for example, comes to BYU. Remember, this is on their schedule. And also you look at Fresno State. They go to USC first week. So all of these guys have an opportunity. Oregon State goes to Big 12, Big 12 teams. Then they go Houston at Houston. Then they host Texas Tech.
Right.
Like, these are things that are on their schedule that have been on there for a while. And if you are in these conferences and you win that first, these games kick off the beginning of your season, and you're always playing a pretty big Power 4 conference because you know what? You're a G6, you're the Pac-12, and it's a different Pac-12, and a lot of these teams come knocking and go, we need to fill our schedule. You'll do fine.
Yeah.
Because we'll pay you to come to our place so we can kick the snot out of you. Well, one of these years, Texas State, I don't know when it's going to be, will surprise a Texas.
Sure.
That's who they play first week. But what does that look like? I don't know.
Does a Utah State go on the road this year at Washington and steal one there?
And Washington's not a juggernaut, right? But they're a pretty darn good football team right now. But why not? Why not go there? At Utah seems like a really, really tall ask.
Utah State's got their opportunities.
But you know what? I love that game's coming back. And so you look across the board. Their very first conference game is at Boise State in the Pac-12. So it'll be really cool to see that Pac-12 insignia on the gross blue turf, and then the Aggies kicking off. It seems appropriate. Pac-12 play officially against Boise State, a rivalry that feels like a rivalry, already.
Another thing that the Pac-12 is doing is this flex week.
Tell me what that is. Tell me how it works.
They have projected matchups, but they're not solidified yet. And what's great about that is going to allow them to put together the matchups they want that's most advantageous to the conference in that final week.
It's brilliant.
Before that's the November 28th week. That's rivalry week. It's right after Thanksgiving, to try to get themselves the best possible matchup in their Pac-12 championship game and also give their other teams a chance to show what they can do in that last week. They're thinking outside of the box.
I think it's brilliant.
Which you have to do in 2026 if you're a G6.
100%. And here's what's great about it, too. Well, I don't know what the rules are on the flex, but let's say you have a game where 2 teams face off against one another at the beginning of the year. Is there a possibility in that flex of rematching them again?
You could if you want to.
I guess you could.
Well, so far right now, the projected matchup for Utah State is Boise State, who they play in Boise on October 3rd.
That's phenomenal.
But so let's say this plays out. So Utah State doesn't have – who's not on their schedule here? I'm just trying to think of a team that's out there that's – so Oregon State. Let's say Oregon State and Utah State haven't played yet, but there's 4 teams that have a chance to play in the Mountain West Championship game. You got to figure out who the 2 teams are. Instead of having Utah State play, I don't know, Colorado State that week, you're going to have them play against Oregon State to get the top 4 teams to help them decide who is going to be in that Mountain West Championship game. This year you saw a weird tiebreak scenario in the Mountain West where you didn't really probably get the teams you wanted in there.
Yep.
And you avoid that whole thing completely because you can break the tie by manipulating that last week matchup to get the best teams in the best scenarios.
You know what's going to happen is that the Power 4 conferences, and they should, they're going to see this model. It's not going to be a threat to them.
Oh, I could see everybody doing this.
And frankly, to make football better, they should. Because in the end, but what's funny is that the bigger conference, you think about the SEC, they might run from something like this because they're like, no, we're not going to.
Probably. You're probably right.
Or they might make that flex game so they go, let's get these guys undefeated. Let's give them, let's give them Mississippi State a second time. Why not?
Let's apply this to the Big 12 this year. Okay, so Texas Tech does not play BYU or Utah. So you go into a flex week. It's like, okay, well, Texas Tech didn't play those other two. They're undefeated. Right. They haven't lost all year. Are we sure Texas Tech deserves to be in a championship game because they haven't played BYU or Utah?
Make them play Utah.
Let's make them play whoever. Yeah. Let's figure it out. Let's say, for instance, BYU and Tech are undefeated. Utah's got one loss to BYU. Suddenly, okay, well, instead of Texas Tech playing, I don't know, whatever bum schools at the end of the bottom of the back, the West Virginia or something, you have them play Utah. Utah gets their shot at Texas Tech. Utah gets their shot at a Big 12 championship game. Texas Tech gets a chance to get a big quality win and advance and prove to everybody that they can get a better win. You're starting to strengthen your team's resume because you can manipulate and change the matchup in the final week to help boost their resume, not just for the Big 12 championship game, but for the college football playoff. It's genius, and I would love to see the other conferences implement this. Let's see how it goes in the Pac-12 this year, but unless you see an agenda like that with the SEC where they don't want to find out, maybe the Big Ten doesn't want to do that either. Let's see how it plays out, but I would love to see this happen in all the conferences. You want to get the best teams in the best matchup, and these conferences are so big now, the best teams don't play each other.
Yeah, and to give yourself the best look, and if let's say the Pac-12 is in a spot where they're looking across the country and there's a contender in the American that they have the ability to say, hey, look, we can put our best up against that resume if we give them a tough 13th game before the conference, because it's week 13. I guess it's not a 13th
It's
game.
week 12.
It'd be the 12th game of the season. The 13th game would be the Pac-12 championship.
Correct.
But if you could give them a little boost of, a Boise State beating this is hilarious, but just for fun and just for saying it, a Colorado State team that's 10-2, and you go,
sure,
get those guys in there and let's make them play again, because that will have more of a weighted feel to it. That's a team that has ranked or had been ranked. You just make yourself even bigger, and it's the stuff that, frankly, JJ, the big conferences, now that I'm saying it out loud, they'll actually run from that stuff at the end of the year. If we know the SEC and if we know the Big Ten,
this could be a great thing for the Big 12.
But they'll always
strengthen their resume to get multiple teams into the playoff.
Of course. And for the Big 12, it makes sense. For those bigger conferences, they will get together and go, and they'll pretend, and they'll say, no, our conference schedule is so tough, you guys have no idea. This is what we've done. Our resume speaks for itself because it has SEC on it, on the top of it, or Big 10 on top of it. The Big 12 absolutely could take advantage of something like this. And Brett Yormark's a forward-thinking dude. I bet he looks at this and goes, man, we should have thought of that. And maybe he hates the idea.
This will be a lot more creative than glass floors at the basketball tournament.
I'll tell you what, he's probably looking at it. He might poo-poo this, and he will up until they need it. You know what I mean? Like, they will look and they'll go, oh, my gosh, we have a Texas Tech and a Utah, or a BYU and a Texas Tech who are looking at this thing, and before one of these teams may play each other in the conference championship game, we don't need a cupcake at the end of this schedule for these guys. They can't. They have to be on. And by the way, those flex games, I don't know what the broadcast promises are up until this point, but if you're a broadcaster and you see a Power 4 conference go, we're basically giving you a Pac-12 or a pre-Big 12 championship, not preview, but one that will affect the game so much that you're not going to want to miss it.
Premium G6 matchup on whatever your partners are. CBS, they just signed a deal. I don't have the networks in front of me, but CBS Sports, a lot of big games will be streaming on Paramount Plus. I can't remember what other networks are involved in the new Pac-12 deal, but they've got a new deal that they've just came to an agreement on. And so the
Cartoon Network?
the championship game is going to take place on CBS Sports.
Cartoon Network.
You know what? If it's on Cartoon Network at 8 o'clock on a Saturday night, I'll watch it.
Adult Swim, the different version of it. Like they just go full sports area. I love it. I don't know what these teams do, but in the group of 6 conferences that are out there right now, here's what you got: American, Conference USA, Mid-American. The Mid-American is obviously the MAC, which is MACtion, which is, teams that sometimes make some kind of a push.
What's the first word in the MAC? Mid?
It is mid.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Mountain West, which of course has gotten a way different facelift now as they just welcome North Dakota State into the fold. North Dakota State, Wyoming.
Let's talk about North Dakota State in a second.
I want because I'm looking at the new Mountain West, and it is hard to wrap your brain around Air Force being with Northern Illinois, Hawaii, and San Jose State, and Nevada, and UNLV, and New Mexico now welcoming UTEP and North Dakota State into the fold as well with Wyoming. So I don't know what North Dakota State looks like. We talked a little bit about it yesterday and how that move is brilliant for them. It's a great time to do it. It's a great conference to jump into because it's in that conversation already with some teams that may be a little bit – obviously are going to be more competitive than I think even the MAC and certainly the Sun Belt. There are a couple of in both, and they have in the Sun Belt has a disadvantage because they have the division thing. They got to get out.
Got to get rid of that.
And so, American, Conference USA, Mid-American, Mountain West, Pac-12, and Sun Belt. Pac-12 is already the strongest G6 conference of all this.
Based on everything that we've seen right now, I'm going Pac-12 1, American 2, which is a complete change.
Yeah.
That shows you the strength of the new Pac-12. I'm going to go. Sun Belt, Mountain West, Conference USA, MAC. Which, I mean, maybe that's insulting to the MAC, but
that's where they're at.
Maybe I would put the MAC ahead of Conference USA. Because I don't know that there's a Conference USA team right now.
Conference USA.
I can say, okay, Kennesaw State and Jacksonville State were the top 2 teams and played on the championship game last year.
Liberty's put some decent seasons together.
Yes.
But other than that, you're right.
That's not a conference that you're going to – nobody there's competing for that G5. La Tech's in there, Western Kentucky. I'm sorry.
Don't forget
Missouri State or FIU is not going to get the G5.
Don't forget the Blue Hens.
Okay.
Delaware.
In. Speaking of making the jump from FCS, hey, it's pretty cool that they've done that, but they got a ways to go. They're not North Dakota State.
Is that what's his name? Joe Flacco?
He was the Delaware Blue Hen.
All right.
So the American, obviously, we're very familiar with who's in the American. They obviously have Tulane, North Texas, Navy. They have some teams in there that are definitely a force. Memphis also being one of those. They usually have had the edge when it comes to getting that G5, or it's been the Mountain West, but now obviously the Pac-12. I think that the American's still in the mix. It's always going to be between the American and the Pac-12, with these 2 exceptions. JMU is still going to continue to dominate the Sun Belt
for a minute. Yep,
they have a great program, and then I think North Dakota State making the jump up to the Mountain West. That is a league now that is there for the taking, and we went on this exercise when the announcement was made. And we couldn't come up with one team in the Mountain West that we felt was better right now than North Dakota State's football program. Not one. We thought maybe UNLV, and then New Mexico's on the rise with Coach Eck. They've been pretty good. But I'm picking North Dakota State in a matchup against both those teams. So North Dakota State, this move from FCS could quickly become a force when it comes to that G6 auto bid into the Pac-12, the playoff, which would be a phenomenal ascension from FCS playoff champion multiple times to suddenly be in the college football playoff. James Madison made a jump this year to do that. It took him a little bit of time, but they're there, and Kurt Cignetti had a big role in that.
Go Bison. All right.
There you go.
Let's figure it out. Hey, we're at the RV show here at Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy. We've been here so many dang times. We've also been to this particular RV dealership very many times as well. Brock is with us from General RV. Brock, how are things at Point of the Mountain, man? And now you've got the place up in South Weber. Yeah. This is a pretty darn – you guys are expanding everywhere, man. You're already the biggest. Why did you have to go even bigger, man? You're not giving anybody a chance here.
I know. Yeah, I'm actually out the one in South Weber. So.
I love it.
Cool.
I love it. That's the one that's closest to me, too, so it's a lot more so give me some thoughts here, because I always have to reset people's minds because they go, I think they're fooling us about the RV show. The deals aren't really that good. But I'm like, you guys roll out and go, we bring deals on purpose because our manufacturers are pushing it. We want to be out in front of people. Tell us what the reality is on some of these deals this weekend.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest shows in the country as far as RV go.
Wow.
So people come out, all of our buyers are waiting, anticipating, because the manufacturers throw out rebates. The banks all get aggressive with the rates. So it's a big deal. If you're looking to buy an RV, this is a good time to do it because you're going to see some rebates and discounts you're not going to see the rest of the year.
So obviously there's people that are entry level trying to get in, but there are those that want the best, the shiniest, the newest thing. What is the best, shiniest, newest thing in RVs?
Well, like I said, we've got everything from $10,000 to $1 million. So if you want the best and shiniest,
$1 million RV.
Yeah, we got Newmars, we've got Tiffins.
Hey, at the show, $885,000.
Okay,
I'll do it for you. All right.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm guessing on that, but I'm saying the stuff that comes with that. And again, there are people who are full time. There are people who are, hey, we like to get out during the summer and get that bumper pull going on. And you guys take care of it top to bottom, and you guys are the biggest in the state.
Yeah, by far. And we're actually the largest family-owned dealership in the country.
Wow.
So
I love it.
It's a great – we got everything you need. Yeah, come on down.
Where are you guys here on the floor?
We are on the south side of the display. So.
Okay, so just head out. And by the way, you're going to see one of the biggest you're going to see a lot of the biggest RVs over there. And you'll see all these guys in the General RV red and black, and they're going to help you out. So,
sure.
Brock – we appreciate it, man. Good luck this weekend.
Thanks,
and good luck to you
guys.
guys.
Thanks for having me. All right.
Yeah, you bet. All right, we'll take a break here. We'll come back. We got more around the corner when we return. We were going to have Sam Farnsworth, but I think Team USA is still going here. What is it, 5-1?
Yeah, let me check in real quick before we go to break.
Last time I saw it was 5-1, and they still had a few minutes
It is
left.
5-1 with 7:50 left in the third period.
Man, this is a slow go, isn't it? There's a lot of penalty minutes going on. Jeez. Well, we'll get a hold of Sam Farnsworth when time dictates. So we're going to get into it, and we've got more to go around the corner. Stay here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Big southbound delays already on the I-215 westbound going by the airport down to I-80 and the southbound I-15 from 33rd South into Murray. Plus, a westbound crash on I-80 is making a very slow and go near Kimball Junction with accident participants on the left and right shoulders. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters, you. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined once again by Andy Bailey.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now?
I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games. Playing your guys for 3 quarters and then sitting them for the entire fourth is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. We just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. It's ridiculous. Frankly, I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing. The other thing that I haven't mentioned too is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for team building. Like, this is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
DevSimplify are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, DevSimplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it. But without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Will Hardy talks about what Jaren Jackson Jr. will bring to the Utah Jazz after he's better with his knee situation.
He's a very efficient offensive player. He can do it both inside and out. You know, I told Jaren that I think the thing that I've appreciated the most about him offensively is how he uses the three-point line. I think he has a good ratio right now. He's not just launching threes. I think he's a capable shooter, but, you know, his physicality and his touch around the basket's really good for us. Defensively, size, length, and elite communication. You know, he's helping us in a variety of ways. He's taking the pressure off of the other guys in some ways, and I also think that they're taking the pressure off of him. Like, I think that's where, you know, he and Lowry are going to get talked about a lot, and rightfully so, but I think that Nurk playing with those guys, the size of all three of them, they help each other in a bunch of different ways, so I think he's fitting into the group really well.
That's your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Jazz Daily next on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming. Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz. It's time! All season long and even in the off season, it's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for being with us on the program. You know what that music means. Of course, it is our Jazz Daily here on the program. Lots of Jazz talk because they had a game last night. They've got a game tonight, JJ, which I think is the last one before the break, right? Does that sound yeah. Tonight versus the Trailblazers.
This is it.
And last night versus the Kings. The Kings knew the assignment.
Yeah, they did.
The Jazz, on the other hand,
I thought what the Kings did last night was egregious.
It was reprehensible.
I thought what the Kings did last night is messing with the integrity of the National Basketball Association.
Can you believe this team? I mean, they go in there and they just have basically a glorified G League team going out there against the Utah Jazz. And the Jazz, bless their hearts, they kicked the crap out of them in that first quarter. Were they already up 20 at the end of the first?
Yeah, it was bad.
It was bad at the very beginning. When did Triple J actually sit? Because I was looking and I'm going, oh. I took the over on the 26.5. You took the under.
I warned you. I warned you.
Well, I didn't know there was going to be a season-ending injury during the middle
Jazz
of all
didn't
this.
take last night. They just didn't need to have to play the starters because they kicked their butts so bad.
My favorite move that has ever been done on whether or not you're going to rest your stars or not is, hey, we don't like what that knee looks like. Saw a little. It didn't look 100% from here, from my seat. I called them and I said, hey, we should look inside that knee, man.
And they did. You know what they found?
Something.
They found the tumor.
What they found was they're like, and you heard the language.
Jaron Jackson Jr.'s got a tumor.
You heard what the language was. It was very, the Jazz feel this is a, what did they call it? Is like, will be a beneficiary procedure for the long-term health of Jaron Jackson Jr. going forward with this team. And it made it sound like that maybe there was some stuff in there. I'm not saying they're making up that he needs to get some stuff fixed. They could probably go into any knee in this entire league.
Could you have waited until May?
1,000%.
Yeah.
What's the point? And you know what? For him, he's probably thinking the same thing. Like, hey, this dance is not fun for me either. Like, I get hit with a lot of this whole, So
it's good.
Again,
for the best.
It's for the best
for a lot of different reasons. We got 3 games of Triple J. It was great. We all know and are excited now about what the future looks like, and now it's going to help the Jazz make sure that they get that goal of making sure that pick stays in Utah. It's too valuable.
Yeah. And look, they've now with 18 wins, what's crazy is that the Mavericks, I think, have lost 9 in a row or 10.
Yeah.
They're right there. I think they're a 19-win team. It's getting too close for comfort, right? Because
something had to be done.
It's getting too close for comfort. Because even like the Bulls have now like entered the chat on playing those games.
Yeah.
And so they're a 20-win team. That doesn't feel great either. So all of these things that stare at you, and it's a weird conversation to be having, but I have jumped fully into it after relinquishing and saying, you know what, I'm on board because this is how the game is played. And I know that the integrity of the Utah Jazz is in place. I'm not questioning that at all. I will never question it. I think that Will Hardy is the picture of a guy who wants to be competitive and win. And he's also up against a very weird, very strange moment in his career where he's trying to develop guys and trying to make sure that they get the best talent on this team possible. While also not just handing the best talent to one of the best teams in the league that they can. I mean, it's just it's so weird that the Thunder are like, what do you – look at what they're doing, y'all. And you're like, you guys, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. It's just so dumb, and I get it. And everybody kind of talks around it. I don't have any. I don't care about talking around it anymore.
So we've been talking around this too. You know why the Jazz are getting so much pushback because of what they did. It's not tanking; it's how they tanked.
Yeah.
And you know why that was such a problem? Gambling.
Oh, ESPN.
Why do you think the ESPN people suddenly have such an issue with what the Jazz are doing, talking about the integrity of the game?
What was it?
And what they're doing is egregious.
Yeah.
And so many angry people on social media. Suddenly all these people on social media hate the Jazz and hate their tank. Tanking's not new. So why all of a sudden was this coming out? Gambling, folks. when you have a pregame report, an injury report that comes out and says that Jaren Jackson Jr. and Lauri Markkanen and Keontae George are playing, people are going to bet on the Jazz to win that game. And when those players stop playing in the fourth quarter and try to lose, they mess with the gamblers. You never mess with the gamblers.
We had this
the
discussion.
Gamblers are the reason why everyone's upset. And these entities that are in bed with the gamblers are upset because it's bad for their business.
So
they're going to have backlash about it.
On Monday, when you and Alex Naples, our producer, were on a date at the Super Bowl still.
That's right. I said no to the Street Glizzy. And I'm grateful I did.
I forgot. That's his new nickname. It's just Street Glizzy.
Street Glizzy.
So when you guys were on your when you guys were on your Super Bowl date, touring the food options of San Francisco, we had this discussion because I think at one point one of the betting houses was discussing whether or not to take teams like the Jazz, like the Kings. Who else is on that list? Like the Pelicans, whomever. All the people that are at the very bottom, they just go, look, we might just take them off the board.
Indiana.
You might just take them off the board.
Washington.
And it's probably worth it. I'm telling you, I don't know why this would be talked about right now for the first time. Like, the tank happens with 2 to 3 teams. This year it's 4 or 5 or 6 or 7.
It's 10.
It's so many guys going after this because the class is so deep. I can't believe that they're first having this discussion now about taking teams off of the over-under on wins situation and how that works right now, because you probably should have done that in the first place. You know why? The NBA has been doing this forever. You have teams who are making themselves bad on purpose, which is the antithesis of what these betting houses want. They want to get a straightforward game. They want to get guys, and they want to get a decent line on it. They can't get it on a night like that. I mean, I was watching last night. The game last night in Salt Lake City was the biggest joke of a game in probably the entire season.
Yeah, it was.
It was awful. You took your kids to that game. I hope it was a $5 ticket to get into that upper bowl, because it was not a great basketball game to watch. You did get to see Jaren Jackson Jr. for the first time in a Jazz uniform at home, and that's great. But you're not getting a lot of positivity right now out of this entire league. And 30 teams can't be contenders every year. 10 of the teams, 9 of the teams, 8 of the teams, whatever it is on any given year on how good the draft class is, are going to make an attempt to make sure that they're the top of the class of being the bottom of the class. And that's the way that this game works. So Jaren Jackson Jr., season-ending knee surgery, fine. Do whatever you need to do to get that guy 100% so that next year Walker Kessler, hopefully, cross your fingers that those negotiations go well.
I feel good about it, even though I think there's some mending that has to be done.
What kind of mending are you talking about? Just the money side of it?
Well, yeah. Well, I think you have – listen, you have somebody who thinks we're all human beings, okay? And all of you listening, you have to understand – you have a place where you work and you think you know what you're worth, and then you find out that your boss doesn't think you're worth as much as you think you're worth.
It
hurts your feelings.
He's got that hot UCCU money, I thought.
It's insulting. You got to get over that. But eventually you and your boss sit down, you come to an agreement, and you try to meet halfway. I think that Walker Kessler's camp, and I think it's more his agent than him himself, is probably upset with the Jazz.
Oh, sure.
They come to a conclusion and they meet halfway on this. Or somebody out there puts up a crazy bid and signs him to a crazy offer sheet. The Jazz are going to match that offer sheet. And that's the gamble that the Jazz play in this, is we've seen this over and over again. When you want to let another GM dictate the market for you with a free agent, restricted free agency, you put yourself at risk of losing that player.
It is tough because
or you end up matching a contract you didn't want to match, when if you could have just simply talked about it last summer, you could have maybe split that gap.
Well, you certainly wouldn't have the. So what you have now is, it's not just that. You also have a guy who's going to come in and go $36 million, $49 million, $52 million, $58 million, and so he goes, "What about me, man?
Right.
I'm on my way to these types of numbers too. It looks like you guys value other people over me." And the answer is, this is a five-person starting group that we have to put on the floor. and we have to pay a lot of money. They're going to have to pay a lot of money to Keontae when it's time. They're going to have to pay a lot of money.
That's next summer.
That's crazy because in my mind
it doesn't start until after next season.
Right.
But they've got to make that extension happen.
So it's crazy. His rookie deal is going to be up already, right? And
yeah.
so that first post-rookie contract negotiation for him, it feels like it's early because he's done so well now.
He's earned a max.
And he has. And it's crazy because then you're going to go into, cap hell very quickly if you don't play your cards right.
This is why what happened when this trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. went through, who was thanked for allowing it to happen? It was Ryan and Ashley Smith. Why did they have to sign off on this Jaren Jackson Jr. deal? Because this is going to put them into luxury tax territory. Once everybody's signed and they built this team out, it's going to be very expensive.
Wild.
But the Smiths are willing to pay it because this is what they were looking forward to all along. This is why, talking to Ryan, he talked about the pain. I had a conversation with him. He said, this is going to be painful. We know it is, but it's going to be worth it in the end. Guess what? The end is here. The pain is over, but now he's absorbing the pain financially. The payoff is now that. He's willing to do it because this was the vision all along, was building a roster that could win a championship. And if they hit with this lottery pick coming up and they keep it and it's a top 3 or a top 1, then you all of a sudden added the potential superstar to this group that's already great. And then you're competing for championships, which was the goal all along.
It's interesting because, and you bring up the Smiths because it's been Ryan Smith, Ashley Smith, the Utah Mammoth, and then we think about the Jazz and we go, Danny and Austin Ainge, Justin Zanuck, and of course the Smiths. They're kind of focusing on Ryan Smith is a basketball guy. Like, he can't wait, and he's a hockey guy too. You can be both.
Why not? We've all become both.
You have to be, but Ryan Smith's love, to correct me if I'm wrong, is his first love is basketball,
100%.
and he loves this franchise.
He wants the Jazz to win a championship more than anybody.
And it's like him, Will Hardy,
and he's willing to write the checks to make it happen.
Yeah, and I think that they're well on their way, and I think you're going to see everything come around, and then you're going to see, oh yeah, we forgot the Smiths are basketball people.
Yep.
Don't forget they're basketball people. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. When we return, we're here at the RV Show, and we'll chat with one of our great friends here from the RV Show. Robbie Jensen is going to join us from the RV Store of Utah. Just so happens to be my next door neighbor. Like not near me.
What are the odds?
Not near me. Like, he has to call me and tell me to tell my kids to go to bed. That's how close.
He has to tell you to clean up after your dog.
No, I don't have a dog. We don't have a dog.
Okay.
No, Mr. Cat, his cat lives in my neighborhood or lives in my backyard sometimes. So yeah,
he has a cat named Mr. Cat.
He does. It's the best cat, too.
Mr. Cat.
Right. We'll talk about Mr. Cat next.
I can't move on.
We'll talk about Robbie
Mr.
next.
Cat? This is going to come up.
It's a real.
This is going to come up.
He's a real person. He's a real cat person. Okay. We'll come back. We'll talk with Robbie here at the RV Show. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
There's problem solvers. I'm not one of them. I'm a problem creator.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. I call it challenging groupthink, but really I'm an instigator.
See, I'm more of a problem pointer-outer.
Doing it wrong.
Exactly. Which I'd probably rather be than a problem creator.
Sure, it's better.
But easier than problem solver.
Neither help.
No, nothing.
Neither fix anything.
No. I mean, my living is to pop on the microphone and say, hey, that team really stunk out there. Well, how did they make it better? I don't know.
Not my problem.
Don't you get paid to figure that out? Boy, that team stinks. Why do they stink? Well, I could give you a number of different reasons.
How do you fix it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's your problem.
Not up to me.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Well, I love this job.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com is the website. Go check it out. If you're at the website right now, like I am, or just go check it out for yourself in your time, you can go see that this is a program, not a pill. This is not injections. This is not supplements that you have to buy from them, meals that you buy from them, none of that. This is a program that if you follow it, you're going to drop weight. JJ and I have had success on it over the past almost 2 years, and we think you can have that same success because that's what the program's about. Losing the weight, yes. keeping it off. That's the key.
Yeah, it really is, and this program's going to help you do that. It helped me lose 40 pounds in 60 days, and it's easy to follow. Not easy to do. Look, losing weight is hard. You got to do the work, but it's going to make it simplified for you. You know each and every day what you have to do to reach your goals. They have an app that's going to be on your phone. You're going to be able to follow along. They're going to teach you along the way. All the information backed by science, delivered right to your device, and you do it as you go along, and all of a sudden you're 30 days into it, 60 days into it, and you've lost a ton of weight, and you feel better, you look better, and you've done it. You've reached your weight loss goals. This program's going to help you do that. Go to their website. Look into this for yourself. Get a free consultation. Don't just take it from us. We obviously talk about how much it's been great for us, but it can be great for you too. Find out if it's a good fit for you. And if it is, make that decision right now. Lock into that $200 savings right now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, Brian, you are way too sedentary. So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a lying around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpa.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait. And don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tiered checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Listen, everybody!
Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. We appreciate you joining us on the program. We're going to chat with Robbie Jensen of the RV store of Utah coming up here in a couple of minutes, and we'll talk about Mr. Cat as well. However, before we get it going here, I've got a would you rather. Would you rather be the undefeated, bona fide G6 or the middling Power 4? And when I say Power 4, I'm not talking. Maybe
what do you mean by middling?
I'm saying you're Mississippi State's.
I would rather be the G6. Let me tell you why.
Let me think of somebody else. Who's somebody else? Like in the ACC, who's a middling? Right
now it's Clemson.
Ooh, what a diss!
How about Pitt?
Okay, Pitt.
You want to go with a Pitt, like a team like that?
Yeah.
Like the chances of a Pitt or a Mississippi State going to the college football playoff,
pretty low.
They're extremely low, right?
For the foreseeable future.
Breaking into the top, so in the ACC, basically you got to be top 2 to have a chance. Yep. In the SEC, top 4, which is rarely going to happen because the top teams are so good.
Well, if you ask them, it's top 7.
So you're talking about being like the top G6. Let's say Boise State.
From 2 years ago, yeah.
I'd rather be Boise State. I want to know why? Because you're going to have more opportunities, and the path is going to be actually more realistic and easier than it would be for a Pitt or a Mississippi State. And you're thinking to yourself, well, you got access. You're in the Power 4. You have the same resources.
Well, the payout.
I don't understand.
No, the payout is significant.
You're Boise State. You have a culture. You have an identity. You have a past. You have a tradition that's very positive, and you have recent success, and you had a guy almost win the Heisman Trophy, and you are probably going to be in the mix every other year to win that G6 bid.
I love you, JJ. You are crazy.
Why?
Because, come on.
When is Pitt going to make the playoffs?
It doesn't matter.
When is Mississippi State? When is Wake Forest going to make the playoffs?
It definitely doesn't matter if you're Mississippi State, because you know what you're doing? First of all,
and your argument is what? That Boise State would jump at the chance of joining the Power 4? Of course they would.
No, it's not about that.
What is it about?
It's about the fact that if you're wondering if they're going to be able to turn it around or figure it out or whatever it might be, you are already in the haves. You are already in the haves, and the have-nots are never going to be in the conversation for you. The only reason you're going to have not compared to the other teams in your conference is because your donor base doesn't do well enough or your coaches aren't very good at the transfer portal game. Which is what you have to be good at. And again, people look at Mississippi State and they go, right? And they go, don't necessarily want to be there. But the athletic department at Mississippi State is going, thank you, in 3 years. Or an even better situation is the Big Ten. A middling team in the Big Ten, your Marylands, your Rutgerses. Those guys in 2 years, their payout is going to be $90 to $100 million.
And they're not making any money.
Their
athletic department has fiscal problems.
Okay, the football team has physical problems. The department has fiscal problems.
Right,
I get it. Not good players, and then and bad money management. The bad money management, that's on them. I'm saying because I'm looking at it in Alabama. By the way, they showed. Did you see this? I got to show you this.
Would you rather have been Duke this year or Tulane?
Yeah. Oh man, that's a good question. That's a really good question.
Duke won the ACC championship that was supposed to be an auto bid. It was not.
It was not. But I will say this.
James Madison got in ahead of Duke.
But Tulane.
James Madison.
But Tulane and James Madison both ended up being jokes in the college football playoff.
But even as jokes, they actually deserved it more than Duke, which was the ACC champion.
I think playing 4 years at Duke, I would take those chances versus playing 4 years at Tulane.
Well, when we're talking about education, but that was a
different
I'm not
talking about education. No, that's not even a thing, JJ. That's not even a thing.
Well, their quarterback loved it so much he couldn't wait to get out. He was there for 1 year.
Oh, my goodness.
He was ironically at Tulane the year before.
They must have been so mad.
Darian Mensah, who's now the quarterback at Miami.
They must have been so mad when Miami must have been so mad when he signed the deal because they were like, oh, my gosh, we're going to have to pay these freaking guys.
Yep.
All right, but they were willing to do it.
Yeah, they were.
Robbie Jensen joining us here on the program, the RV store of Utah. Robbie, how's Mr. Cat doing? Everything good at home?
Mr. Cat's doing good,
yeah.
buddy.
He's our so Robbie's not my neighbor like in my neighborhood. We share a fence line. We share a lot of things. There's a lot of and what's good is our kids are mostly the same ages. And so the loudness at night in my yard and the loudness at night in his yard, we just kind of give thumbs up to each other, and we're fine with it.
I know we're supposed to be talking about RVs, and we will, but I have questions.
Let's hear it.
Why the name Mr. Cat, and what are you feeding him?
He's big. He's a big guy.
We live down near that hollow there, and he just is roamer down there, and he catches his own.
Fancy feast.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. No, you guys don't feed him at all? Come on.
No, we feed him.
It's all.
I was going to say, Courtney's like,
he's
Come
Mr.
here,
Cat.
buddy. Yeah, oh, yeah. Everybody loves
He's
Mr.
a distinguished gentleman.
Oh, he is. Everybody loves Mr. Cat.
He'll go on a walk with you. We have a lady say, I was going for a walk, and he came
followed
with
me.
us.
Yeah. We have, and he's the bona fide king of the neighborhood. So
he's in size and stature.
Robbie, let's talk a little bit about we were just talking about the Black Label Cherokee from Forest River here, which is is this a fifth wheel? Is this a toy hauler? What are we talking about here? It's basically the coolest thing. It's a master bedroom that has a deck on the back and a full two sliding doors for views, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's officially called the Destination Trailer. It's a bumper pull trailer, but it's something where you had a piece of property or something, you set it up there, and the views and just everything about it is kind of like a home away from home, literally. I mean,
what's it sleep, man?
Oh, there's like 4 queen beds in there. Plus,
is there a second level?
Yeah. Yep,
Oh,
there's another queen bed above that.
Okay.
Yep.
My house isn't even this nice. I'm telling you what, everybody listening, you got to come down and just see this RV in particular. You're going to fall in love. I'm glad my wife Jenny's not here because she'd come by and she'd say, Jarrett, I want that.
There's a banister, like looking down over the edge from the second level.
There is a window above.
Yeah.
That is hilarious.
Unbelievable.
The blinds are even the decks that come down are power. Even the blinds, you push a button and all the blinds will come down automatically.
Great. Well, so
It's
that's
beautiful.
something I feel like I see all the things, and then you see a new thing every year. And you must be as an owner of one of these dealerships, like you see the stuff and you go, man, we're always innovating something.
Always something new, and that's awesome about this RV show is you got all the product basically in one spot under one roof. So
that's awesome.
Tell me where you guys are located because there's a couple of places you guys are serving now that are going to need you guys because you guys are kicking it off, man. Where are you at?
We are. So we are located in Logan and in Helper, Utah. So we have new for the show, actually just announcing it, breaking it right here with
Love
you,
it.
Alex.
Love it.
We're doing a thing for the show right now called the Utah 100. So I just acquired these 2 dealerships, formerly Castle Country, now called the RV Store. So we partnered with the manufacturer. The manufacturer basically said, hey, look, if you come in, let us do the pricing. We'll do the pricing. We'll just sell them. You guys want to hear we have a goal to sell 100, kind of announcement of like a grand opening under my new ownership. And so that's where we're here just to sell them and just kind of make a splash in the market. Literally our first week as under the new ownership.
So if they made that commitment, said, "Hey, let's sell 100 of these things," they're cutting some big prices out.
That's the difference. Yeah, literally, most of these are, we're the dealer, but the dealer ultimate has say on the price.
Sure.
We're here with the agreement was with us coming in and buying it is like, let's make a splash. Let's do this. Let us handle the pricing. We'll make sure we'll pass that along right to the customers and. We said, let's do it.
That's awesome. So come down and do it. Very middle of the showroom, by the way.
You got to see it.
We're right
awesome.
here. We're
Beautiful.
right next to it, so we get to see it. But the RV Store of Utah in Logan and in Helper. But if you come down to the show, make a deal right here, and it doesn't have to be in either one of those places. Take it home, and let's get this thing going, and let's get it to your place, man. So
get home.
Utah, the RV Store of Utah. Robbie, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we'll take a break. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical, alpinehomemedical.com. I'm at the website right now, but it doesn't matter because I've known the folks at Alpine Home Medical for a long, long time. I've been doing these commercials with Alpine Home Medical for so long. Jay does such a good job. Jay Broadbent, he started this whole thing in 1997 by himself, and you know what it's turned into? just the best home medical supply company in the entire state of Utah and southern Idaho, bar none. Best of state the last 15 years. There's a reason for that. It's because they deliver the best home medical supplies, and they do it by working with your insurance. They take care of that part. It's such a big deal to be able to have somebody else work with your insurance and make sure to get it delivered to your home, white glove concierge service. That's what they do at Alpine Home Medical.
Yeah, there's just nobody better in this industry. At Alpine Home Medical, they combine top quality medical equipment with personal one-on-one support. You never have to figure it out alone. And with medical supply store locations throughout Utah and Idaho, they're here to guide, support, and bring lasting peace of mind. You could say that's why they bring wellness home. They know what they're doing. Go check out their website, alpinehomemedical.com, for all your home medical needs. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
If you've been disappointed by underachieving savings, a high-yield certificate from America First can be a fantastic way to help your money start doing more. Whether you're planning for an upcoming expense or just want to save smarter and earn bigger, America First's flexible certificates are an outstanding way to grow your cash. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to AmericaFirst.com and open a high-yield certificate today. Membership eligibility terms, conditions, and change apply. Fees could reduce account earnings. Federally insured by NCUA.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Second hour of the program. Thanks for being with us. We're at the RV show here at the Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy. So you can come down, get some great deals, shop, compare. That's what it's here for, right? Just come down and the big thing is, JJ, when people come in and they go, man, I'm looking for something. And these dealerships are like, look, we got some 24s. We have some 25s we want to get rid of. We have like 2 24s. Please take them off our hands. And they give you crazy deals, man. So come down, check it out, and drool over it just like we have been. Joining us on the program right now, writes for NBA.com, of course, covering the Utah Jazz. Eric Sparapoulos joining us on the program. Eric, what's going on, man? Uh-oh.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
There it is. It's the cut, yes. And now Eric Sparapoulos going to join us on the program. Eric, you there with us?
Yeah, second time's the charm.
Hey, yeah, I was going to say. As soon as we get we're not there in studio. It's always hard because we're already doing this thing over the ether anyway. So,
yeah.
Hey, how about this win streak for the Utah Jazz? I'm sure it's that. What a great game to be watching last night. I was tuned in and I was going. JJ and I had a little bit of a friendly back and forth about where Triple J was going to hit with his home opener. I took the over on 26.5. He took the under smartly because, man, he had that underlying knee issue, and now the Utah Jazz have shut it down for the season. When did we find out about this, and what were kind of the full details of what they said about the Triple J injury?
Yeah, I mean, it was something that they had kind of discovered, I think, post-trade with a physical, and it's kind of this growth in and around his knee that essentially you have to address at a certain point. Otherwise, it can kind of build up and become really damaging. And obviously, he's just 26. I know he's been in the league for 8 years, which is kind of hard to believe, but still 26. You kind of want to obviously make sure that he can be super productive and healthy, and they're going to have the procedure during the All-Star break and then kind of reevaluate from there and hope he makes the full recovery, obviously, in time to kind of lead into next season. But I don't think it's anything that's like super concerning at the moment, but something that they kind of discovered and realized that this would be a good time to address it for his long-term health.
Well, we did get to see him in a Jazz uniform for 3 games, one in front of the home crowd at the Delta Center, and I'm sure that was great for him to get that experience. What did we learn about the Jazz with Jaren Jackson Jr. in the lineup in those 3 games?
I think the biggest thing we learned is that there's a lot of potential on the defensive end. Obviously, this isn't even the full kind of group that I think Austin Ainge and the front office and coaching staff are envisioning for next year with someone like Walker Kessler coming back. And obviously Keontae George went down pretty early in that Orlando game with the sprained ankle. So we haven't seen the full team, but even with Jaren playing next to Lauri Markkanen, playing next to Yusuf Nurkic, guys like Cody Williams, Ace Bailey, even some of the other newcomers like a Vince Williams Jr., the Jazz have had probably 3 of their best defensive efforts of the entire season in those 3 games with Jaren. They basically just shut off the paint. They don't allow teams to score inside the paint with Jaren on the floor, and even without off the floor, they still have a lot of size. And on the offensive end, you see a guy who can not only kind of space the floor, kind of play within the flow of the offense, but he can get a bucket on his own, which I think the Jazz offense had kind of been missing over the past few years. And so when you add that element of a guy who can score in the post on a drive one-on-one situation, you add another wrinkle to a Jazz offense, which at times this year has already been really powerful. So we saw a lot of good glimpses, I think, even though it's obviously only been 3 games, but you're kind of projecting forward based on what we saw in these 3 games, and I think you have to feel really good about it.
We were kind of having these discussions over the last few days about, it's a bummer because you have all these names, all these guys who are making inroads, and obviously maybe just as big of the acquisition of Triple J was the presence of Keontae George and like the arrival of what he's become, which is not just a pretty darn good player, but people are talking about this guy going, man, if they would have if you redo that draft class, he's maybe the number 2 in that one, and you go, that's a win, for this group. But this trade doesn't look nearly as good, and maybe even doesn't happen if you don't have that type of development. How much of a big deal has it been to be able to reimagine this team, not just from that defensive level, because it's been historically bad defensively, of course, over the past couple of years, but now that feeling of a reset does feel like it's more there, and how is the front office now dealing with all of that? I would imagine they'd be pretty excited about what the future looks like.
Yeah, I think you have to be feeling really good. Obviously, with it's all kind of, I think the jumping point last year is landing Ace Bailey in the draft, and a guy that people have been really high on, has a lot of talent, has fit in really well this season, I think, on both ends of the floor. And he even just got named to the Rising Stars game today as a injury replacement for Cooper Flagg. So the Jazz will be represented at All-Star Weekend. But Keontae's rise is, probably the story of the season because, like you said, I think it does give more confidence to the front office to go out and make a move for a guy like Jaren Jackson Jr. when you think you have that kind of perimeter lead ball handler, dynamic scoring guard locked down at a guy who could be, at an all-star level in the years to come for Keontae. And then obviously you've already got Lauri Markkanen. We had seen what Walker Kessler could do last year and even in the first few games of this season and how he had grown, Ace Bailey. And then you had a couple other, young flyers off the bench, Isaiah Collier, Bryce Sensabaugh, Kyle Filipowski, Cody Williams. And so all of a sudden you're looking at a team where you think you're going to have good depth. You think you got a few high-end pieces already. Now you can go and make a move for a guy like Jaren Jackson Jr. and bring him into the mix to kind of add to that defensive side of the ball. I think that all of those pieces led by Keontae's rise are what led to this move for Jaren Jackson Jr.
And there's just so much hope and excitement about this. And it's interesting in the last couple games because they weren't playing Jaren Jackson Jr. and Lauri Markkanen in the third quarter, and a lot of people will pan this that follow that follow the league. They're like, oh, they're not really serious. They just did that to tank, and they're not really serious about developing those young players. But the fact that they gave those young players a chance to play meaningful minutes in a game against a team as good as the Miami Heat and win that game and finish well. What does it say about the development of those young guys that were in at that time? Isaiah Collier, Kyle Filipowski, and Bryce Sensabaugh. These players are really coming into their own, and they're starting to benefit from the amount of minutes that they've been able to play because of this rebuild.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the organization's focus and dedication from overall sense on player development over the past few years. Obviously, last year, most of those guys got a lot of playing time and made a lot of strides. This year, they've been getting some more playing time, but they've also had some vets to kind of compete with in the locker room, including, to the two of the newcomers, Vince Williams Jr. and John Conchar from the Grizzlies. Will Hardy talked last night, actually, about how, the young players can learn from those vets, and then the young players can also help the vets kind of get comfortable in the Jazz system. These are prime fourth quarter opportunities, especially on the road too, in more of a difficult environment, to get against teams that are trying to compete for the playoffs. And down the road, when the Jazz are competing, they're going to want those young players to be ready for those moments because they expect to have a lot of games like that they're going to try and win to make the playoffs in the really tough Western Conference. And so sometimes you see small glimpses. Sometimes you see a guy like Isaiah Collier have 22 assists in a game and the next game scores career high in points. The flashes might be small, they might be big, but either way, they are growing opportunities for those young players.
Eric, you cover this team really closely, and it's always an awkward thing. Well, it's not something that we've had to deal with a ton in our market because this team has always been relatively successful, and any talk of tank and all that stuff, I try to remove yourself a little bit from how close you are with the team, just from an overall view. What's the reality on when the Jazz take this criticism on how they're handling it and that it's somehow so much worse than what other teams are doing to create a spot for themselves within the rules of how this thing has been set up? It just is a team that hasn't taken advantage of those rules like so many others have. It just seems like the Jazz are taking a heavier hit on this thing.
Yeah, it is an interesting – I think the discourse around tanking in general has been really interesting to kind of follow over the past few years. Obviously, I think, it really blew up with the 76ers in the process, which is actually a decade ago at this point, which seems hard to believe. But it kind of died down. They made reforms to the lottery odds and they added the play-in tournament, and they kind of was hoping that teams would compete for that. But it is interesting, I think, that the Jazz specifically are getting kind of the most attention in this when there have obviously been a lot of teams in the past that are, not playing guys after they trade for them, shutting them down, limiting their minutes, et cetera. I think there is kind of, when you make a trade, I think that also brings naturally a lot of attention to your team, especially when you trade for an all-star like Jaren Jackson Jr. And so I think a lot of attention did shift to the Jazz basically over the past week or so, with the expectation of seeing Jaren Jackson in a Jazz uniform, how's it going to fit, all these things. But you mentioned the dynamics, you mentioned the rules. The team is trying to balance kind of getting synergy with new players, but also developing young talent at the same time, and then trying to envision their path to becoming a playoff team once again. And that also a key part of that is, adding another piece in the draft this year, which people say can be a really, good draft at the top.
Could be a historic draft as far as the talent goes. And I've heard some say as good as the 2003 draft. That we'll have to let time tell on that one. But it tells you, Eric, the level of talent that is in this draft is unquestionable. I mean, the depth is phenomenal. And last year was a good draft, too. And one of those guys in that draft, the Jazz got Ace Bailey at number 5. And, it's been interesting to watch his development. He's getting a lot more minutes now that he's been healthy. He played 40 minutes against the Pacers, 40 against the Hawks, 37 against the Heat. What is he doing in those minutes? What are you seeing right now from Ace Bailey that should have Jazz fans really excited about his future?
I think the thing that should have Jazz fans most excited is actually not his scoring. I think that is such a natural part of his game and will just will just grow naturally in the Jazz system as he develops strength, gets more comfortable, adds weight in the offseason. All those things. I think his scoring is so natural from all three levels, and his buy-in to the Jazz system. I think it's really the defense and the playmaking that you're seeing, and included in that is kind of his rebounding, which can be on both ends of the floor. But, I mean, he has been, last night he has 4 assists, and it's not just, these simple, okay, I'm making the extra pass. It's, I might be running a pick and roll with a guy like Yusuf Nurkic, or, finding Lauri Markkanen or Jaren Jackson off the screen. And he's willing to set screens. He's willing to rebound. He's willing to pass the ball. He's fitting into the system. So I think outside of his scoring, which I think everyone expected to see from him, it's the other parts of his game that have really kind of shown up, especially over the past month or so with this larger role. That, I think, is what should have Jazz fans most excited.
Jazz Blazers tonight, and it's going to be the last one here at home before the All-Star break, and I don't know what we're going to do with ourselves. For us, the Super Bowl is hit, football's over. Basketball now hits the break. Hockey is nowhere to be found currently. Eric, any suggestions?
In the Olympics.
I know, but it's not. Come on, man. Like, we got to get something. Everything's on a break right now.
We're starving. That's what you're saying. We're starving.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Eric, do you end up going on a break somewhere too? Are you going to end up going somewhere cool?
I don't know if it's cool to me because I'm from New York City, but I'm going back home for a few days just to get away and kind of disassociate for a little bit of a break.
Yeah. You go over there and just start talking about, I can't believe the Jazz are tanking. Can you believe this?
This is egregious.
Just get to that level again, kind of get back in the center of the basketball universe there in New York. Eric Sprapola, he writes for the NBA.com, of course, to the Utah Jazz, and gives us all these insights all the time. We appreciate it, man. Thanks for being with us, and enjoy the break.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
There you go. Eric Sprapola, everybody. Good for him. Getting back.
Yeah. That's nice when you work a beat and you get a chance to take a break and go home and recharge the batteries. Good for him.
I mean, it's not the beach, but I hear the Hudson River is beautiful this time of year.
Well, I mean,
remember when Kramer swam the Hudson River? Why does everything come back to a Seinfeld reference for you?
Everything does.
It's terrible.
Either that or Arrested Development. I think you should leave.
I think you should leave. But we're very contemporary now.
We've got plenty of
all stuff that we have to avoid using cusses on. So I appreciate Alex Napolis keeping his hand near the dump button.
Yes.
Brady's joining us from Camping World. We're here at the RV show in Sandy at Mountain America Expo Center. This is probably my, 25th show that I've ever done. Brady, you've probably done a good handful of these before.
Yeah, so this is my 9th year. So.
Oh, look at that. And there's a couple of years.
An RV show veteran.
Yeah, man. Uh-huh. Hey, listen, the deals are real at these shows. And I just love I'm a guy who looks for a deal. And so sometimes I go over to the dealership and I'm like, hey, man, what's up? And they're always like, hey, we're trying to get rid of some 25s on the lot. And then they go, I actually got a 24. If you could just steal it from me, that would be amazing. There's always some deal to be had that you guys are doing, and you can do these deals right at the show.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, say one of the best times of the year right now is to buy during the show, taking advantage of all the incentives and programs they have available. We get a ton of manufacturer help, and to your point, we have a ton of 2025s, even a couple leftover 2024s that are available to pick up a steal.
So you've got those people looking for a steal of a deal. Maybe they're on the lower end, but you've also got the higher end, fancy, all the bells and whistles stuff. What's some of that stuff right now that you're like, You've got to come see this. You wouldn't believe what these RVs can do.
Yeah, for sure. I say 2026 Keystone Montanas. They revamped all of their floor plans. They say new color schemes, just lots of like hidden pantries. They got a ton of stuff available.
Is that a fifth wheel?
Yeah, fifth wheel.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of full body paint, motorhomes that we have on site. To say there's a ton of stuff that's available. Definitely come in and check it out.
Good stuff.
These fifth wheels and these toy haulers are pretty interesting. But I have a Suburban that's one of those small diesels.
Mm-hmm.
When it says I can pull 11,000 pounds, that I can take something off the floor at the show here that's pretty significant, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, so we have stuff down to for smaller SUVs all the way up to your big F350s, F450s, or those big half ton, 3/4 ton, 1 ton trucks.
Yeah.
Stuff all across the board. So
love it. Where are you guys located on the floor here, Brady? I want to
say we're down at the very end on the north side of the building. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
mm-hmm.
Camping World. Brady, come see him. Come try to steal one of those deals from him, or get in. Look, and this is when rates are good too. The credit unions are here, and they're like, let's get some deals done.
You're not going to get a better deal
Let's make it
this
happen.
year than right
Let's
now.
make it happen, Brady.
For sure.
We appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Brady. Take a break. We'll come back. When we do return, I don't know if we're up against it with if Sam's going to be able to join us. Annapolis, are we? Okay. All right. He's officially just talked to Team USA coming off the ice against their big win over Latvia. We'll get his thoughts on what that first game looked like for Team USA on the ice in Milan Cortina. We'll talk to Sam Farnsworth from KSL 5 Television next, right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's super slow for southbound traffic in several spots west of downtown Salt Lake. A crash near 7th North is backing up to the I-215 West Belt up to the Legacy Split, while Bangor Highway southbound is crawling along from I-80 all the way down to 41st South. This Valentine's, take love to new heights at the Roof. Open for lunch and dinner. Enjoy city views, new decor, and viral favorites. Flatbread, scones, funeral potato bites, steak, pork, or salmon entrees. Visit theroofslc.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA. Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live, local sports. Tonight, you can listen to David Locke, Ron Boone, as the Utah Jazz host the Portland Trailblazers at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Saturday, BYU hosts Colorado at 2 o'clock on 102.7 FM, and Utah State plays a rare February non-league game with the Memphis Tigers at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to reach thousands of potential customers, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com. Hear your company's name right here and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah. Tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit culliganslc.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Lowry Markkanen talks about what Jaren Jackson Jr. will bring to the Utah Jazz after surgery next season.
He's size, like he can protect the paint, he can guard the perimeter, and then obviously on the offensive end, he's a tough matchup with anybody, but they kind of, with all three of us out there, we have a big lineup, and someone's going to have a small a lot of times, and he's one of the best ones to punish the mismatch for sure.
That is your Jazz at 30 update. It's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Sam Farnsworth live from the Olympics in Italy. Next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the show. Of course, KSL 5 Television is your exclusive home of the Winter Olympics here at 2026 and Milan Cortina. We'll get to Sam Farnsworth momentarily here, who is standing by in one of those very places or a totally different city. I don't know. He had to take a bus to like 14 different connections last time we chatted with him to get up to Lavinia or whatever it was. And so Sam's all over the place, but before we get to Sam, I want to remind you the KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact the youth sports in your communities. People who do an awesome job in the youth sports where you live. You know who those people are, and they're doing it without any fanfare, but we want to give them the fanfare. They deserve it. They're helping our kids out, and my heavens, we want to throw something their way. And Beehive Meals, the hero of the week, go to KSLSports.com/contests and nominate that person today, and they'll get themselves honored on our social media pages. JJ and I read off those winners every week. And then on top of it, we are able to also tell you that Beehive Meals is chipping in $250 to use at their place. So there you go. David Peterson is the winner of this week's Beehive Meals Hero of the Week Award, nominated by Lori. David has a lifelong passion for basketball. His own high school basketball coach recently passed away from a heart attack, which is deeply painful for him. David's coaching style and ethic came from this coach, who instilled in him the passion for helping youth build a strong foundation for success, not only in teamwork but individual worth. He believes in each player and works hard to teach them important fundamentals, both physically and mentally. 20-plus years of experience refereeing high school basketball. He's dependent on love and understanding for the game through his knowledge. He helps players develop their skills even deeper. David loves the youth and strives to help them learn and succeed through his incredible ability and talent. So congratulations to David Peterson for being our winner this week of the Hercules Hero of the Week Award. You get $250 to Beehive Meals. Thank you so much for all you've done for your community, and we ask you to nominate others as well at KSLSports.com/contests. Joining us right now, live from the Winter Olympics in Italy, he is Sam Farnsworth. Sam, Team USA pulled it off, man, a 5-1 win over Latvia. It's a good start to this tournament, right?
Not too shabby at all, guys. I think at this point of my Olympic coverage, you can say joining us alive from Italy instead of live.
Good. Glad you're still with us, Sam.
My favorite part is that JJ can totally relate. Like, you guys have had to do that grind.
Oh, it's hard.
And then other people go, oh, yeah, it's real hard for you to go to the Olympics, bro. Man, I'm telling you. Like, the amount of 18, 20, 22-hour days that you guys do, it's phenomenal. So, alive from Italy, Sam Farnsworth, Team USA gets a nice one in the books. How did the team in red, white, and blue look on their first game, man?
Not too bad. So that first period, I don't know how much you guys watched of the game, but that first period kind of, it seemed like there was a little bit of some sluggishness to it a little bit, but they also I felt like they got robbed of a couple of goals there. They had 2 goals that were turned back, after review. And so it was 1-1 after the first period. And it just kind of felt like, man, they sleepwalking through this or what? What's going on? But then the second period, they turned it up a notch. You're like, okay, here's this team that we've been talking about. Here's this team that everyone's excited about seeing. And they turned it on from there. And, of course, they end up with that 5-1 win, pretty convincing. I think we're talking about Milan, Italy. I don't know how many people paid to come here and then bought tickets, but it felt like a home ice advantage for the U.S. At first, it didn't. There was a lot of Latvia chants, but I think that was every other country fans that were there combining to cheer against the U.S. But as soon as the U.S. got going, the USA chant started to ring out. The Freebird was playing like nonstop, right, over the PA, and the crowd was pretty loud.
That's awesome. Great start for the Americans. Did you have a chance to also watch the Canadians start?
I missed that. I did go over the box score and everything. They looked.
The only reason why I was going to ask you that is because I was hoping to talk about the contrast, because apparently they were just incredible as well.
From the get-go.
And we're coming into this tournament, Sam, and you know this. Like, it's Canada or USA. I know there's some other teams that feel they have a chance, but you talk to the experts, it feels like it's going to be USA versus Canada. What does the USA have to do to find an edge against a Canadian team that is just loaded and stacked and is off to such a great start today?
I mean, they're going to have to keep pace scoring-wise. That's just the way I see it, right? You're going to have to score goals.
Yeah.
And, you mentioned it. You just look at Canada's roster and how much talent they have and all the goal scorers they had. I mean, it started with a Macklin Celebrini goal today. And look, they got to a slow start, too. It didn't happen until the last minute, I think, of the first period where they finally scored, but the Macklin Celebrini scores. And then just, the break line was cut or whatever. And, Nathan McKinnon scores, and 5 different players score goals. And that's just the very tip of the Canadian iceberg there. I mean, they are so talented. And I think the best way you beat them, yes, you're going to have to get into a shootout with them, because I think the weakness, if there is one with Canada hockey this time around, might be the goaltending. And so that's where I think if the U.S. is going to hang with them when it comes time to it, and they do, if I remember right, they do face each other in a group play. I'm going to have to look at the schedule again, but I feel like they do face each other before it gets to knockout stages. I'll have to double check that. Don't quote me on it, or look it up, or do whatever. Get Alex on that, But
hey, Alex, go ahead and send a tweet out that Sam Farnsworth says they're going to be playing this one. It's fine.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's what it's going to come down to. Is just you're going to have to score a lot of goals.
Obviously, like, people are watching. They were waiting for Team USA to take the ice. That was a big one, and the women's team, of course, looking like they're going to be the outright favorites going into the medal rounds of this tournament. Across the rest of the board, we saw that Chloe Kim got that silver today instead of defending that the 2 gold medals. I saw the first part of it, and then I left my house. I go, she's got this thing wrapped up. And then she lost it. I know that's disappointing for her to get the silver, but that's a historic woman on the mountain. And I saw Miles Garrett, her boyfriend, there. Are they engaged yet now, by the Are they I can't remember if they're engaged or not. And if not, he better do it on the mountain.
I am not the relationship expert.
Yeah, if not, it's what everybody else is doing. You gotta get engaged at the game. So,
right.
But Chloe Kim gets the silver. But Team USA started to come up in the medal count, man.
Yeah, they are, and we talked about that a couple days ago after I survived my bus ride back to where I was going. But yeah, we talked about that, how the opportunity for them to start making a bit of a climb in the medal count was coming, and immediately that next day we saw 2 medals in women's moguls. You saw a medal, Ryan Cochran-Siegel in downhill. You see Chloe Kim grab another medal. The medals are starting to come, and they're going to keep coming. I mean, you see some of these events that are coming, some of these speed skating events. There's more moguls events. The duals moguls, I think the United States are going to do really well in that as well. I mean, the medal count will continue to climb. We'll see if they can hang with some of these other European powerhouses, but the U.S. is they're still gonna have a great showing when it's all said and done.
You know, with so many Utahns in these games, we're following the local athletes especially. Clayton Keller's one, although he was a scratch today. It's kind of a bummer. Hopefully he gets some ice time with Team USA. But what are some of the local athletes coming up that have something big coming up that we need to keep our eye on so we're ready to watch when they do?
Well, I'll say this. I will touch on Clayton Keller really quickly here because, he was the healthy scratch today, right, and didn't play. But I feel like, and this is just me based off of kind of a few things I've been told around here, but it feels like there's still going to be a little bit of experimenting with some of their lines. They've got a really good idea of what they want for the U.S., and I think you saw a lot of that tonight, or this afternoon, whatever time it is over there. But I think there's still going to be a little bit of experimentation with line play coming up where you might see Clayton Keller get on the ice and get a little more time. Plus, they play back-to-back nights. They play Saturday and Sunday coming up. And in a situation like that where you don't want to gas people, especially before you get into knockout play, that's an opportunity where some guys might get rest. And where Clayton, I really feel like he's going to get an opportunity to be on the ice for, 15 to 20 minutes in one of those games. So I've kind of shifted my focus back here to hockey. And speaking of another local in the hockey, J.J. Peterka was on the ice tonight with Germany, got an assist on the go-ahead goal for Germany against Denmark. He's definitely one of the guys that the German team is super excited about. And they just, some of the guys that I talked to on that team, I talked to Leon Draisaitl about him, and he just spoke so highly of J.J. And then, Olli Maatta, he's not playing a ton right now with Finland. I think he only played 9 minutes in their game, and then Karel Vejmelka did not play for Czechia. Like I said, it was probably a good thing, right? It's probably a good thing he didn't play in a 5-0 loss. Yeah, they might have needed it. And so maybe now it's his turn. Maybe they hand it over to him these next couple of games and he shows out. So, but I'm switching my gears to hockey now. We've got Hillary Knight, who resides in Salt Lake City now. She's going to be playing in the quarterfinals tomorrow for the United States women's team, who, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, JJ, they are just fantastic. They are so fun to watch. And so they're officially into their knockout stages now. And so I think it's, I know hockey the Olympics get people excited about some of the most unusual sports that you'd never watch, like curling or whatever, right? And we all suddenly put on the red, white, and blue and cheer. But hockey's got my heart here at the Olympic Games now.
Sam Farnsworth, KSL 5 Television. You've been working on a lot tonight. Obviously, I'll be able to see. I guess when it's 4 a.m. for you, we're going to be able to see some great coverage from Game 1 from Team USA. We're looking forward to the rest of the coverage, man. And you're doing an awesome job. I'm like following every tweet. I'm like seeing all the stuff that goes on. You're better. You're definitely better than Matt Gephardt. I mean, gosh.
I won't tell him you said that.
Oh, listen. You got to. Yeah.
Hey, Sam, be careful, Sam. There's going to be an investigation.
Oh.
He's going to get to the bottom of this.
Trying to get extra moments to talk about the Olympics.
Sam Farnsworth asked Matt Gephardt investigate.
Yeah, Sam Farnsworth, is he stealing extra airtime from the rest of us? I'll have the investigation tonight. Well, we appreciate it, man. Get some rest, hopefully, and we'll talk to you again next week, and hopefully you have a great weekend, man. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. We'll see you again.
There you go. Sam Farnsworth. Yeah, like I said, cannot get somebody representing the U.S. and Utah better than Sam Farnsworth. I know the athletes are great, but we need Sam to be that to be the outreach person. Because if somebody runs into Sam and goes, "Where are you from?" "Oh, Salt Lake City." Then they get into it and then they go, I had preconceived notions on Salt Lake, and then I met a man named Sam Farnsworth. And let me tell you about him. His great 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 grandfather, Philo T. Farnsworth, invented the TV. I don't know if they're related. It's fine. Okay. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We have more around the corner. I've got a top 10 for you. You don't want to miss that, so stay right here. We're at the RV show here in Sandy at Mountain America Expo Center. Come down, get a great look at some of these RVs. Go take a look. Maybe during the break here, we might jump into this Moab Juggernaut, which is basically the the coolest vehicle you could have, the coolest RV you could have in the apocalypse. Okay? We'll leave it at that. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Plenty of hindrances for southbound vehicles heading through Salt Lake County right now, and that includes delays from downtown all the way to Draper on I-15. The I-215 westbelt still stagnant southbound from Legacy Parkway to a crash over near 7th North. Whipple Service Champions is Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, and they are our first choice for offering the best second opinions. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at KSLrestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course not.
That doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com. Go check it out for yourself. Look, we've been telling people, we're preaching the gospel of the Beehive Meals to people. You know why? Because it is the thing that's going to change the way that you guys have dinner with your families. And it's important. I mean, look up all the studies. You know it's important to have that FaceTime with the kids. You're busy at home. Putting the meals together is tough. You know what I did? I threw the apple cider pork roast into the crock pot before I left this morning, and I'm going to feel like a hero tonight when I bust that thing out. And you know what's going to be great? It's going to be fresh. It's going to be prepared by me, and I will take all the credit for it. But it's a hot meal, JJ, that we can all sit down to, and that's the advantage of what Beehive Meals gives you. And they're delivering to all 50 states now. They're growing like crazy because they are so popular because it is amazing.
Look, it takes the guesswork out of dinner time. You know what you're going to have. You can throw it in the crock pot. It's ready to go when you get home. It's a great meal. It tastes so good. And you don't have to make it. Like, it's made for you, ready to go. That's such a great thing. Maybe you have to put some rice in the pot or something, or whatever your side is. Other than that, the work is slim to none, and you have this great tasting meal for everybody. And then at the end of the day, you're saving money. These are like $4 to $5 per serving. That's same as grocery store prices, maybe even a little bit cheaper. It's definitely cheaper than eating out all the time. And when you're in a jam and when you're in a hurry and life is crazy, that is the temptation. That's the easy way out, but that's costly. This will not break your budget. It's going to help your budget because you're going to save money with this deal on your food, and you're going to save time as well. Save time, save money, and it's tasting great too. You're going to have a great meal as well. So give Beehive Meals a try. Works for our families. It will work for yours. BeehiveMeals.com. That's BeehiveMeals.com.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
Pack up, though, because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of... In the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence. Or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse, with all the tech you need to stay connected. While the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com. Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody. Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the program. We are at the RV show at Mountain America Expo Center here in Sandy. We're here a couple times a year. And I was saying, too, this is probably my 25th or so show. I'm no rookie to this stuff, JJ. You aren't either. Like,
no, we've done a lot of these now.
We've done a lot of these, and we know what to expect. But I am still shocked every year when somebody comes in and goes, yeah, but look at this. And you go, they've done it again. They've done something different, and it's cooler, and it's better, and you can even get it for better deals, all those things. And so you can come down and check those out, and we'll be chatting with Brett from Paris RV in just 1 second here. Before we do, I was looking at this, JJ, and I was trying to understand, because I know that winter metals aren't our thing. However, the medal count looks like this. Well, I'm going to do this. It's going to be a top 10.
Okay.
Right? I'm going to make you go through, because it's always an eclectic mix of who's up on the medal count here as my internet starts to fart out a little bit. But okay, I've got in front of me the current top 10. It's early.
Okay.
It's early, but the current top 10 of medal earnings, and we're just going overall.
Okay.
Okay. I don't need. The golds are better. I know that they are. I know.
So just overall medals.
Overall medals. If I can get this thing to come up, I have the first 5 in front of me. Gosh dang it, internet. Hey, Brant, you call somebody at Google or wherever it is we get this. But
we don't have fiber yet here.
I don't know.
Still waiting.
Yeah. I mean, look. Okay. I've got it in front of me
All right.
now. Top 10. Annapolis. God bless you. You can help if you want. All right. I know the.
He's optional, huh?
While you guys were talking to Sam, I looked at the list.
Oh, okay. You're out.
Oh, you
are
have
out.
to be recused.
You can't. Yeah, you can't.
All right.
I appreciate you being honest about that.
I'm all solo here. Here we go.
So here we go. Top of the list here. On your mark, get set, go.
Italy.
Ding.
Norway.
Ding.
Sweden.
Ding.
China. United States.
Ding.
Finland.
Going through.
Germany.
Finland. Germany. Ding.
The Netherlands.
Ooh.
The Dutch.
Ding.
Great Britain. France.
Ding.
Okay. Canada.
Ooh.
No. Luxembourg.
Can you believe? Sorry.
Oh, who else would there be?
There's a lot of other countries in
Iceland
participating.
Geez. Russia's not in it. They can't participate. Ukraine.
Okay.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Well, I've said the big ones. What's left?
There are other.
Who else
ones.
competes in the Winter Olympics?
There are others.
Okay. Japan.
Ding.
Okay. Korea. Okay.
Oh. So let
Who'd
me
I
see
miss?
here. No, you did well. You tell me what you did getting in. Norway number 1.
Of course.
Italy number 2.
Yeah.
U.S. number. Actually, in the medal count, it's tied between. So it's Norway. Sorry, Italy is number 1 overall in the count. Norway and the United States are tied at 14 total.
Okay.
Currently. Then we go down to one of the ones you missed, Austria.
Austria.
Yeah, it's
slipped through
sneaky.
the.
It's sneaky. They're 12
slipped through
medals
there.
right now, but they're downhill.
They're on the Alps. That makes
They're
sense.
alpine.
Basically,
alpine
it's their
skiing.
home. The Dolomites, right across the border from the Dolomites.
Alpine ski. Yeah, this is almost a home course for them.
Yes.
Alpine skiing champs, obviously.
Yeah. Okay. So I missed that one.
Japan.
Yes.
Then Germany.
Got Germany.
Then Sweden.
Got Sweden.
Switzerland.
Got Switzerland.
The Netherlands.
Got the Netherlands.
France.
I picked the Dutch.
I think the
just
only one you missed
Austria.
was Austria. Yeah,
that was a big miss, though.
Korea,
I shouldn't have missed that one.
Korea,
I did throw Korea out there. They've
in
hosted.
11th. They're in 11th. Yeah.
Okay, so Korea hosted the Winter Games 8 years ago.
Canada. It's interesting because they're just outside.
That's crazy that Canada.
Just outside.
That's the one that shocks me. Canada not in the top 10 right now in medals.
Yeah. Currently 6 medals for Canada. 0 gold, which is wild, right?
Yeah, it is.
I'm not gloating. I don't want you to think.
I almost said Greenland. My friends in Greenland.
I almost said Greenland.
There's only so many countries that are really.
I think that Greenland
really
competes.
good at the winter.
Don't they compete for us now?
Morocco.
I think that
Greenland.
I think that Greenland actually competes for if there are winter sports athletes in Greenland.
Great speed skaters in Greenland. They need to compete for us.
I think they're Danish technically. I don't know.
It's in our best
I don't
interest.
know. I know it's a country. I mean, I know it's out there. It's on the map. It's giant on the map.
It is.
It's overrepresented on land size, but there you go. Joining us right now, Brett is here from Paris RV. We're at the RV show, of course, and Brett's one of these guys we've talked to multiple times also. So, Brett.
Every time.
Deals to be had, man, at the show, and it's all the things. The manufacturers get with you guys. You guys as the dealers also say, hey, let's do this thing. The credit unions and the banks get together and go, hey, we're on board too. Let's everybody get together and make some deals this weekend, and that's what you're going to get here.
Yeah, this is a huge show for the dealers, and it's also a huge show for the manufacturers, and it's a great buying opportunity for the public. And you are right. To give you some examples, I had manufacturers coming to me say, hey, Brett, if I give you $8,000 off this one as a rebate, can you mark it down to this price?
Oh, wow.
I mean, I had so many like that. I've got trailers that typically would be $16,000 and they're $13,000, or a trailer that'd be $20,000 that's now $16,000, or ones that are $110 that are now $99. A lot of them they'd look at it and go, look, we want to get to the next lower number. Instead of being a $97,000, we want to get it to $89,900.
Right, sure.
And so the manufacturers are kicking in huge rebates. They're doing it for me. I'm sure they're doing it for everybody else, but they do it for me for sure. The banks and credit unions come around here. In fact, I just got done telling you I'm not supposed to say till tomorrow, so I'm not going to say, but one of our local credit unions has got a smoking deal for this show.
Boy.
Yeah, and it actually shocked me. I don't get shocked very often, but it's actually lower than I anticipated.
Well, because we haven't seen rates come down a little bit, and I think that when you threw that number out, I went, ooh. And we can't talk about it until tomorrow, which is great. That makes it even more fun, I think.
So the rates are coming down anyway. They have been.
Yeah.
But then they're doing an extra special deal just for the 4-day show event. So great deal on rates, great deal on pricing. Of course, the dealers, they always want to throw out their best deal for this show. It's a huge show. This is the most heavily trafficked RV show on the western side of the United States.
Doesn't surprise me.
Top 3 in the nation.
Doesn't surprise me. We love to get out, and we love, and you know what? It's year round too.
There's not a better place to recreate in the entire country.
It used to be a thing.
Nearby states.
It used to be a thing where it's like, hey, this is a summertime thing, and now we're firing up the furnaces in the wintertime. We can do it year round. I've done it year round, and it works all the time, and it's awesome when you're able to go, hey, I'm tucking into my to my little home here. It's going to be warm at night. It's going to be cool in the summer. It's an awesome way to travel, and there's no better way. When you get the kids along too, they think you're the coolest person ever. So
we know that Paris RV brand. You're on TV more than I am, because you guys are awesome. What's the Paris RV difference?
We're your large, independently owned, locally owned and operated dealership. I live here. I'm in the stores every day. My sons are in the stores. My daughter works at the store. My wife. I've got nephews.
Family business.
It's family owned and operated. We do have about 160 employees, but we are in these stores every day. We live and breathe RVs. I bought my first RV with Dory in the mid-90s, and we decided then we're going to do this for our life.
That's
and
awesome.
So we have been buying and selling RVs our entire lives and servicing them and doing parts and raised our family in RVs, and it's a way of life, and it's a way to take your family on an adventure every weekend if you have one.
Yeah.
And I just love the lifestyle. I mean, we're so lucky to live in Utah.
Yeah.
Look in our backyard, we've got 46 state parks.
Absolutely
We've got, between national monuments and national parks, we've got another 12. So 58 parks? I mean, make that a goal to see every one of them. I did. Took me 20 years.
That's awesome.
Took my kids all over the place going to these local things that are in
the
our backyard.
memories that you build last a lifetime.
Well, I'll tell you what happens is you actually ruin the rest of your other vacations when you're not in one. That's from experience.
Truth.
Then they go,
Truth.
well, I remember when we went through this place last time on the way to Grandpa's house. I could walk around and I could watch a big screen TV. I'm like, boo-hoo. You know what I mean? But that's the difference. It's no other. There's no better way to be able to do it.
It's an adventure. You got all your stuff in there ready to roll. It's your bed, your pillow. You don't have to unpack or pack in a hotel. Stay as long as you want. Leave when you want. And if it's sitting there on the side of your house ready to go, and all you got to do is get food and a change of clothes, you go. You're going.
Yeah,
freedom. Freedom.
Come see Brett. Come see Paris RV. They're right here. Where are you guys located on the floor here?
We are dead center. We go all the way from the east all the way to the west, and the whole center section.
Not easy to miss then.
You'll find us.
Look at the middle. Let's just look above you. If you can see over the giant rigs and the RVs and all the stuff that's there, you'll see the signs up above that indicate where Paris RV is. Brett, thanks for hanging out with us again.
Thanks,
man.
Brett.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. Kicking off the next hour. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, Brian, you are way too sedentary. So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a lying around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
Utah, you know sports, and nobody connects with fans like the KSL Sports Zone. Every day, our loyal listeners tune in for the latest on the Jazz and the Mammoth, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies, high school sports, all of it live and local. If you're a business owner looking to grow, this is your audience. Engaged, passionate, ready to respond. And when you combine the power of the zone with digital tools like social, display, streaming audio, geo-targeting, and retargeting, you get a smart, full-funnel strategy built for any budget. Tap into the energy of Utah sports fans and drive real results. Learn more at kslsports.com/advertise.
If you've been disappointed by underachieving savings, a high-yield certificate from America First can be a fantastic way to help your money start doing more. Whether you're planning for an upcoming expense or just want to save smarter and earn bigger, America First's flexible certificates are an outstanding way to grow your cash. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to americafirst.com and open a high-yield certificate today. Membership eligibility terms, conditions, and change apply. Fees could reduce account earnings. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep, deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
97.5 KZNS-FM Colville, 1280 KZNS-AM Salt Lake City, and KSL-FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Getting born in the state of Mississippi. Papa was a copper and the mama was a hippie.
In Alabama, she was swinging a hammer. Price you gotta pay when you break the panorama.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the program. So I'm torn here, JJ, because on the one hand, I kind of wanted to stick it to – I wanted every possible moment to be able – for the Jazz to be able – and not that he would, not that he even thinks about these people, but we do. But I wanted Bobby Marks to have to see Jazz players sitting in the third and fourth quarter and just be incensed about it the rest of the season.
Or Brian Windhorst.
Or Wendy. I don't care who it is. Everybody at ESPN. I don't care. But I wanted to see it. And now with Jaren Jackson Jr., of course, being out with the season-ending knee injury, we get a different version of what this season's going to play out like. Not that different, I think, than we probably thought, but immediately, how does this impact the right now for this team? Well, I'll let you answer that in just a second. We're going to kick off the show as we always do. Officially, I always get ahead of myself when we're at these RV shows because, we just have a lot of eye candy in front of us. So there you go. It's the RVs, not different eye candy, okay? Settle down. So let's kick it off here with the cut. Let's jump in right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And, of course, this portion of the show brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement, TrajanWealth.com. All right, so thoughts on how this thing works now with Jaren Jackson Jr. Out for the season with season-ending knee surgery. I know they found a growth that they felt like was going to be.
It's a tumor.
It's a tumor. They didn't want to deal with it further down the line.
Benign tumor.
They know it's going to be.
Got to make sure everybody else it's benign.
What is not a tumor on? Which Arnold movie was that on?
Was it Kindergarten Cop?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I think it was. It's not a tumor at all. Kindergarten Cop, underrated, by the way.
Yeah.
Weird concept, but and Twins, very weird concept,
yes.
But it worked. It worked. Danny DeVito.
80s and 90s were a weird time for movies.
Were a bad time.
Things worked then that would not work now.
Yeah, although, leave it up to Hollywood. We'll probably see some reboots.
Hollywood's dead.
As it works, though.
Whatever Netflix wants to shove down.
How do the Jazz figure out the rest of the season here? I say figure it out. It's going to figure itself out, and I think it helps that he's going to be in civilian clothes the rest of the year.
Yeah, well, it helps the tank.
Yeah.
All right, and let's be honest. We know the Jazz have to keep that pick, and so they're going to do everything they can to keep that pick.
Sure.
And this certainly, answers a lot of questions with that. I don't know how many more games Keontae plays because of the ankle. He has a legit ankle injury. I think he actually has sprained both of them at this point. So that is an actual real situation. Lowry, I know he's healthy, but how many more minutes? And if Keontae and Jaren Jackson Jr. are out and you're just playing Lowry, especially against good teams, your need to try to manufacture losses is not the same.
Yeah.
And look, we all hate it. I hate even talking about it. But it's necessary, and it's not the Jazz fault. It's not any of these players' fault. This is how the league has operated now for 40 years. It's been a problem for a long time. The league has never been able to figure out how to fix it. They're not going to figure out how to fix it now. They're not going to be able to fix it in the future. This is how it works. When you have a league where one player can make so much of a difference, teams will do whatever it takes to get that one player or two players or three players. And right now we have a draft that might have 5, 6, or 7 of those guys. So you have a lot of teams that aren't just angling for the number one pick. They just want to be in the mix to try to get their hands on one of these talented players.
How is it that I know that the NBA has, it has its markets. I watched Jason Williams yesterday. I don't know why. I think I clicked on him twice, and now the algorithm is like, your best friend's white chocolate, right? And
you're getting a lot of Jason Williams and random NBA podcasts.
And yes, and one of the things he said was he's like, I guarantee that Jaren Jackson Jr. saw that, and every player sees they're coming to Utah, and they go, oh, mother beep.
This from a guy that played in Sacramento for almost a decade?
Yes.
Come on.
But
A lot of that.
We have a hard time. We have a hard time because I think that part of us always knows that there's some of that. But I think we also know that the secret to the Jazz success is that people come in and then they don't, and then they tell people.
Did Jordan Clarkson do any of that?
No, and by the end they all go. I mean,
what is Kevin Love?
When Kevin Love and
Yusuf
Nurkic
Nurkic telling these players,
they
right
go,
now.
"You guys don't know.
Don't listen to that narrative."
And by the way, they've played in the big markets.
Oh,
They've
yeah.
played in these places.
Kevin Love played in Miami.
I know, and they act, and that's always 2 or 3 on the list for
of course.
everybody to go to.
L.A., Miami, New York.
New York, yes. And so those are the destinations. Maybe a Chicago. No, and
nobody wants to play for the Bulls.
But or you start to gravitate toward names. You go, oh, Houston, let's go to Houston. Let's go there.
A lot of players like Houston and Atlanta for the nightlife.
Sure. And so I had to listen to this narrative too of no one likes Utah, man. And that it wasn't but man, they're always good. It didn't come with anything. It didn't come with the qualifiers. It's no one cares about Utah. And then they moved on, and I went, and he goes, there's 2 or 3 teams that are like that in the league. And they're like, well, who else? And he's like, Utah, Minnesota to an extent. And I'm like, Minnesota is close, man. Maybe not that close, but I mean, they have dudes.
Yeah.
And they're busting their butt as a small market to try to bring
Minnesota's not a small market. It's top 10.
I know, but you know what happens is people look and they go, that's not cool. Minnesota, St. Paul, Twin Cities,
if
not
the
cool.
weather's cold, it's a small market. What are we doing?
100% right. Like Denver, the reality
Miami's
is
not a big market.
Why? And Denver is
by that standard.
Denver is a way bigger market.
It's just
obviously,
a tropical paradise.
But Denver is looked at and they go, oh man, it's great, it's amazing. And you're like, okay, but why? Because right now, well, 1, they have a recent title, right? And 2, they have the best player on the entire planet playing at that franchise. And other players go, oh, I want to be there. And guess what? That's exactly what's going to happen. And this is what's happened in the past with the Jazz. When they've had the players that make a great team together, suddenly people go, I'll go play there. I'm in my 9th year. I'd rather go spend some place where they have their crap together and it's not dysfunctional.
Yeah.
But it's like people know it's not dysfunctional, but they don't care. They'd much rather have the alternative, which is wearing purple and yellow.
I'll tell you what, Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to love it here because he's going to win a lot of games. And he was in a situation in Memphis where they were entering a rebuild, and he wasn't going to win many games.
Yeah.
As soon as he's in the lineup next year, and if these guys, knock on wood, stay healthy, and they're able to re-sign Walker Kessler, and the Jazz, if they win the lottery or get in the top 4, or even if they are at number 7 or 8, they're going to get a great player in this draft that's going to help them. And they're going to have a core and a nucleus that's going to win a lot of games moving forward. Not only are they going to be in the mix next year, definitely top 6, maybe top 4, but suddenly they're looking at a championship window opening up here in the near future because just simply by the amount of talent that they have on the roster. And if you're on the NBA and you get to play in a place that has a workout facility like they have with all the amenities, you have a place where people are passionate about the game of basketball, where you can make $50 million and compete for championships, why would you not want to be here? This is a franchise that said, Jaren Jackson Jr., you're exactly what we need to become a championship contender. We will pay your contract. We want you here, and we have a roster that's a perfect fit for you. And if you're Jaren Jackson Jr., and you're still like, but I don't want to live in Utah, like white chocolate over there.
Yeah.
That guy's an idiot.
I guarantee he didn't want to be there in
and
Utah.
what white chocolate values is not what Jaren Jackson Jr. values.
Isn't Jason Williams from as backwoods of West Virginia as you could be from?
Oh, yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, so
respect the small markets guy.
That's an old narrative that, and give Ryan Smith a lot of credit. He's been out there trying to bust that narrative. This is one of the fastest growing markets in the country, both in media and in business. It's a place where you want to be, where there's opportunity. And trust me, these players that are coming here are realizing it. Kevin Love coming in here has recognized it. Yusuf Nurkic has recognized it. Players are going to want to be a part of this. You're seeing it on the NHL side of things, too. And, look, I know the culture in the NHL and the NBA are different. What players are looking for is different. But the NHL views Salt Lake City as a top 5 free agent destination. Right. We've talked to national writers. We've talked to the players. It's a hot spot. Everybody wants to be a part of this. You want to be a part of something where the culture is healthy, where you have a chance to win, and where you can take advantage of opportunity. That's where Utah is right now, both with the Jazz and with the Mammoth. Why wouldn't Jaren Jackson Jr. want to embrace this opportunity? Why would you be like, yeah, get me out of here, send me to the Clippers because I want to live in L.A.? You want to be a part of that right now? James Harden couldn't wait to get out. James Harden could not wait to get out of L.A. so he could get to Cleveland. Think about James Harden.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second.
Donovan Mitchell and James Harden are in Cleveland trying to make magic happen.
And you know what? That might work. I'm still skeptical with Harden, but so far it's working.
You know who's not working tonight? Lauri Markkanen.
He's out.
Rest.
Well, it's the All-Star break.
That's what I'm saying. Is like
he deserves an early start.
It's like your boss, walking by on a, hey, it is President's Day weekend.
Yeah.
You think Nate will walk by us and go, hey, it's 2:00. Why don't you guys get out of here?
Take the rest of Friday off.
We're like, oh, okay. Oh, no. And then he goes, oh, no. What am I thinking? No, you guys have a show. I'm going to leave.
Yeah.
The finance department, gone.
Yeah.
Sales department, gone. It's fine. But that's what Lauri Markkanen is doing. He's heading out to vacation a little bit early.
Why not?
Yeah, look, it's cool.
Go to the Olympics.
That's too far, right? Like, come
Why?
on. How long do they have off?
From Finland. They got a week. Yeah.
They don't play back here. They don't start back up until the 20th.
It's a true break.
I know, but
8 days.
Yeah, listen.
Go have fun. Go see.
How many kids do you have? 2, 3?
I don't know how many kids he's got, but why not go do something special?
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe he's just going to go to Cabo.
Save your pennies. Come on. You don't need to go on vacation every time there's a break. It's expensive these days, too.
It really is.
Not
for NBA players.
Maybe the RV. Maybe he brings the RV around.
There you go.
He could do it. But regardless, no Lowry tonight. Obviously, no Keontae, no Jaren Jackson Jr., no Walker Kessler. By the way, those are the 4 who are going to be the people you hang your hat on. Ace Bailey, by the way, getting the nod for the Rising Stars game finally after
That's good news.
Being an injury replacement. Do you get that's a cool experience. So I'm glad he's going to get the call.
It was weird when he wasn't named.
And it's the only representation that the Jazz have at All-Star Weekend, which is
it is wild.
So weird.
But you get it at the same time because their record's not great, and Lowry missed a lot of games, and so it's so hard to be top whatever. But for Ace Bailey, that's the kind of thing you want to be a part of and showcase as a rookie. I actually think that Isaiah Collier deserves a spot as a second-year player in that.
Yeah, that's right.
In that competition. So, I love that Ace is going to get a chance to go now. It's probably weird for him because he wasn't selected first of all, but I love that he's going to go anyway.
Yeah, but
accept this invite,
when you get
he's going to go kill it.
When you get the late invite to the All-Star Weekend, like as a reserve in the All-Star game,
yeah,
I know that's different, but I'm saying like those guys aren't like, well, this feels like a lame backdoor. It's like, no, man, you take it, you put it right there, All-Star, boom, and that works. And the Rising Star game, no one cares about it.
Yeah.
But I think these young guys,
it matters to them.
Love being able to be a
for
part
their
of
career
it.
and their resume.
Where's the All-Star game this week or this
LA.
This year? It's in LA.
The new.
It's cool. Oh, at the Clippers place.
Intuit Dome. Is that what they're calling it? I don't know what the name of it is, but it's it's probably the nicest arena in the league.
Yeah.
State of the art, incredible. It's going to be a great weekend for the NBA players that are participating and for fans that are able to go, and it's good for the league.
Tonight, Trailblazers come to town. What's this one look like?
The Jazz are going to lose. That's what it's going to look like.
You hope, right?
If things go well,
Brant signs off.
The Jazz win streak ends tonight. We know what the assignment is. We know what's going on here.
I mean, if they win,
the Jazz need some momentum before they go into the break. They got to lose tonight. This is why it's awkward to talk about.
They need to go out on top.
They need the strength of a good solid loss. They need to lose by 30 tonight.
Oh my gosh.
What else? What are we doing here?
I know. The funny thing was
I want to talk about the future. I want to talk about Jaren Jackson Jr. I want to talk about what the Jazz look
when
like.
When it was 41-19
we got
last
to get
night,
through 27 games left still.
It's so weird because my kids were like, "Oh, we're up 41-19." I go, "Settle down, all right." JJ says we need some momentum. This is not what we're looking for.
You got to sit your kids down and tell them what's really going on here.
Hey,
I know it's normal and natural for you to want to cheer for a win. But winning is not a win.
Hey, let's talk.
A win is a loss.
Hey, can we talk about salary caps and the second apron for a minute? Can we talk about what the future of of this Utah Jazz team looks like. See, that's the part that's always awkward. That's the part that's always funny to me too.
We haven't had to worry about the second apron for a long time. We're gonna have to study the second apron in the offseason. Trust me.
When the Walker Kessler, Keontae George,
these guys need to get paid soon.
I mean, there are going to be people who are going to be the victim of the fact that you can't pay everybody.
Yeah, you're going to have to figure that out.
And somebody's
they're going to try.
Somebody's going to have to be a part of this thing, and so it's one of these deals here where we're trying to understand a little bit about what this team is going to have to go through to be able to be the best that they can be, and to be able to be the best, and it's just not right now. So tonight.
Hey, go watch the game. Go have a good time.
Trailblazers come to town. I would absolutely be there. This is one you got to go to, because
if Denny Avdia's playing and Shaden Sharp's playing,
come on, man,
that's a good, entertaining team to watch. So it'll be a good show. But we all know the assignment.
We are at the RV show. That's our assignment today. It's a bummer. It's the one that we have to take, and we got to do it twice a year. JJ,
to come here and look at these incredible RVs.
What happens is
all the deals.
We stare down the same 11 that are right in front of us, and then you go, and then you start. It's just like when you do the home show thing, and you go, "No, I would have done a 2-bathroom situation on that one." That's what you turn into. You go, it's like the guy. People are doing the memes now where they're watching a guy do like a triple axel on the ice and kind of just a little bit, struggle a little bit on the landing.
Yeah.
And the guy puts the ice cream in their mouth and go, he sucks.
Yeah.
That's us at the RV show. I don't know about that. I don't know about that fifth wheel. I couldn't even haul one of these things. You know who could help you haul that thing? Rick is here with us from Truck Ranch. Now, this is an interest from the Truck Ranch. You're helping people make sure that they are not going to miss out.
Absolutely.
If it's the toy hauler, if it's that fifth wheel, if it has a little bit more oomph that it needs, you guys are going to help people out, man. Welcome to the show, man.
Hey, thanks for having us, man. Happy to be here. And like you said, we are here to provide whatever you need to get your trailer to get you outdoors. If you got a truck and no hitch, we'll put a hitch in it. If you got a hitch and no truck, we'll get you a truck and put the hitch in it.
Well, and look, if you want to do the thing where you go, I'm not messing around, man. I need a gooseneck situation here. You guys are there for that too. Everything top to bottom. But the reality is that trucks have never been more efficient than they are now, pulling these massive rigs, and that must be really fun to be able to put together these dream trucks on top of people being able to put together the dream of being able to pull something with it too.
It is, man. It's like working at the candy store every day, and I'm telling you, I've had Cummins, I've had Ram, Ford, Chevy, you name it, and I couldn't tell you which one's better.
Okay, you'll represent everybody if you need to.
Absolutely.
If somebody comes in and is a fan of any one of those, and you'll help them out. So, let's talk a little bit about what it is that you guys are doing, because I think that people do need to understand, like, hey, you do need to have the right piece of equipment, but also you guys have awesome deals. People can go on your website and see the inventory, and it's awesome to be like, oh, even the previously loved stuff, you guys make sure that they go out the door and they're going to be perfect for that person.
We do. So we do a full reconditioning on it. Every truck that comes in, we do undercoating. We even do spray and bed liners down there. So
That's cool.
Anything and everything you could need, we've got a body shop. So if you've got a dent, scratch, whatever it takes, we can fix it. And it makes it fun because we get trucks of all different levels in there. So we have price points for everybody, from a truck that's got 5,000 miles to a truck that's got 150,000. So
which can go forever now, by the way.
Absolutely.
In a lot of cases.
Yeah, especially with the reconditioning that we do, and that's what we specialize in is really the diesels. We do gas also, but we're making sure your truck is going to be reliable for you.
And I know you guys know what you're doing because you grow and you got a lot of locations as well. So people, wherever they're at geographically,
yep,
you guys aren't far away.
No, we've got the state surrounded, and we're even in Frederick, Colorado now. And
there you go. Look at
Idaho,
that.
So look out.
Colorado, Utah, Idaho.
Expansion.
Yes.
Yeah, they're gonna take it over here. But part of it is just giving them a call, give you guys a call. If they see something online, if they come down to the show, they can see what you guys have. But I'm one of those guys that just shops all the time, even if I'm not in the market. I'm that weirdo. You're probably in the same ilk where you're like, ooh, and you're looking at that, and your wife's like, what are you looking at again? And I'm like, don't worry about it. I'm not buying it yet. I'm looking at it.
That's what everybody says. We're not buying today. We're just looking.
If they're there. If they're there.
Yeah.
Oof. It's one thing to do it online, and I don't have Rick running me down. But as soon as somebody starts talking to me, and I pretend like I'm actually not in the business for it right now. Come on, those are famous last words. they can come down here. Where are you guys located? Are you out here on the floor outside? Or
yeah,
where
so
are you
we're right
guys?
here on the floor in the main entrance area.
Okay.
You can't miss it. It's all the trucks and all the accessories and hitches just
Very
come
cool.
down. And, yeah, we've got a good crew here ready to help and answer any questions you
Okay.
have.
Rick, thanks for hanging out with us, man. We
Hey,
appreciate it.
Thanks for having us, guys.
There you go. Visit truckranch.com. That's all you got to do. Just go hang out there, and you'll be able to find it for yourself. All right, we'll take the break. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. Stay with us. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The crash on southbound I-215 is still causing major headaches for West Belt commuters from Legacy down to I-80 with the crash close to 7th North. Northbound I-15 also now very slow from 53rd South and Murray up to about 13th South. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined once again by Andy Bailey.
Why do you think the Jazz have become the whipping boy with tanking now?
I guess optically it looks a little different what they've done the last couple games. Playing your guys for 3 quarters and then sitting them for the entire 4th is maybe a little different than what some teams have done. But Utah is far from the only team that's tried to take advantage of tanking over the last few years. We just saw multiple teams richly rewarded by it over the last few years. The Spurs get Wembanyama, the Thunder load up their roster the way they did. It's ridiculous. Frankly, I think the national reaction to what Utah is doing. The other thing that I haven't mentioned too is if you're a small market in the NBA, there really aren't any other avenues for team building. Like, this is it. This is how you have to do it. So I don't blame them one bit, and I frankly find a lot of the national reaction to it silly and stupid.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live, local sports. Tonight, you can listen to David Locke, Ron Boone, as the Utah Jazz host the Portland Trail Blazers at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Saturday, BYU hosts Colorado at 2 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And Utah State plays a rare February non-league game with the Memphis Tigers at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to reach thousands of potential customers, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com. Hear your company's name right here and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Starting price is too low to advertise. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. Deep discounts. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin. Celebrate the new year by treating yourself to the best meal you've ever had. Ruth's Chris, with award-winning service, sizzling steaks, and proteins. Signature wraps, salads, sides, and dessert. Make early Valentine's reservations today. Ruth's Chris in Salt Lake or Park City.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Lauri Markkanen talks about the future expectations for the Jazz with the addition of Triple J.
I think it's a high ceiling. Like tonight, we didn't have our full group out there, obviously, and just getting Keontae and Walker back, and really excited what we can do with this group. So I think we can do a lot of different coverage on defense and then run the offense differently depending on who's got it going and what the matchups be. And I think having this group of guys and Will leading us, so I'm really excited.
That is your Jazz at 30 update. It's brought to you by U of U Health at University of Utah Health. Hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. An Aggie legend goes nuts last night, and some angry coaches in the Big 12. It's all next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the program today. Hey, Scotty G is going to be on the road tomorrow in Sandy at Tim Daly Mazda. Go join him, high-five him, say hey, say what's going on. Get a deal on a Mazda at the Tim Daly Mazda in Sandy. Let me see here, JJ. Should we start with the Big 12 coaches? You want to go with let's go with something positive. I mean, I'll be honest, there was something refreshing to our late-night text exchanges between all of us, Napolis, our producer, and you and I, because it was, I think, something that we would have never heard before.
Mm-hmm.
I think that NIL has done something interesting. It's made I don't know if it's made the players more accountable, because I don't know if they are acting more accountable. The coaches are asking for more accountability.
Uh-huh.
And let's start there. I want to start with some of this sound from the world of college basketball coaching, and specifically in the Big 12, because last night I was sitting there and it was just wild because we couldn't help but laugh at what was being said in the post game. It sounded, you even said it, I've seen enough of these fake AI press conferences that I assumed that what we were watching, it felt like a fake press conference. One of these ones where their mouth is manipulated, their voice, and they were saying kind of crazy things. But we'll start first with what was said about the Kansas State loss to Cincinnati. And Cincinnati comes into Manhattan last night and scores 91 points to Kansas State's home 62 points. You lose by 30 at home to Cincinnati, who is, by the way, not at the
great.
top of the table
No.
in your conference. And Jerome Tang, maybe my favorite human being today, goes to the podium and goes with this direction to speak to his team.
This was embarrassing. These dudes do not deserve to wear this uniform. There will be very few of them in it next year. I'm embarrassed for the university. I'm embarrassed for our fans, our student section. It is just ridiculous. We got practice at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we will get this thing right. I have no answer and no words. So y'all got 2 questions. So whoever want to ask 2 questions, I'll answer them to the best of my ability right now. But right now, I'm pissed, and this is. Yeah, I don't know. I asked the staff this week that same question, and they said that more the opponents. You play. I don't know, because I followed Minnesota last year closely, and they played great on the road and struggled at home. So then they started staying in hotels at home, treating it like a road game. And so I even talked about, hey, do we need to change that change? But no, none of that crap matter, man. These dudes got to have some. They got some pride, man. They got some pride. It means something to wear a K-State uniform. It means something to put on this purple, man. Everything this university is about and all that it's been about, why I love this place, man. They don't love this place, so they don't deserve to be here. Yeah, I'd wear a paper bag too if I was them.
That was in reference to the student section, of course.
Incredible rant.
They were like, "What do you think about this?"
Coach Tang.
I know, phenomenal, and before you go, this guy's talking about young men here. Stop. Because these young men.
Once you cash the checks.
Dude, you better.
Everything's different.
So, and by the way,
these aren't just students that are athletes.
Oh, yeah. You know what the student section have written on the bags on their heads, by the way?
What?
They're not saying get rid of Coach Tang. You know what they're saying? We have no dudes. That's what one of them said. We got no dudes. Because that's what Coach Tang has said. We got no dudes. Nobody wants to show up and play. And the other bag said,
they want the checks.
And there's and another said, please send money. We need more NIL. And I think that obviously the coaches and the athletic department might go, this is a bad look, coach. And maybe some parents are going to call up and be like, you said my kid's not going to be on this team next year? Well, I don't care. He's going to transfer. It's good.
That's what he wants.
I need guys who come in and who actually make a commitment. So don't worry, because there was another 30-point loss in the Big 12 last night, and it was Tad Boyle, the head coach of Colorado, who I don't know if he called.
Happens to be BYU's opponent on Saturday.
I don't know if he called Coach Tang and said, "What'd you say to your guys?" All right, I'm going to go off too. So here's what he said after getting their butts whooped by a very good Texas Tech team. But regardless, it was embarrassing. I think they only put up 44 points to the 74 that Texas Tech did. Here's what Coach Boyle said.
So credit Texas Tech. They have a motto with their program that the toughest team wins, and there wasn't even question who the tougher team was tonight, and that was Texas Tech, and we weren't. And so I'm embarrassed by our performance. I'm embarrassed for our university. I'm embarrassed for the city of Boulder. I'm embarrassed for the state of Colorado. I'm embarrassed for every former player that's worn this uniform. And we got to own this. But, when you give up 17 offensive rebounds and then the biggest part of the game plan is taking away their threes from their shooters, and they make 12 threes, and then we foul them on another one with 0.3 seconds to go into the first half, it's just not good enough in any way, shape, or form. I started my career as a head coach at Northern Colorado in the Big Sky, and we would travel to Bozeman, Montana, and Missoula, and Utah, Pocatello, Idaho, and we would always fly commercial, and you'd lose on the road, and you'd get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, you'd catch a 6 a.m. flight back to Denver and then drive an hour to Greeley, and that's what we deserve right now. We deserve to be on a 6 a.m. flight out of Lubbock, commercial, Southwest, whatever airline you choose. We don't deserve a charter plane back to Boulder tonight. We got one. We paid for it. But we wasted our money, we wasted our university's money, and that's on me. So I'm I'll take the ownership of this because I'm the head coach and the buck stops with me. But I'm embarrassed. I've not said I've embarrassed very often.
Well then, thoughts, JJ?
What do you say after that?
I do love that. Like, I mean, coaches would never do this. This is not a move that coaches would ever make. Sometimes you see the NBA coaches do this. You know, this is kind of maybe it's like a Coach Tibbs type of thing,
sure.
An old school way of just being like, our guys played like crap tonight. They look like hell, and you know what? Like,
I think these coaches are under a lot of pressure.
These coaches are interesting because now this is college basketball, and it's high-level college basketball. But most of the time, coaches would never dare say that because of what he said at the end, which is, the buck stopped with me.
Yeah.
And it's a kind of this weird thing that we've never seen in college basketball. And I think it's a product of, hey, listen, these guys want to be treated like pros, then I'm going to talk to them like pros because they're not acting like it. They're getting paid like it, and then they're not. And then they're showing up and scoring 44 points in 40 minutes. 44 points in 40 minutes. This is not the Wisconsin Badgers in 2022, okay?
This is not a recipe for winning.
And this is not you
in
slowing
2026.
the pace. This is not you slowing the pace of the game down, and this is our style. No. Like, these other teams like Texas Tech, or in the case of like Cincinnati, they go in there and they laugh as they're hitting multiple threes because a team doesn't show up to play. And, you know, at least Colorado was in Lubbock. Kansas State was at home, and they lose by 30 to a mid team in the Big 12. And so I love it. I love the honesty. I love where they're at there. And when we come back, I want to make sure we get that Sam Merrill love on the way back because he had a heck of a night. And,
big night last night.
We've got some audio.
Historic night.
And we'll get you ready for the Utah Jazz versus the Portland Trailblazers over at Delta Center tonight. And your pregame starts at 6 o'clock and the tip at 7. So stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
At last, the accident southbound on the West Belt near 7th North has been cleared, and delays going by the airport are finally clearing out. Northbound I-15 is still moving very slowly, however, from 45th South in Murray up to downtown Salt Lake City. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is in the air, and the Zone is ready to help you become a Valentine's Day MVP. Listen to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and online at KSLSports.com for your chance to win 2 Grande Minky Couture blankets. Keep it locked on the KSL Sports Zone and be Valentine's MVP. Presented by Minky Couture on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check out the website for yourself. Get $200 off of the program that helped JJ and I not just drop weight, but keep it off. Without the injections, without the supplements, without buying meals from the service. Don't get into that. You have a brain. You know how to use it, and they're going to teach you how you can reprogram yourself and reset that metabolism and then keep the weight off.
Yeah, if you're serious about weight loss right now, you want to make that change like we have, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is a great option. And you can do it for $200 off right now, as Alex said. Go to their website right now. Learn more about it. Watch the testimonials of people like us that have had this great weight loss success with this program. See if it's a good fit for you. And if it is, take that $200 off and join us on this weight loss journey. You can lose up to 10 to 20% of your body weight during the first 60 days of this program. It's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Pack up though, because Chevy SUVs have the capability to take you to some incredible places, like an adventure in the middle of in the Equinox Active, an SUV that will help you get away with confidence, or head off for a night in Chevy Traverse with all the tech you need to stay connected. while the undeniable value of Chevy Trax will keep you moving from here to over here to way over here. Get to all the places you want to be with Chevy SUVs. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
If you've been disappointed by underachieving savings, a high-yield certificate from America First can be a fantastic way to help your money start doing more. Whether you're planning for an upcoming expense or just want to save smarter and earn bigger, America First's flexible certificates are an outstanding way to grow your cash. So don't wait to get your money working. Head to americafirst.com and open a high-yield certificate today. Membership eligibility terms, conditions, and change apply. Fees could reduce account earnings. Federally insured by NCUA.
Dev Simplify are your software pros. Whether it's websites, mobile apps, or complex custom systems, Dev Simplify is here to make it work and make it easy on you. Need help building software or ongoing management? You've got both. DevSimplify.com designs, develops, and manages the process so your deadline stops slipping and your team stops guessing. Maybe you're stuck in the middle. AI can start a project. Freelancers can build pieces of it, but without real project management, teams get stranded halfway through. DevSimplify.com brings the roadmap, the pit crew, and the finish line. When a software project slows down, breaks down, or stalls out entirely, DevSimplify, the software pros, can turn that chaos into beautiful completion. DevSimplify.com. From the start, or in the middle, to finish and beyond. Ready to move? At DevSimplify.com, you can always schedule a quick and free project assessment. But right now, you can get a complimentary discovery session with 5 hours free. DevSimplify.com, your software pros. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And he did a great job. Took the ball from 3 different times and blocked 3 shots. 4 shots, actually, like you said.
Sam Merrill have a dearth, a shortage of big men out here tonight. Does Merrill have another? Yes, indeed. Sammy Merrill with back-to-back threes. Kenny Atkinson knows Koulibaly well, as Koulibaly played for Team France in the Olympics for Kenny coach, of course, Merrill with a terrific pump fake. Boy, he got Carrington on a flyby as Merrill has buried 3 early triples. 12.
Yes. Sam Merrill. JJ, any thought?
Money Merrill.
Can't remember where he played in college. Any?
Utah State University, says Google.
He was an Aggie?
He was an Aggie.
Was
he was
any
a
good?
Bountiful Brave at the time.
Was
the Redhawks.
Was he any good at Utah?
He was pretty
State
darn good,
or?
yeah. Now he's pretty darn good in the NBA.
What
a night last night.
Was it a career night for him?
Career night last night, just the first half alone. 13 minutes in the first half, 26 points, 9 of 9 from the field, 7 of 7 from 3. And he had a 30-point game. He ends up with 32 points, 11 of 12, 9 of 10 from 3.
Nice.
First player in Cavs franchise history to record 25-plus points, 5-plus threes on 100% shooting in the half in the play-by-play era. LeBron James played for the Cavaliers for a long time, by the way. The most efficient, second most efficient 30-point game in NBA history.
Well, look at that. Something tells me Sam has got a place in the NBA for quite some time.
Yeah.
Just keeps impressing us as his
better.
career goes on here. So, Ty's joining us from Airstream of Utah as we're here at the RV show at Mount America Expo Center in Sandy. We've been here quite a few times. Ty, Airstream is different than everybody else, and they're a brand that everybody recognizes out on the road, man.
Absolutely, yeah. Airstream, funny enough, this is the first time Airstream's been a part of this expo.
Oh, awesome.
So it's huge. So we
Yeah.
saw a lot of advertising for our brand with the expo because there's so much hype around Airstream and what Airstream brings to the market.
People come to the show. If you're here, then that means you guys have extra deals, and that's awesome for people to be able to maybe get into it, walk through the Airstream for the first time. They've heard the brand. They've seen and they can see these beauties in person, and you guys have the tech to go along with that vintage look too.
We do. So Airstream's been around for 95 years, and there's no other manufacturer that can say that, which is awesome. I was lucky enough to go to the factory back in November and see for myself firsthand the quality that Airstream represents. You know, you look at 75% of Airstreams that are ever built in the 95 years are still on the road today, so it's incredible.
Like I said, everybody's recognized them. Now you can come down to the show and get show-only deals and see what Ty and his guys can do for you. Come down and visit them right here in the very middle of the Expo Center on the very east side of the Expo Center as well. And like I said, very recognizable.
Show deals, show specials, we got it all. And, come see us. We've even got some stress balls we can hand out.
Let's do it. Ty, thanks for hanging out, man. We appreciate it.
Kids will love that. Yeah.
Jazz and the Jazz and the Timberwolves, of course, going to hang out, and it's going to be awesome. Look, it's going to be Jazz basketball right around the corner here. You're going to get pre, half, and post with Coach, and I think Jake might be out of town though. So
Jake taking a night off.
Yeah. So good for him. All ready to the break. So stay here with us. More to go. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Salt Lake City and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. Utah State Fair Park and Washington County Fair Legacy Park. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Utah State Fair Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Washington County Fair Legacy Park. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery.